When he realized that he had been trapped by Robespierre's cunning, Danton sourly stated that victory belongs to the greater scoundrel. According to the current maxims, the same could be said of war, and the victory promised to the brave would go instead to the most murderous. Let us suppose one of the sovereigns in today's Europe had sole possession of the secret of the rifle and the rifled cannon, Congreve-style rockets, Pahans mortar shells. .393 In the event of war breaking out, would he feel justified in making use of them? If we were to follow Grotius's teaching on the laws of war, still current today, then definitely. History is filled with battles won by superior weaponry, rather than by the courage and force of the soldiery. In my view, trophies of that sort carry a burden of shame and prove nothing. Warfare, as the right of force intends it to be, as the human race conceives of it and as the poets celebrate it, is a contest involving energy, bravery, consistency, prudence, even industry, if you will. It has been turned into extermination, which might still pass muster if it entailed the destruction of brigands, marauders, and slavers, to whom the nations owe no debt of thanks or mercy. But between citizens fighting, not for plunder, but for the liberty and supremacy of their homeland, the right of war so construed is repugnant. One act of disloyalty leads on to the next. Is it permissible in war to trick, let us be blunt about it, to lie to the enemy? Certainly, Grotius answers 394, and then he launches into a lengthy dissertation, the substance of which is that, outside of what has been agreed by peace treaty designed to reorder the situation, all trickery aimed at luring the enemy into a trap is sound warfare. On this occasion, he utters the dangerous dictum, repeated by Machiavelli and the Jesuits, that, for the sake of reason of state and in the name of religion, lying is allowed. To which we, parodying Horace, say, dulce et decorum est pro patria mentiri. 395. Let us for a moment accept this singular piece of jurisprudence, that because deceit is part of the right of war, it qualifies neither as crime nor offense. Then why shoot spies instead of simply taking them prisoner? What? Here we have a sniper, stretched out on his belly lurking behind a bush like a jackal, shooting at a passing battalion that simply cannot see him. If they go after him and chase him down, he will likely be shot, Vitam pro vita 396, and I have no quarrel with that. But if he manages to get away and the very next day in some nondescript incident, is taken prisoner, in the event of his being recognized there is no longer any entitlement to kill him for the previous day's incident, he will merely have been plying his trade as a combatant. So that the entirety of his offense will have been in flagranti delicto. By contrast, the peasant who may have tipped the sniper off about the battalion's arrival will be hanged, should he be caught and convicted. There is more. Suppose that same soldier, which the right of war protects today as a sniper, throws off his uniform, casts away his arms, and dons a disguise as Du Guesclin did when he wrested the fortresses from the English, and sneaks into the enemy camp to observe what is going on there. He instantly becomes a spy himself, and, if caught, and even though his crime was a half-hearted thing, he will be shot without mercy. During the siege of Sebastopol, a Russian army officer, captured in the trenches of the Allied army, where he was doing heroic work as a spy, came within an inch of such a death. He owed his survival exclusively to the speediness of his legs. I reiterate my question, how, if falsehood and ambush are covered by the right of war and if all armies engage in espionage, how can espionage be treated as being on a par with treason and murder? I am laboring this point to make it strikingly obvious how deeply the military are convinced, in the depths of their souls, of the reality of the right of war and how this subject is nevertheless shrouded in darkness. The very thing that is punishable in an enemy as infamous under the right of war, is permissible in oneself as legitimate and honorable under the very same entitlement. In Cours d'art militaire by Monsieur Laurillard Follot 397, lecturer at the military school in Brussels, I read. Intelligent, well-paid men are sent in, under cover of commerce, delivering grain or livestock and establish contact with the enemy army's suppliers and the leaders of the commoners by requisitioning. There you have espionage recommended, advocated as a tactical tool consonant with the right of war. One of the qualities of a great general is to have made good use of and been well briefed by his spies. But at the mere mention of the enemy's spies, the writer switches to a different language. A few lines further on, he adds, "Whereas humanity prohibits the taking of a man's life on the basis of mere suspicion, there is nothing to prevent detaining him until his reports have ceased to present a danger. Concern for our own defenses compels us, and responsibility for the lives of all the men entrusted to our care, imposes upon us a duty to be unrelenting in dealing with proven treachery. The suspected spy is detained, on conviction, he is shot as a traitor. Military reason of state is really no joke." But why does the writer I quote from fail to see that what he is fine with punishing in one case cannot become legitimate in the other, and, conversely, that what he recommends with regard to the latter he has no right to prohibit with regard to the former? Espionage is an act of warfare, and logic alone requires that it be called such. Therefore, either revert to real principles, of which you accept only a half, and steer clear in both instances of all treachery and ambush, or else have the gumption to sanction your shared treachery and treat one another's spies the way you do your snipers, patrols and runners. There is no middle ground. All the newspapers have reported the story of the Austrian officer who, during the recent Italian war, had an entire Piedmontese family shot on suspicion of espionage. 11 people, including an old man in his 60s and a 14-year-old child, were executed. Monsieur Cavour exposed the fact and Europe was outraged. Monsieur Cavour was right, if we assume that the nature and purpose of war should be restricted exclusively to the resources of force and cannot assume any other character without disgracing itself. But that is not the code currently in place. According to that code, and its endless contradictions, but is, as it stands, enough to fully vindicate the Austrian officer, it is permissible to execute citizens for spying on behalf of their country, as well as the defectors, deserters, and traitors, with whom they clearly had nothing in common. If this is the case, then it is also permissible to deter them by means of terror, another universally countenanced means of warfare occasionally entailing the slaughter of entire families, regardless of age or sex, guilt or innocence. Not that the execution of 11 Piedmontese spared the Austrians from being defeated, of course, but that is another matter. But the likelihood is that terror will still their tongues anyway, and who can say whether the fuss kicked up by Monsieur Cavour has not served the very purpose that the Austrian had in mind. Grotius goes even further. He is of the opinion that in war, if one's aim is to mislead the enemy, then one can, quite honorably, run up his flag, display his colors and, if possible, steal his watchword. Examples of this sort of thing abound. Here I reiterate my earlier comment, how can we not see that, thanks to these unworthy and immoral practices, we are trading rational, selfless, just and productive warfare between men for the hunting of predators from a hide? Among the military there is a saying that a general can be defeated but must never be caught napping. I should hope so. There is surprise and surprise, however, and I cannot equate the watchfulness of the fighting man with the felony of the coward who tricks him. It is a disgrace to humanity that a general, who is a man of decency serving his country in a regular war, should have to trouble himself with such risks. Should not the policing of war lift that burden from him? On this, Vattel and the rest are absolutely of the same mind as Grotius. Vattel establishes very well that conventions should be observed between enemies 398, but when it comes to acts of warfare, he is perfectly happy to see ruse and deception, falsiloquium, added to right. He even goes so far as to discern civilization's progress beyond barbarism in this practice. Since humanity obliges us to opt for the gentler means in the pursuance of our rights, if, by some ruse of war, some feinting maneuver devoid of treachery, we can capture a stronghold, catch the enemy unawares and overpower him, it would be better and really is more praiseworthy to achieve success that way rather than by means of a murderous siege or bloody battle. And in a note he adds, there was a time when those caught in the attempt to capture a place by surprise were condemned to torture. In 1597, Prince Maurice attempted to surprise Van Loo. He failed in the attempt and, some of his men having been captured, were sentenced to death. The assent of both sides had introduced this new exercise of rights in order to obviate dangers of that sort. That practice was on the right road, but, Vattel says, with unambiguous satisfaction, the practice has since changed. Stratagems are the glory of great captains. He goes on to say, forgetting that the facts he cites give the lie to his theory. We have witnessed peoples, and, for a long time even the Romans themselves, professing to uphold any sort of surprise, ruse, or stratagem in warfare. Others, such as the ancient Gauls, went so far as to mark the time and place where they proposed to do battle. There was more generosity than wisdom in such behavior. Titus Livy, Book XLII, c. 47, also quotes the case of senators damning the less than honest behavior observed in the war against Persia. The true nature, purpose, and essence of war follows from these extracts, but they have never been queried or contradicted, and neither Grotius, nor Vattel, nor any of their successors knew anything about them. They have failed to grasp its laws, and it is fair to impute to them most of the harm accompanying that failure over the past 2 centuries. How can an accusing finger be pointed at the military when the sages teach that sort of morality? In Lonato in 1796, General Bonaparte, accompanied by his command and with a retinue of just 1,200 men, was surrounded by 4,000 Austrians who called on him to surrender. We know how Bonaparte extracted himself from those straits. He had the mediator's blindfold removed, informed him that he was the general officer commanding and that the Austrians themselves were encircled by the French army and that he was giving them 3 minutes to surrender. Germanic bonhomie duped by Italian cunning, and 4,000 men surrendered their weapons to 1,200. I like this sang-froid in Bonaparte, that nothing could surprise him, but it pains me to see this trait held up for posterity to admire. Is that warfare? Is that its law? Is it not, rather, a descent into depravity? Here we find a warrior, who, following a series of victories, racked up thanks more to dexterity than to force, is ultimately crushed by force. Would Bonaparte have been better advised to surrender, one asks? Ah, no. Had he been possessed at that moment of as much greatness of soul as aplomb, then after bamboozling the Austrians who were asking for his sword, he would have sent them away with arms and baggage. Regardless, this is a case that I leave to the consciences of the military to decide. The issue, as far as I am concerned, is a loftier one. Let me say that it is a trespass against right, in a people-to-people quarrel, where the bravery of the armies is aided by the genius of the generals, and should be the deciding factor in victory, to mount surprise attacks and resort to trickery. Genius in warfare does not mean falsehood, any more than seizure of the enemy's assets means plundering the inhabitants, any more than homicide in open battle means murder. There may be an issue as to whether the 4,000 Austrians who had lost their way were entitled to carry off the 1,200 Frenchmen who had blundered into their path. I am no fonder of such freak circumstances in war than I am in literature and the fine arts, and would like a proper definition here. But I deny that those 1,200 French were within their rights, in a proper war, to carry off as prisoners 4,000 men who, caught cold by a boldly articulated falsehood, had been so simple-minded as to assume themselves done for. Deciding whether to cite Lonato as either an exemplar of the presence of mind of a general, or of the irregularities to which the bravest might resort, in an age in which the right of war is only half acknowledged, will be a fool's errand. But do not go holding up General Bonaparte's behavior in this circumstance as an example to be imitated. That would be a corruption of the morality of armies and an education in the art of eternalizing abysmal war between nations. Chapter 7, The Critique of Military Operations, Vandalism, Sieges, Blockades, Rape, Pillage, Murder, Single Combat, Prisoners of War. In seeking a definition of what is and what is not permissible in warfare, we cannot possibly avoid repeating ourselves sometimes. The entire performance of the warrior falls under 2 headings, people and things. I hope I will be forgiven the odd repetition if, therefore, my purpose is to throw into sharper focus the anomalies in the practice and the difficulties in the theory. Since war is the verdict of force, force is manifested in the struggle and the victory. In order to fight and win, forces need to engage in often complicated and difficult maneuvers that require, in addition to lots of manpower, lots of time and money. So, from the strictly economic point of view, we can see warfare as a sort of industry, as the military always have down through the ages. We speak of warcraft, the art of war, and the profession of arms. War therefore entails manpower, it has its raw materials, in the form of munitions, often the highly developed products of industry, it has its workers, who are the soldiers, it has its product, being conquest, the capture of a town, province, or nation, or its liberation. Along with the spilling of blood, war therefore implies the sacrifice of a certain sum of capital and goods. In short, it has its income and expenditure accounts, like any other industry. Industrial exhibitions, what we might describe as peaceful justs, are expensive. Even so, they are allowed in the interest of industry itself and the progress of the nations. War costs even more because it is an armed contest between nations, fighting either for their independence or for their ascendancy. We are resigned to it, though, and once the heroic proclamations are over, we can only think of waging it quickly, with vim and vigor, the worst wars being the long wars with indecisive outcomes. It follows that because war is not waged for its own sake, and men and things are not sacrificed for the pleasure of destruction, but rather for the sake of victory, which is to say with an eye to conquest, or, and it amounts to the same thing, supremacy, war, as I say, has its own economy too. Like labor, it is conservative and productive, while consuming, it conserves and reproduces. All destruction outside of these rules is abusive and a trespass against right. It is sheer barbarism, the warfare of the wild animal. One consequence of this principle is that the state that embarks upon war, the nation that acquiesces in it, the general who steers it, must have their sights set constantly on matching their sacrifices to the interest they are out to safeguard and the benefit they are out to reap. It would be flying in the face of the right of war, as well as of vulgar common sense, to expend more upon warfare in terms of manpower and money than the actual object of that war is worth. Such stubbornness would be blameworthy and would degenerate into savagery. With that in mind, let us now turn to practicalities. The story goes that, not knowing how to deal with the brigands infesting the Papal States, the Papal police resolved to clear the forests they were using as their hideouts. That deforestation gave rise to a scourge worse than banditry, malaria. Wasn't that a well-worked-out policy? And does it not show the sheer incompetence of ecclesiastical government and of a government prohibited from reaching for the sword, even against brigands, doubtless for fear of losing their souls? But here comes a more serious example. Napoleon accused the governor Rostopchine 399 of vandalism, for having set the city of Moscow ablaze as the French drew near. He called for him to be outlawed by civilized nations. The question arises, what are we to think of this deed, which some people join with Napoleon in describing as barbaric, while others dub it heroic? For a start, destroying one's own country, setting storehouses alight in order to leave the enemy with nothing, is self-harm. Nobody is under any obligation to feed his enemy, and everyone gets to set the price on their independence and liberty. Then again, it was not the torching of Moscow that brought the French army to disaster. The marches and engagements on the road to the river Niemen had whittled it down by more than 3/4, but even after torching the city there were still plenty of provisions and munitions. So, the sacrifice offered up by Rostopchine was a complete waste. Moreover, whether Russia could have thought herself in peril, even after the loss of her capital, is a matter worth considering. Napoleon was within his rights to say, while citing his own campaigns, that the capture of Vienna and Berlin had certainly done less damage to Austria and Prussia than the destruction of those two cities would have inflicted. So much for the pros and cons. What is our decision? One trespass against the right of war leads to another, abyssus abyssum invocat. 400 Rostopchin's behavior was a response to Napoleon's. Setting to one side the actual cause of the war in Russia, which I do not query, I can observe that on crossing the Niemen, Napoleon was counting on two things: first, that he would be living off the land; secondly, that the Russians would pick up the gauntlet in one or two set-piece battles, after which they would be beaten and as such have to abide by the law of the winner. Now, this reckoning implied a double infringement of the right of war, not with regard to how Napoleon and his adversaries practiced it, but what that practice tells us about war, which is what we are trying to determine. If she were to be conquered, Napoleon would have to beat the Russians on their own turf. In order to do so, two conditions had to be met. The first being the ability to occupy the entire country militarily, bearing in mind the vastness of her territory, her main natural defense. Napoleon should not have been crossing the Niemen with 400,000 men, he should have brought 1,200,000, failing which he was in contravention of his own maxims by trying to subjugate Russia with a force that was far too weak. The second condition is that the French armies ought to have been in a position to survive on their own means without extorting anything from the population, regardless of whatever resources the invading army might find, or any military storehouses it might manage to capture. Because, according to the critique we have made, marauding is a breach of the right of war, and in certain cases renders the victory null and void. What happened bore out this theory. The French army had not gone 100 leagues from the far bank of the Niemen before the campaign was practically lost. The victories at Smolensk and Moscow did nothing to put things back on an even keel. The freeze that later descended on the French army was merely another twist in a disaster that was 3/4 complete. Napoleon's performance in this inexcusable campaign provided the spark and, to some extent, the pretext for what Rostopchin did. On the one hand, it was obvious that Napoleon could not bring the war into Russia, and to within 600 leagues of its capital, without engaging in mass marauding. The failed supply effort he tried to organize from Danzig to the Niemen is evidence of that. But it is equally clear that a country of 50 million souls would not gamble its independence on the outcome of a battle against a 400,000 strong army. That would have been leaving too much advantage to Napoleon. The law of force was no longer being observed by anyone. From that point on, Napoleon could no longer be considered a real conqueror, the representative of civilization and progress, because while we can agree that he thought of himself as such, he lacked numbers and force. He was an usurper of sovereignties, the troublemaker of Europe, an adventurer who needed to be destroyed at any price, by being starved out. Rostopchin must have felt that he was acting with that much more authority, Napoleon having set him an example. On the principle that the salvation of the army is the supreme law for generals, to slow down the enemy, Napoleon issued the order that whatever could not be carried off was to be put to the torch, and Monsieur Thiers tells us that Davout carried out no other order more conscientiously than this. 1.401. In life, everything's connected. A contravention of the right of force turns into a breach of the rights of peoples, and with one trespass compounded by the next, the best established power fades away. No matter what grievances Napoleon had against Alexander I, once he proved unable to absorb Russia, let alone occupy her, he should have refrained from invasion. The manner in which the war in Crimea 402 has been fought could, if need be, provide further justification for this proposition. Here, France deployed a far less formidable force than the one led by Napoleon I in 1812, and it had no other purpose than forcing Russia to make peace by destroying the fortress in Sebastopol. That is surely the most striking criticism that could be made of the 1812 expedition. Let's change the subject. Everybody is familiar with the story, or Book of Judith and the Siege of Bethulia. According to the biblical account, the Jews, under threat from an invading army, retreated into their strongholds. Having come to Bethulia, built atop a rock, and unable to seize it by means of a raid, the enemy general blocked the channel supplying the town's water. Those under siege were dying of thirst and obliged to surrender. 403 In this legend, which has entered popular memory, we can discern, from the vantage point of the right of war, the story of every blockade. I shall not enter into whether there were adequate grounds for war between the Assyrians and the Hebrews. I will simply assume that. I merely ask whether Holofernes's behavior conformed with the right of war, which, as Cicero argues, is a blatant means of using force to sort out quarrels. Without the shadow of a doubt, the military reply. Holofernes was within his rights here. If the Jews had wanted to avoid the inconveniences of the blockade, they had only to climb down from their rock and join the battle. Any fixed siege is designed to force a powerless enemy who, by the very act of withdrawing confesses this, but who, thanks to the arts of fortification, sets about compensating for numerical inferiority by holding the higher ground. Defending oneself in one's homeland, by means of ramparts, moats, etc., falls well within the parameters of the right of warfare, given that it is up to the aggressor to bring force to bear on the defender and to do so on home ground, and finally, if a nation were to find itself quite inaccessible on account of the nature of its topography, it would be beyond the law of absorption and would have to be declared neutral. This is the basis on which European law was induced to countenance the independence of the Swiss Confederation, which is, so to speak, floating in the air, safe from conquest and incapable of bothering the surrounding powers. 404 But this right of defense in a fortified location implies that the engineer has made provision for everything, from water and food to weaponry. If he has not, the siege turns into a means of constraint that is all the more legitimate because the besieger is subject to the same inconveniences as the siege victim, and that when an army is forced into lifting the siege, it is normally because of disease or lack of food. I have nothing with which to contradict this argument. Self-defense in a fortified, inaccessible location is legitimate, even though it may be a way of evading the law of force, which is the law of war. But attacking a place with thirst and famine, even though such methods are not brute force, is also legitimate, since that attack is designed to force the enemy into fighting. At bottom, this double exception is covered by the rules. I shall not rehearse the reasons given. Rather, let me arm myself with those same arguments, and to my interlocutors I say. So, men of war, you look upon warfare as the exercise of the right of force, a positive right, one you cannot evade in regular warfare other than in certain foreseeable exceptions. This is the reason why places under siege do not ordinarily expect to be attacked prior to surrender. They know that, over the interval leading up to the assault, their resources are being used up, while the enemy's fervor is growing, that a defense sustained over any longer period would not be any more honorable, and that the enemy might take umbrage at an unduly obstinate resistance and exact revenge as he might for a crime. Which is also the reason why it is often stated in cases of capitulation that, unless an army arrives within a given period of grace, ready to do battle, the town is to be handed over to the besieger again. The plain implication of all of this is that there is a positive right of force, underpinning the right of war, and of which military men are profoundly aware, although they cannot tease out its principles, because they are not jurists, and which the jurists in turn expound in the direst possible fashion, not being military men themselves. None of this could work any better. But we have to follow the law through each of its deductions, and, other than in exceptional circumstances and with the anticipated amendments, we must abide by force, which rules out perfidy, plunder, massacre, and pillage, do nothing that falls outside of the legitimate purpose of warfare, which can generally be boiled down to a question of supremacy, absorption, or liberation. Finally, off the battlefield we must refrain from any trespass against persons or property, other than in the punishment of committed crimes and enforceable indemnification. Now, is this the way things work in warfare? No, war is more or less equally brutal among the civilized as among the barbarians. It seems that the conditions required by the right of force are repugnant to soldiers, that no one would want anything to do with the profession if it demanded so much virtue. As the proverb has it, fighting would die out but for fighters. 405. It is as if slaughter, pillage, and rape may be needed to satisfy whatever destructive instinct keeps the soldier's hand in, encourages him and boosts his morale. In every battle, in every town stormed and captured, carnage plays a more or less significant role beyond the bounds of utility and danger alike. It might even be said that the civilized man is incapable of fighting in the absence of wrath and hatred. In the Battle of Ligny, the French troops, carried away by hatred and whipped up by General Roguet's words, took no prisoners. The Prussians had their revenge 2 days after that. At Mont Saint-Jean, Blücher was minded to have Napoleon pay a personal price for his contraventions of the right of war. 406 But let us skip past these killings, which the formal reports cover up as best they can. Besides, on the field of battle, does one have time to take prisoners? Is it practicable? Would one not need to guard them? Kill. Kill. The dead do not return. Let us speak of less gruesome matters. Rape, we are assured, is not as common in armies as it once was. This is a step forward in which our modern warriors like to glory and on which I wholeheartedly congratulate them, if the compliment applies to them. But away with hypocrisy. There is rape and there is rape. The military honor of our own day is much less savory than in the old days. In his Histoire de la Révolution, Monsieur Thiers refers to Bonaparte's fortunate soldiers who gained the favors of the Italian beauties, and, naturally, rules out the idea of rape. But is this what really happened? The foreign historians, Italian and otherwise, do not see eye to eye with us on this. Whatever the reservations of our military gentlemen, the question of right stands, in this regard, we should not delude ourselves. According to the received wisdom, rape is permissible under the right of war. Like pillage, it falls within the prerogative of victory. The only thing Grotius was able to invoke against rape was the precept of Christian morality, which bans the Christian from fornication. But in the ancient practices, when fornication was not even held to constitute a venial sin, rape in wartime was entirely right, or rather, there was no such thing. Just as the person who buys himself a female slave in order to make her his concubine cannot be accused of rape, given that, to adopt the biblical language, the woman bought and paid for has become his property, pecunia ejus est. 407 So the soldier who, in enemy country, lays hands on a woman cannot be charged with a crime unless his orders have, for some particular reason, forbidden that, and this is because the female enemy is the soldier's conquest. The word has been passed down to us as part of the vocabulary of the gallant. After the defeat of the Teutons, and after the wives of these barbarians had asked the consul Marius to spare their lives and honor, Marius, invoking the right of war, declined to accede to the latter of those two requests. As a general and magistrate, he could not deny his soldiers an entitlement they had earned at the risk of their lives. Why was the restraint of Scipio the Younger so admired by the Romans? It is because victory afforded him an entitlement to possession of a young princess, that in returning her to her betrothed, and by sacrificing his own carnal appetites, he was acting politically, with respect for human dignity, performing a genuinely outstanding act of virtue. We know the advice given to Absalom by Achitophel in his rebellion against David, that he should rape his father's wives in sight of the people. 408 Victory accorded him that entitlement, and policy made it his duty. In the minds of the ancients, possessing the prince's wife and bringing shame upon his authority represented a consecration of the transmission of the crown. The murderer of Catullus, king of Lydia, became his successor by marrying his wife. 409 Something of the sort took place between one nation and another. In ordering the extermination of all of the males of condemned nations, Moses made an exception for the females. 410 We know that the Romans were born of abduction. 411 Oddly enough, of all of the facts of war, the most disgusting by its very nature, and in respect of which honor and decency are least forgiving of the soldier's depraved soul, may well be the one which is most deserving of indulgence. Here we have an instinct encompassing both amalgamation and supremacy, and clearly reminiscent of the purpose of war and the right of force. Rape appears to be fading from soldierly practice. 412 But this is mere appearance, more the outcome of our style of warfare than of a genuine change in military mores. If public opinion, which is these days more respectful of sex than in ancient times, appears to have gained an advantage on theory on this point. The right of war, as it has always been practiced and as still taught, does not formally oppose it. And the fact is that, on occasion, soldiers and officers barely restrain themselves. Must a woman have a pistol at her throat before it qualifies as rape? There are 1,000 ways of qualifying it as such. That said, it is not my intention to cause my military compatriots any slight when I say that no army ever displayed greater lack of self-restraint than the armies of France. The Frenchman adds winsome manners to the right that the soldier has always laid claim to the enemy's womanhood, and that completes the bedazzling of the hapless woman, and renders the offense less of a horror for her and, as far as he is concerned, noblesse. The right of rape is merely a derivative of the claimed entitlement to make tributaries or slaves of the vanquished. Bossuet finds this just in principle, and he declares it without embarrassment, in agreement here with the Bible and the whole of antiquity. He says, in principle, the person of the vanquished becomes the property of the victor, who secures the right of life and death over it. 413 Christianity, it is true to say, has made us less bloodthirsty. Furthermore, it has abolished slavery. But let us not delude ourselves, the principle invoked by Bossuet lingers still. The victor is still at liberty to assert it, and, if he solemnly renounces it, and refrains from the spilling of blood or from reducing the vanquished to servitude, it is merely under cover of a fig leaf of Christian morality, that swells his devoutness or his pride. It's the same for male slaves and female slaves. In principle, I am following Bossuet here, the male captive, if not put to death, is bound to the service of the victor and the female to his pleasures. They can only be spared this by other considerations. Just as we have seen the modern right of war arriving at the condemnation of rape via the fictitious sin of a lack of self-control, it is through the fiction of religious fraternity, through baptism, that slavery has been abolished, and by yet another fiction, the fiction of chivalrous manners, that, generally speaking, captives are spared slaughter. Except for these easements, things remain as they were in the past. If captives are not reduced to slavery, they are held for ransom, which is the exact same thing, or else they are deployed on public works. If need be, they can be exchanged, if need be, and no matter how little security demands it, they are slaughtered. The philanthropist groans at such extremes but dares not condemn them. How are we to answer people who have their own principles and who plead public safety? If we are to be done with these monstrosities, which have claimed the lives of millions, a thorough rebuttal is needed. The right of life and death over the vanquished, a right credited to the victor, seems to me theoretically to derive from two sources, quite apart from primitive barbarism, which is also a factor. The first of these sources is that war, inevitably brought about by the rivalry between two states and the necessity of annexation, implies the moral extinction of one of those states. By reason of the citizen's attachment to his homeland, an attachment that makes him prefer his own death to his country's demise, we have extended the death sentence pronounced by war against the state to include the human being. I need hardly demonstrate the flaw in this reasoning. I have refuted it already by distinguishing as I do between public right and the rights of peoples. The other derives from understanding war as the assertion of the right of force, a right acknowledged by the whole of the ancient world. Accordingly, a defeated nation protesting its servitude could stand accused of having borne arms against right, which, strictly speaking, is a capital offense. Here the flaw in the argument derives from the fact that war must demonstrate, not merely claim, which side has the right of force on its side. It cannot be argued that the beaten side was at fault on the basis of its defeat, only that it was weaker. This is how the confusion has slipped in. There is no right of life and death. Learned men talk about, and warriors act, on a falsity, even if the latter do not boast about it. Alas, the rivers of blood humanity has had to witness for having forgotten its most essential principles. Restore the correct meaning to right of war and, even should hostilities persist, there will be a universal 3/4 reduction in carnage. You can rely upon the consciences of the military on this one. Earlier, I mentioned marauding. Pillage is not the same thing. The purpose of the former is the subsistence of the soldier, it proceeds on the basis of the principle that war ought to feed war. The latter is ignoble and immoral in a quite different way, its purpose is to line the soldier's pockets. We are not talking here about a case of need, but rather of greed. Here we may say that the jurist's science and military honor have been wholly overshadowed. Our casuists argue, if it is permissible to strike the enemy, even unarmed and asleep, and to deprive him of his life, then it is going to be that much more permissible to deprive him of his goods. In this regard, even the most recent authors display not the slightest scruple. They are comfortable with it. Nec est contra naturam spoliar eum, si posses, quem honestum est necare, as Cicero 4:14 has it, in keeping with Aristotle, Plato, and all the classical wisdom. Grotius, Vattel, and the bulk of the jurists have taken it in turn to give it the nod, and in their speeches, they go out of their way to argue in favor of the right of plunder. There is not even any exception made for holy things, and none of the enemy's goods and chattels can possibly be deemed sacrosanct as far as the victor is concerned. The digest adds, quem loca capta sunt ob hostibius, omnia desinunt vel sacra esse. 415. It is laughable to witness the pious, honest Grotius expressing a minor reservation regarding instances where the victors and the vanquished might subscribe to the same faith. Conscience has its part to play, he says. However, as these objects are in the public domain and there is nothing easier than desanctifying them, they can be seized without injury to the respect owed to holy items. The Church suffers the circumstances of its parishioners. Is that not pretty? In Italy and Spain, our generals did not wait for deconsecration. True, the revolution had made them infidels. What else is there to be said? By right of pillage, it is permissible to go as far as to desecrate a tomb. Provided that we do not disregard the respect due to corpses, the ponderous author of De Jure Belli AC Paces remarks, that trespass is quite permissible, graves being, after all, the property of the living and not of the dead. 416. In the next book, I shall revisit the matter of spoils and plunder, regarded there as the cause and purpose of warfare, not an effect. For the time being, I shall make do with one simple observation. At the edge of a forest, an honest man comes under attack from an evildoer and kills him. What is he to do next? He will inform the court so that the corpse can be retrieved and the incident reported. He will steer clear of robbing the corpse, in the reasonable belief that that would be to disgrace himself. I am talking here about a duel, where the winner is required to display the most extreme propriety towards the deceased. We are not talking about the destruction of a gang of brigands, with regard to whom there are no half measures, nor even about the satisfying of honor, without any self-seeking consequences, rather, a debate over political sovereignty to be settled between two nations through recourse to force. And the outcome of such a contest, the reward accorded to the victor, would be pillage. The more one delves into this barely touched upon issue of warfare, the more one is stunned by the enormity of the sophistry, the contradictions, and craven reasoning that abound in it. It is permissible, we are told, to sneak up on the enemy, slip inside a post or fort and slaughter the garrison without giving it time to be on its guard, to creep into his tent and strike down the enemy general. Here, Grotius invokes the examples of Mucius Scaevola 417 Aode 418 and a host of others. Under that principle, the young man who tried to assassinate Napoleon in Schönbrunn was within his rights 419, whereas Napoleon, who hauled him up in front of a court-martial and had him shot, was in breach of his. So, are we to conclude that it will be legitimate to put a price on the head of whomever one considers the author or driver of the war, as the Spanish King Philip II did with regard to William the Silent, and have him murdered? Here, Grotius recoils. He says no, the common interest of princes precludes that. 420 That is some argument. And what of the common interest of peoples? Returning to true principles, we say, however, that, war being the trial of strength, all murder, especially the murder of generals, is a felony. Which is why we challenge the actions of the likes of Aode, Balthazar Gerard 421, Paltrat Demir 422, Ornano 423, and all who resort to treachery and murder in warfare. No matter how he wronged Germany, Napoleon became unassailable off the battlefield. In the European shambles, especially given the uncertainty surrounding principles and the reciprocal grievances, the war he waged, even if flawed in its forms, was at all times held to be a trial of strength. One much invoked question is on what basis we might trust the outcome of single combat, or combat between a set number of chosen men from both sides, say 3 against 3, 30 against 30, 100 against 100, in order to bring war to an end and spare the bloodshed. Grotius denies the possibility. He says, all one's force has to be deployed. 424. I share Grotius's view, but I cannot embrace his reasoning. Such combat, in which the few act for the many, where success is deemed proof of the validity of one's cause and the badge of divine protection, is, he argues, repugnant to charity and religion. It appears, instead, that such devotion might be charity in its sublimest form. As for religion, it no more cares about charity than it does about the conscript lottery. As for myself, always taking the definition of warfare as my starting point and basis for my arguments, and knowing that it seeks to be, and must be the assertion of the right of the strongest, and consequently a de facto demonstration of force, my answer is, yes, the belligerent sides do have to deploy all their resources, and field all their strength, for the very reason that victory is owed to the strongest, which might not be the case if the battle were restricted to two equal fractions of the contending powers. Indeed, it is plain that such a way of waging war would be entirely to the advantage of the weaker party, as the champions from each side are assumed to be of equal individual value. Let us bring this chapter to a conclusion. As we probe further into this critique, there is one thing that should be becoming clearer in the mind of the reader, a consequence of understanding the very contradictions that cloud this entire subject. The right of war is a positive right, and the reason of force is a positive rationality, applicable to a certain order of deeds and ideas, with the same certainty as the right of labor is applicable to matters of production and exchange, the right of talent in matters of the arts, the right of love in marriage, etc. The multitude is aware of, armies affirm, civilization hails and progress clamors for the codification of the right of war, the reason of force, so profoundly misconstrued by the jurists. There is no denying that there has been for 3,000 years an improvement in the ways and customs of war, and it cannot be denied that the right of force has been overshadowed because of the proliferation of rights, of which it was the first in the series. Finally, the best way to ward off the calamities of war, assuming that it persists, is precisely to take cognizance of the right of force. Chapter 8, The Critique of Military Operations. The battle. The battle is the supreme, heroic act of warfare. Armies line up, front contra front, each seeking to overwhelm the other. Everything is done with this battle in mind. It is the clash that decides the fate of empires and which, by wrapping victors and vanquished alike in the mantle of glory, ought to sweep them, mixed and mingled, towards a better future. Let us see if the denouement of this tragedy lives up to the claim. Let us rehearse the principles once more. The notion of justice, or, rather, of judicature, is inherent in warfare. Its consistency is that at certain points in human development, hitherto peaceful nations are inclined, on account of the needs of their circumstances, and in pursuit of a higher purpose, to swallow one another up, that, as a result, they come into conflict, and, incorporation having become inevitable and the time having come, supremacy rightly belongs to the most powerful. Which is the reverse of what happens in civil matters. In the case of ordinary justice dispensed to citizens by the state, force is on the side of reason and must remain law. Here it can be said that, conversely, reason, law, and right belong with and should remain with force. From which it follows that the contention between the powers involved, in other words, war, does not have their mutual destruction as its direct purpose, although it cannot proceed without the spilling of blood and the expenditure of wealth. Its purpose is the subordination of forces, or their fusion, or their equilibrium. From whence it follows that in this sort of judicial duel, the modus operandi has to be regulated so that not merely the material forces, but also the moral resources of each belligerent power play their part, and that victory ultimately goes to the strongest, which is to say, to the side that carries the day on the widest variety of counts: army size, physical strength, courage, genius, virtue, industry, etc., with the two sides suffering as little damage as possible. Outside of those principles, there is no war, in the human and juridical sense of the term, merely a clash between wild animals and, worse than that, a massacre by brigands. I might go as far as to say, with de Maistre, that, in terms of the horror and profound nonsensicality of the thing, what we have is Providence going mysteriously about its work. Therefore, scrutinizing the tactics that govern modern battles, to mention only those, I find that there is no discernible indication of high morality, nor of conservation, let alone certainty, the only thing that can render war honorable and victory legitimate. I even find that, in that respect, we have been making backward strides over the past 2 centuries. Not that we are any the less brave, of course, but for reasons that I shall explain later, we fight less bravely, we inflict more harm on the enemy, thanks to the violence of our clashes and the superiority of our arms, but we inflict proportionally more harm on ourselves, making victory suspect. More people are killed without any greater success being achieved. The democratic spirit that had permeated our armies since the revolution looked like it would work entirely to the advantage of the soldier, and yet we have never witnessed such contempt for human life. In short, the materialism of the battle has increased as civilization has grown, the very opposite of what should have happened. Such reproaches, which we are entitled to direct at modern tactics, represent so many violations of the right of war. It will take me only a few words to get my point across. First, let us examine the clash between massed troops. I refuse to get into an argument about deep ranks and thin ranks, much less argue that the proper way to fight is for soldiers from both armies to attack one another simultaneously, in hand-to-hand, man-to-man combat, virum vir, then count which side has sustained the largest number of dead and wounded in those 100 or 200,000 duels. I cannot deny that the bloodiest of all those battles are the ones in which each soldier picks out his own enemy. I agree therefore that the marshalling of forces, which is one of our economic powers, should also be numbered among the legitimate ways of winning. In such marshalling, in this battlefield confraternity, there is also a moral element reminiscent of civic fellowship, the unity of the homeland, and it is certainly a force. If the French soldier, due to his instinctive feel for concentration and unity, is better disposed than any other towards tactics of this sort, if he is to be found rallying, unsolicited, in the middle of the fray, forming up into his platoon, even without waiting for orders from his officers, we have to accept him as a product of the nature which has shaped men and animals differently, endowing the horse with his hoof, the bull with his horns, the lion with his claws and teeth, the Anglo-Saxon with his brawn and individuality, and the Frenchman with his unity in combat. That concession made, I say that in the event of war every nation has some way of employing its faculties and resources, depending on whether the war effort is guided by some notion of right or by a destructive fury, just as there are rules governing single combat, depending on whether it involves a matter of honor or a case of legitimate self-defense against a murderer. So how does it come to pass that in battles this principle of common sense, decency, and humanity is almost entirely misunderstood? As a result of taking destruction as war's proper purpose, all we now see in our armed units, from platoon through to division, are men-mincing machines, engines of devastation. In his Histoire du Consulat et de l'Empire, Monsieur Thiers confesses, despite his admiration for the emperor, that misuse of manpower and artillery had, in under 15 years, turned battles into appalling butcheries, in which military virtue no longer counts for anything, and outcomes being no greater, nor above all, any more durable. The art of handling soldiers, whilst having them operate in teams, the art in which Turenne excelled, seems to be on the way out. Pitting the masses, infantry, cavalry, artillery against one another, making mincemeat of human flesh, snatching victory by braving slaughter, this, in his latter years, was the sum total of Napoleon's art. In terms of mobilizing armies, sending them by the shortest and surest route against the enemy, in as short a time as possible, then taking up position, his skills were extraordinary, and appear to have grown with age and experience. On arrival on the battlefield, he scorned tactics, marshaled his masses and hurled them against the enemy, the way the giants of fable used to throw themselves against the mountain gods. He worked out the pace, unless he was mistaken, the enemy should be caught in flagrante delicto and mercilessly crushed. At Waterloo, he used the very same approach and was defeated. When the Prussians showed up, the hammer shattered on the anvil. And that, of course, is why, in the estimation of several critics, Napoleon, who had no peer as a strategist, is ranked as only a second-rate tactician. Sebastopol was finally taken by the very same method. General Canrobert, whose nerves, they say, were not sufficiently steely, had brought in General Pelissier to assume this great task. In Magenta and Solferino, things seem to have taken a rather different turn. If we are to credit the dispatches, soldierly initiative and the bayonet supposedly secured the victory. God grant that this is a reversion to more heroic combat. The effect of these monstrous clashes is horrendous. The secret can be reduced to a mechanical formula: mass multiplied by speed. There, genius and valor do not enter into it. Whoever fights sturdiest has the better chance of winning. The art of war, if such an art exists, is these days nothing more than mutual slaughter. It ought to consist primarily of the deployment of courage, the conservation of strength whilst committing it, and gaining the greatest advantage for the least outlay, and crippling the enemy without wiping him out, where matter is only one factor, and spirit intervenes only to give the signal. But alas, the horror of war is equaled by the commander's contempt for the soldier's life. Don't go asking me what new, more humane, and above all more convincing tactics I would introduce into battles. I am no more obliged to instruct our marshals in warfare than our men of letters are to write better poetry or better plays. I avail of my rights when I argue against some of them that their maneuvers fly in the face of the right of war, and against the others that their output runs counter to the art. And my criticisms are that much better grounded because, if over time respect for human life has been the least of the concerns of the men of war, and the style of fighting has changed many times, then we can assume that there must be one method better suited than the rest to the purpose of war and its essential conditions. It is primarily to the invention of gunpowder and the growing ascendancy of firearms over blade weapons that what I describe as the growing depravity of battle must be traced. But, note this, the use of artillery, after having suggested the idea of crushing blows, seems nowadays, and thanks to the perfection of weaponry, to be tending to render mass confrontations impossible. It takes only a little additional range, speed, and accuracy of fire to work a fresh revolution in tactics that will certainly do nothing to boost the soldier's honor. Another drawback with artillery is that it has, as Ancien observed, made wars more costly without making them fewer. The material expenditure in war has risen continuously since the invention of firearms, with the costs in terms of courage continually on the wane. That is the result of the impact of modern industry on the art of the tacticians and trials of strength. Every cannonball fired costs 15 francs, every bronze cannon mounted, 6,000 francs, a rifled barrel, 25 francs. An infantry soldier with 4 years' service, complete with arms and equipment, represents, with the outlay made by family and state, interest upon that outlay and lost labor, an average sum of 25,000 francs. Soon we will no longer be saying that victory belongs to the largest battalions, we will be saying, victory belongs to those with the largest machines and the deepest pockets. The Roman soldier cost the state next to nothing and only became a drain on the resources of his family the day he took to the field. Barracks life had no impact on his working practices and civic virtues. His military training took place within the context of farm work, it was family tradition as much as a provision made by the city. As for his weaponry, swords and spears, passing from father to son, only needed sharpening generation by generation and after every campaign. By contrast, with our long-range weaponry, victory and the soldier's survival are primarily dependent upon positional advantage, cannon numbers, the marksmanship of the artillerymen, the precision of battalion volleys, and the intensity of the firing line, while theirs were more reliant upon the courage of the legionaries. In every clash, the Roman closed with the enemy, fighting hand to hand, faced battle-hardened troops, and counted his triumphs by the numbers of his wounds. Advances in modern weaponry, we have to grant, run counter to the courage of the ancients. One of the outcomes of the recent campaigns, thanks to the use of rifled cannons, has, they say, been to render cavalry and reserves utterly redundant. New projectiles were able to pick them out at such a distance that they were paralyzed or wiped out on the spot before they could even join the line and mount a charge. One more step forward like that and the massed infantries will be mutually unapproachable. An attacking column, dispatched at flat-out pace, is liable to be destroyed by a handful of men in less time than it takes to cover the 100 to 150 step intervening gap, and the soldiers of higher civilization would be reduced to exterminating one another at a distance without ever managing to come to grips with one another. We might one day see an intermediary moving between the two armies at intervals of a quarter of an hour, carrying dispatches from commanding general to commanding general reading, "My losses stand at such and such a number of men, yours. Let us add them up. You, sir, have the advantage." Such civilization. Such progress. How can one still believe in the justice of war, in a right of force? There is another line of critique that bears upon enlistment, military organization, guarantees for the soldier, the accountability of officers, the morality of command. According to the principles expounded in Book 2, War, being a contest between nations in the interest of the state, it follows, a priori, that all the state's subjects, all the members of the city, without exception, ought to play their part in it. All men capable of bearing arms, join the army, the elderly, children and women are employed in the workshops, warehouses, ambulances, on fortification and trench digging duties. The loss of an eye, a leg, an arm, deafness, short-sightedness, lack of height, blemishes in the complexion, in certain functions, are not enough for one to be excused service. The convention acted in the true meaning of the law of war when it ordered a levy en masse and declared that the homeland was under threat. And the republic was victorious. One does not win against a nation armed like France was then. Now we have recruitment by sortition, fitness boards, dragging all manner of exemptions and substitutions in their wake. The National Guard, occasionally organized on a grand scale, occasionally whittled down to its minimum expression, depending on the mentality and inclinations of governments, has been retained as an emblem of the nation under arms, but in every instance it is laughable in terms of its sluggishness and uselessness. The results of this arrangement are known. Abandoned to the care of government, warfare, now of interest to the nation only indirectly and as a tax, has become a career, as far as the ranking military, sons of the bourgeoisie, are concerned. As for the rest, the workers and peasants, it signifies a loss of status. On the pretext of ensuring that the nation is defended by the force of the army, the handsomest, strongest and finest flower of working youth is plucked and turned into the raw material of an army, which is then studiously distanced from the people. With such repeated skimming, the race is left diminished in its standing and its vigor, and the nation is left stricken in its sovereignty. This first contravention of the right of war, identical in this respect to political right, leads on to another in respect to the selection of officers and generals. Even more so than in peacetime, in wartime the man in whom command is vested ought to be appointed by the citizenry. At the very least, the man who takes up arms in defense of his country should choose his captain. The Fedders did so back in '92 and no one has argued that their officers, the products of election, were less brave or less capable and, above all, lesser friends of liberty than the ones who later made up the common currency of the emperor. Some say that elections for army positions would be destructive of subordination, without which an army cannot survive, and that since the right of the citizen soldier flies in the face of the very purpose of warfare, to wit, the deployment of force, there are grounds for bending that political right before military discipline. Such an objection might be true in a monarchy where, since the army is distinct from the nation, and warfare left to the direction of the prince, there might be a desire to retain republican practice in appointing officers. Plainly, that would be a contradiction. The issue therefore should be to find out whether the dynastic interest should count for more than the national interest, for more than the interest of war itself, which, like industry, insists upon the widest possible freedom in the deployment of maximum strength. But in a republic, in a universal suffrage-based empire, where the nation still has full and undiluted command of its sovereignty, where war and peace are still, ultimately, matters for the country to decide, the exception no longer applies. The election of officers by the rank and file, in addition to flowing from the nation's public right, stands guarantor for the morality of command, for the army's public spiritedness, and therefore for its force. But let us step away from political considerations, albeit that they matter here, and let us consider it solely from the military point of view. In terms of its shared danger and common effort, an army constitutes an authentic association. The enemy's presence places the officers and men on the same level. Those who have fought in a war know something of this. If discipline is respected, it is conditional upon there being mutual commitment and the rank and file placing its absolute trust in its leaders. In which case we have no more self-indulgence, no more special privileges, and no one is sacrificed. In the face of the enemy, self-indulgence and special privileges are tantamount to treason, the sacrificing of a man, a corps, other than when absolutely necessary in battle, is murder. Do we believe that this brotherhood in arms, which in an army of free citizens extends from general to private soldier, is also firmly guaranteed in the current constitution of armies? Independent of his subordinates, who have become junior officers, the officer, and more so the general, displays none of the devoted solicitude of election and civic equality in relation to the soldier. Rank having become the badge of inequality, justice, the soul of warfare is supplanted by command, and a different mentality tends to pervade the army. This is the world of the imperative, where, since the superior officer is answerable only to his own superior, which actually means answerable to no one, the lower ranks are, inevitably, sacrificed. In the hands of his general, the soldier is no longer a soul, the upstanding peasant in his village, he is a long-range weapon, a killing machine, a thing, just like cannons and munitions, a product of military industry, utilized because he comes as cheap as his cartridges and his rifle. Hence those Judaic maxims liable to such monstrous enactment, that in war it is permissible to sacrifice the part in order to save the whole, as Caiaphas put it, expedit unum hominem pro populo mori. To leave regiments and entire corps exposed to certain destruction in order to buy success for some scheme, to confuse the enemy, and sometimes for the sake of showing off, to abandon the wounded, the sick, stragglers and rear guards during a retreat. Hence the ghastly principle peddled by certain writers and diametrically opposed to the law of war, that the soldier in dire straits should allow himself to be slaughtered rather than surrender, and that, no matter how feeble his resistance, his death will always inflict a cost upon the enemy. Hence, finally, this system of training which, in the absence of patriotism, sustains the soldier's courage and makes him, not the defender of his country but the devotee of someone's ambition. This is the spirit in which the Republicans have, not without a measure of bitterness, accused Napoleon I of having molded his officers and fashioned his armies. They say that at Austerlitz he let one entire wing of his army be crushed just to draw the Allies towards his right flank and lure them into his trap, whilst he had 40,000 men available to him who took no part at all in the action. In Moscow, despite the clamour from his soldiers, he held back his guard, which made his victory all the bloodier and all the less profitable. In the crossing of the Bersina, he was forced to flee to save himself because the salvation of the empire hinged upon his personal survival. He had previously been seen in the Marengo campaign more eager to seek his own glory than to fly to the aid of Messina, whose sacrificed troops long nursed a grudge as a result. And again, exercising the sovereign power that the nation had vested in its first magistrate, he chose to dispatch 35,000 Republican troops on the pointless, ill-advised Santo Domingo expedition, troops whose spirit was no longer in tune with the principles of the 18th Brumaire and so became a potentially irksome influence on the army. I will grant that criticism, but I would just remark, in Napoleon's defense, that the reproach is much less directed at him than at the thinking that was current in his day. If, in different circumstances, Napoleon had acted, as some assume he did, on the spur of some Machiavellian reckoning, I would not be citing actions of that only the conscience of the historian can judge. I would regard the founder of the dynasty of the Bonapartes as the major culprit and I would refrain from further comment. But this is not how abuses worm their way into government and thence into wartime operations and army discipline. Trace back the chain of causation, and, just when you think that you have arrayed before you the failings of merely one man, you will stumble upon a current of opinion, an upsurge in national vigor which, depending on the idea driving it onwards, sometimes leads to lionization of the head of state, who is also the head of the army, and sometimes claims him as its first casualty. Now, is there anyone who cannot see here that the first consul and, later, emperor was prompted by a conundrum he could not control? On the one hand, he faced a backlash against the principle of authority following a long period of revolutionary unrest, and, on the other, the mistaken understanding of war that was current and which had led to the notion that victory was all the more glorious if it had been won by smallest numbers over the mightiest coalition. There is no point arguing with accepted wisdom that necessity wanted things that way, that there is no other way of waging war, that the chivalric courtesy we call for in the name of the right of war is all well and good for novels, that the first duty of the soldier is sacrifice, that, after all, the fight is not a quest for glory, but a pursuit of interests and that it is in the nature of interests, once they come into conflict, to ride roughshod over all morality and every ideal. To which my response will always be that this so-called necessity is not real, that the laws of war are no harder to abide by than those of dueling, and as for interests, we were endowed with reason and a sense of justice precisely in order to strike a balance between them, and the first prerequisite of such balance is the right of force. Oh, please, let us not drag utilitarianism into warfare, any more than into morality. All war has to go by is its conscience, its right, its good name, and you can see even now what it is tending to turn into under the impact of wrong-headed thinking. What will happen if you implant interest in the hearts of soldiers and generals, in place of this lauded sentiment of honor? If, in spite of such irrefutable considerations and out of laziness of mind, lack of heart or perverse purpose, we mean to persevere with a shameful system, then I would say that we should drop all talk of the right of war, international law or political rights. Away with liberty, away with homeland, the greatest scoundrels shall inherit the earth. As for honest folk, they would do better to accept anything that comes along, usurpation from within, no matter where it comes from and, from outside, insult and belittlement. Better that than having to engage in contests they cannot possibly win without losing their humanity. The enemy is coming, to arms, citizens, form your battalions to face the foreigner. And you, sire, should look to your own protection. As for us, whom you deign in these circumstances to call citizens, what have we to lose by changing master? And what worse fate could await us than being soldiers? Chapter 9, Various Matters 1. Are the rights of peoples devoid of sanction? 2. Declarations of war. 3. To what lengths can resistance be taken? 4. Regarding interruptions to trade. 5. Whether the subjects of enemy powers are enemies. 6. On alliances. Our critique of military operations is not all we had to say about the forms of war. There are still a host of questions arising from the fact of war, which the jurisprudence of the writers on this subject has, if I may make so bold, shredded, and which must be resolved in accordance with the same principles and in the same manner. Let us devote a few pages to them. The right of peoples, writes one contemporary author, is a quite modern invention. 437. What we have said about war, in this book as well as in the preceding one, shows the extent and the sense in which that beneficial proposition is to be understood. In fact, the ancients had an understanding of the rights of peoples, by which we mean of the right of war, that far exceeded that of the moderns, and the reason for that, as we have stated, is that the ancients took the right of force seriously. But even though the ancients had a firmer grasp of the rights of peoples, they do not appear to have left any theory of it behind, and it is only over roughly the past 2 centuries that the moderns have attempted to make up for that silence. The dates and chief milestones in this theoretical constitution of the rights of peoples are as follows. The publication of Grotius's book De Jure Belli ac Paces, 1625. The publication of Hobbes's book De Civ, 1647. The Treaty of Westphalia, 1648. Pufendorf's Jus Naturae et Gentium, 1672. Leibniz's Codex Juris Gentium Diplomaticus, 1693. The Treaty of Utrecht, 1713. Wolf's Jus Gentium, 1749. Vattel's Le Droit de gens, 1758. Ancien's Tableau de Revolutions du Système Politique en Europe, 1803–1805. The Treaties of Vienna, 1814–1815. The Treaty of Paris, 1856. I shall pass over in silence the numerous texts listed by Martins's French publisher, and which it is utterly pointless consulting, since all they all do is parrot the masters, and from which, consequently, we have nothing to learn. So, what positive truth has this 235-year tradition of scholarship brought forth? None. Ever since breaching or abrogating the treaties of Vienna, which laid the recent groundwork for peace in Europe, was added to the agenda of governments and peoples, the uncertainties hovering over the rights of peoples, hitherto trapped inside books, have been revealed, and nations are today learning, to their cost, that any wrong-headed notion in the realm of morals or politics ends up being translated into the life of society as a calamity. Now, the error of the publicists, the one from which all the rest spring and which makes their theory of the right of war and of the rights of peoples an issue of nonsense and contradictions, is that, in refusing to acknowledge the existence and legitimacy of a right of force, they are obliged to look upon the right of war as the product of a fiction, and then go on in turn to deny the rights of peoples, which, by denying the right of war, finds itself devoid of Santion. This is what emerges from the formal testimony of all those writers, and there is little point our rehearsing it all over again. One is the rights of peoples deviate of sanction? May the reader forgive me a few restatements here. In principle, justice, like truth, cannot have any sanction other than itself. Good results from its exercise and evil from its infringement. But from the political and governmental point of view, in the practical and administrative sense of the term, justice's sanction lies in the omnipotence of the sovereign, which is to say, in his force. Thus, in civil law, there are numerous ways in which public force is made manifest in support for the courts: injunctions and summonses, seizure, forcible expropriation, affixing of seals, marking of boundaries, physical constraint, garnishment, sale by auction, etc. In penal law we have subpoenas, arrest warrants, summonses and remand warrants, imprisonment, shackles, stocks, hard labor, banishment, transportation, the guillotine. Following this analogy, we might wonder what the practical sanction of the rights of peoples might be. And as nations acknowledge no sovereign and they look to no authority and no force, we are inclined to say that the rights governing their dealings, valid in the internal context, are devoid of all sanction in an external one. There is war, you may say. But the jurists reply, force on its own proves nothing, it has to be authorized and commanded by a higher power, which is itself the organ and representative of justice. Since no such higher authority exists, the rights of peoples have no guarantor other than the reason and morality of governments, which is to say, that, in reality, the rights of peoples rests on thin air. What, then, is war, if not the sanction of the rights of peoples? War, our authors reply, is a constraint exercised by a nation that claims to be the injured party vis-a-vis some other nation, which it accuses of trespass against its rights and its interests. But it must be plain that, by declaring war, the aggressor sets himself up as both judge and jury which, in proper procedure, cannot be countenanced, above all when it comes to recourse to force. From which it follows that war on its own proves absolutely nothing, that victory confers no right, but, as wars must come to an end and international disputes arrive at a good or bad solution, there is a tacit agreement, designed to halt the bloodshed and ward off greater misfortunes, to recognize the righteousness of the winner, no matter which side secures victory. This is what we term the voluntary rights of peoples. For war to be entirely moral and legitimate, it would have to be launched under the aegis of a verdict handed down by a higher authority before which international disputes would be heard and which would be empowered to sit in judgment of them and to enforce its determinations. But this could never happen, and that, the jurists argue, is why the rights of peoples, like the right of war, boils down to a fiction. In short, the theory of the modern publicists, based upon analogy, results in the hypothesis of a monarchy, republic or worldwide confederation, the very thing nations most strenuously resist and the pursuit of which has triggered the most horrific wars down through the ages. Outside of omniarchy, the rights of peoples, they contend, remains a desideratum of science, an empty word. In terms of one another, nations live in a state of nature. Whilst it is true that sovereigns and states, in their capacity as moral persons, can be judged by the same law that is used to determine relations between individuals, each of them has its own sphere of action which is bounded by that of the others, where the liberty of one ends, that of the next begins, and their respective assets are equally hallowed. It is not that there are two different rules of justice, one for private persons and the other for states. That entitlement exists, but it lacks external constraint. There is no coactive power capable of compelling the different states not to deviate from the path of justice in their relations. The sovereigns are still in a state of nature, since they have not yet devised this common guarantee of their lives and their rights, and since each of them is sole judge and sole champion of that which is exclusively its own and which the others must respect. 438. Earlier, I quoted M. Proudhon's conclusion, denied by Ancien, that because of the state of nature affecting sovereign states, and because of the lack of sanction for the rights of peoples, that the centralization of all powers on earth was inevitable. I refer the reader again to that quotation in Book 2, Chapter V. 439. But such an exaggeration of the principle of authority would amount to the most impracticable of utopias, and it is surprising that it was not enough to alert the honorable jurists that they were on the wrong track. The idea of a universal sovereignty, dreamt up in the Middle Ages and formulated in Charlemagne's Pact, is the negation of states' independence and autonomy, a negation of all human liberty, something that states and nations will be eternally agreed in repudiating. Furthermore, it would amount to the paralysis of humanity, absolutely the same as despotism within the state, or communism in the tribe, and would trap that state and that tribe in stagnation. Civilization only advances through the influence that political groups wield upon one another, in the fullness of their sovereignty and their independence. Set a higher power over them all, to judge and constrain them, and the great organization grinds to a halt. Life and thought are no more. No. It is just not possible that the rights of peoples is devoid of sanction, despite what its supposed inventors, the modern jurisconsults, might say. The rights of peoples derive their natural, legitimate, effective sanction from war, waged in accordance with the rules that are logically deduced from the right of force. It is not true that war, or the application of force as an instrument of justice between nations, should be lumped, as those same jurisconsults do, with the means of constraint employed in civil and criminal proceedings, and that, as a result, it needs a legitimation of its own, an exequatur 440 from a different sovereignty. Reducing it to those terms is tantamount to misconstruing the nature and purpose of warfare. It amounts to understanding nothing of the progress of the human spirit or the laws of civilization and history. War, as we have shown through the theory of the right of force and its enforcement, is a unique right demonstrated by a display of force. For that very reason, war is, out of all the courts, the one least liable to error and the one quickest to recover from its mistakes, and it is this which ensures that, just as the rights of peoples reigns over every sort of law, so war, that affirms and stands guarantor for it, is the most powerful sanction of all. From the publicists' error, regarding the nature of war and the sanction of the rights of peoples, flows all the nonsense which infests their writings and, thereafter, all the calamities and crimes that war brings in its wake. Every man of common sense willing to appreciate the thinking that guides armies and their operations will be persuaded of this. The following questions, lifted at random from the books of the learned men, complete our critique. 2 Declarations of war. According to Vattel, justice requires that there be a declaration of war before any hostilities begin. Pinheiro Ferreira asks, why so, if war is merely the use of force to stake a claim to what one is due, if, furthermore, the means of constraint have to be designed to destroy or paralyze the enemy's forces? It is enough that the aggrieved nation should have given notice of its claim. Once it has been refused, it is free to act. Letting the enemy know, by means of a declaration of war, that he should now be on his guard, is a nonsense. There is no answer to this observation of Pinheiro's, and Vattel himself, after raising the principle of a declaration of war, retreats from it in these terms. The rights of peoples impose no duty to declare war in order to afford the enemy time to prepare himself against a justified offensive. Therefore, it is permissible for that declaration to be made only once one has arrived at the border with an army and even after one has set foot on enemy territory. 441. What Vattel is legitimizing, under his fictional voluntary rights of peoples, is ambush. And what happens then? Once upon a time, people used to dispatch heralds to deliver such declarations well ahead of time. In Vattel's day, they confined themselves to putting up posters in the capital. Now the ambassadors are expelled the day before and sometimes on the day after hostilities begin. And there is nothing here that needs repeating, if war is as the modern jurisconsults define it. It is a different story if war is, as we have been arguing, a lawful assertion of the right of force, and if, in addition, and as we have just established, it is the sanction of the rights of peoples. In which case, it is self-evident that it should proceed exactly as if it had been ordered by a higher authority, which is to say, been declared in advance and for the very purpose of allowing the nation under attack to look to its defenses, without which victory for the aggressor would be an ill omen, being the result of a surprise attack rather than a demonstration of force. This is how the general feeling among nations wants it, and how they have, up until recently, practiced and abided by it. 3. To what lengths can resistance be taken? Vattel claims that resistance becomes punishable when it is manifestly pointless. He says, in which case it is pig-headedness and not valor. But under Vattel's system, which only accepts that war can be just on both sides if we also accept the fiction of the voluntary rights of peoples, and denies that force is vested with any judgment, this proposition is an inconsistency. It may be the case that the stronger party is an unjust aggressor. For example, how can we find fault with a man who, coming under attack from 4 brigands, defends himself to his final breath rather than hand over his daughter, or his wife, his fortune, or his children's daily bread? Even in the most favorable case, a war of conquest or simple ascendancy, how can we fault a people that chooses death over domination? I fully appreciate that the pretext that defense was pointless will provoke the vengeance of the winner. The siege provides a good illustration. In resisting the onslaught, the inhabitants run the risk of being put to the sword. But the enemy's vengeance does not make that resistance unjust, Vattel should have understood this, as he denies the right of force. Because I affirm the reality of the right of war and take that right as sanctioning the rights of peoples, whilst at the same time not forgetting that the purpose of a war may well be the extermination of a nationality, my conclusion can only be conditional. If war is, as I say, the sanction of the rights of peoples, we should all acknowledge its law, which is that of force, particularly since there is no shame in yielding to force. But if it entails annexation or political emancipation, then it strikes me that the two belligerent powers are the sole judges of the price that they respectively place on their aggrandizement or their liberty, and, consequently, on the extent of their resistance. Because in some instances defending oneself to the death can be an act of heroism, commanding the respect even of the victor, it seems to me that circumstances alone should determine which resolution to take, thus each side remains its own master too. 4. On interruptions to trade. According to Pinheiro Ferreira 442, the state of war is not sufficient grounds for the interruption of commercial relations between two countries. It was of course the continental system that prompted this highly philanthropic opinion from Pinheiro Ferreira, and we have to admit that, with such a principle, Napoleon I might have been humbled early in the proceedings. More to the point, it has to be acknowledged that commercial dealings, if they had had to be honored and sustained, would in most instances have rendered military operations unfeasible. Profoundly convinced of the absurdity of the right of force and of the immorality of warfare, Pinheiro Ferreira, unlike the others, won't haggle with prejudice. He made it his business to constrain war with all the conditions that might shorten it, hamper it, and make it impracticable and impossible. That is the overall tone of this philosopher's writings. Unfortunately, things do not lend themselves that readily to the whims of opinion, or just because it pleases us to define things as it suits our purposes, they abide by their indomitable natures nonetheless. Between two nations, war is a trial of strength. And what is trade? An exchange of resources. Let war be as brief as possible, I am all for that, but, at the point of combat, which is to say for the duration of the hostilities, all commercial dealings, meaning all exchanging of resources between the belligerent powers, must cease. Without that, war would become a game, it would be a fencing match rather than a judgment or sanction. 5. Whether the enemy power's subjects are enemies. Under the generally followed arrangement, this is an issue laden with contradictions and pretty much insoluble. Grotius and Vattel have determined that, by virtue of the fellowship that obtains between the nation and its government, the subjects of the two warring powers are enemies. As a result, Vattel says, children, women and the elderly are to be counted as enemies. They belong to the winner, not that this constitutes grounds for their being massacred, he says. Pinheiro Ferreira cries out against this teaching, and we have to admit that his opinion, though feebly grounded in principle, is the more attractive in practical terms. 443. Of course, it could be quite logically argued, as he does, that the state's cause cannot be untangled from that of private individuals. But what? If war is, as is claimed, only an arbitrary or inevitable substitution of force for justice, if victory per se proves absolutely nothing, if it is unacceptable that any right of war is positively the same on both sides, if that equality is simply a figment of the jurist's imagination, if, as a result, war most often comes down to an exercise in princely ambition, Machiavellianism, or imbecility, must all the innocents be held to account for all the follies of their princes? Would it not be a more humane practice, would it not be a huge stride in the direction of a definitive peace, to declare, by common accord, that in war peoples are not to be held complicit in the policy of their governments? I leave it up to the reader to pursue this controversy, which may give rise to magnificent oratorical flourishes but unlikely to arrive at any conclusion. Speaking for myself, I regard the actions of states as historically necessary and war as a judgment, so let me just say that, in warfare, it would be dangerous, ill-advised, and immoral to untangle governments from their subjects, that they share the same cause, and that, as a result, they share the same responsibility. But let me add, in the name of the same principles, and here I would go further than Pinheiro, that in reality this antagonism is only to be found between groups, which is to say, between two moral entities known as states, so that, even in an all-out war, the purpose of which is the wholesale annexation of one of the powers by the other, the subjects of those powers are not, any more than the soldiers themselves, to be deemed, individually, as enemies. During lulls in the bitterest of fighting of the Crimean War, the French and Russians mingled as friends, as hosts, swapping a pipeful of tobacco, a swallow of brandy. This furnishes the most beautiful commentary I could offer on my thinking and on how the right of force should find expression. 6. On alliances. On this score, everything that I have come across in the authors amounts to antechamber politics and is undeserving of the slightest mention. Let us leave such vulgarities behind. The laws of force alone govern the outward lives of states. Under these laws, every power is by nature hostile to every other and in a state of war with them. It loathes combination and subjection alike. Its internal organization drives it in the direction of invasion. The more prolific and frequent its dealings with its neighbors, the stronger the tendency in the direction of absolute independence and the more jealous it becomes of its autonomy. For as long as a state can hold on to its potential for action, domestic and foreign, it is respected. The moment this begins to fade, it is thrown into disarray. Sometimes one province, sometimes another, revolts against the central authority and splits off from the trunk. Other times, it is partitioned by neighboring states which annex it. From which it follows that alliances between states are by nature difficult, lacking in virtue, have the shortest lifespans and relate only to some special purpose. So, the alliance between Russia, Prussia, and Austria over the partitioning of Poland lasted only as long as the partitioning took. It served no other purpose, and the secret of its success was the very decrepitude of the Polish state. The renowned Holy Alliance, dreamt up by Tsar Alexander to prevent the return of the conquerors, and to which all of the powers of Europe signed up, only ever existed on paper. Once Napoleon I had been broken and pinned to his rock in St. Helena, each of the signatory states reverted to living its own life, which is to say, to spreading and conquering insofar as its force and its mores allowed. Likewise, the alliance between the very same Alexander and the Emperor Napoleon to divide Europe between them was only a dream. The august contracting parties soon spotted that it was easier to have 50 more or less balanced states living alongside one another than two huge empires, which, having divided the world between them, found themselves cheek by jowl. The alliance between two or several states, when it comes to pass, is therefore designed either to seek the dismemberment and partitioning of another state, and, consequently, the forming of a brand new state out of the resultant debris, or to boost their own power, either to resist invasion, or to the dominance of a state which, on the basis of its force, stakes a claim to supremacy over the rest. And so, the course of events prompts power A to annex power B, in whole or in part. This is what the Germanic Empire, currently Austria, did to Italy, which was at once imperial, pontifical and federal and, by that very fact, unviable. For a time, this Germanic conquest received a double endorsement from the majority of Italians and public right in Europe. But, with the passage of time and even under the impact of the treaties that had confirmed that annexation, opinion shifted, the annexed population changed its mind. More importantly, it was important to power C that power B recover its integrity and independence, and other powers, D, E, and F, etc., signatories to those treaties, stood idly by. As a result, there was an alliance between B and C against A. What is the meaning of that alliance? That the right to live, or, and this amounts to the same thing, the right of force, has swung back to B and has therefore deserted A, as the war was about to demonstrate. Political alliances are the theaters of defections and thanklessness. Small wonder. Promise takes second place to reason, which itself is merely the right of force. It may be that Austria, by distancing herself from Russia in the Crimean War, acted rashly, that rashness being the whole and all of her offense. But she was entitled to put a foot wrong, it would have been better for her to lose Hungary than become a vassal of the Tsar. On the other hand, it may be that Italy, on her guard against Austria, keeps faith with France, and we shall rejoice at the fact. But Italy is within her rights to repudiate our alliance, which is what she will do without fail on the day Austria recognizes her. Chapter X, Various Matters 7. Neutrals. 8. Mercenaries. 9. Hostages. 10. Armistices. 11. Captives. 12. Privateering. 13. Whether the expansion of a state becomes grounds for war for the rest. 14. Peace treaties. 7. Neutrals. One will find nothing but ramblings in the works of the writers on this issue, as on the last. The law governing the revolutions of states goes right over their heads as they get lost in lazy detail and quibbles. That law is simply the manifestation, expansion, amalgamation, or balance struck between collective forces. Vattel and Pinheiro, for instance, make it their business to identify the neutrals, what their rights are, which acts breach neutrality, what a treaty of neutrality might be, and so on. Martins has nothing better to offer. Except that, having read all this blather, one is somewhat less taken aback by this policy of non-intervention, which boils down to unrelenting intervention, and in which England's statesmen glory. The scholars have nothing to teach us, there is no rule in the conscience of nations and no faith in governments. As I see it, given that the stirrings of civilization are merely the evolution of political powers, and war the expression of the conflict between them, given, furthermore, that all those powers, though sovereign and independent, are nevertheless more or less related, let me open by positing as a principle that, when war breaks out between two nations, every other nation is more or less affected by it, and that, as a result, there are not and could not be any genuine neutrals. But given, on the one hand, that war is legitimate in its nature, since it boils down to finding out whether such and such a state is to come into existence or be thrust back into nothingness, whether some other state is to experience growth or shrinkage, whether this one is to be absorbed by that one, and given that, on the other hand, war must be, insofar as it can, circumscribed and confined to its purpose, the convention is that all states that declare themselves alien to or indifferent to the change can be counted as neutrals. Thus, when Holland and Belgium went their separate ways, the powers that signed up to the 1815 treaties of Vienna agreed, at the request of France and England, to stay neutral. They were of the view, wrongly maybe, that the breakup of the Kingdom of the Low Countries, founded by the Congress, was incapable of upsetting the overall balance, the particular concern of the treaties, as long as there was a proviso that Belgium, the newborn state, could not, under any circumstances, rejoin France or Austria, to which she had previously belonged. That caveat by the great powers is the foundation stone of Belgian neutrality. There was the same sort of abstention during the recent war in Italy. Whether the diplomats know it or not does not much matter, the principle behind that abstention, which was in any case imposed by the force of events, was that by setting herself up as a unitary state, Italy, far from upsetting the balance, underpinned it, since she would be forging a new great power between the Austrian Empire and the French Empire. The issue of neutrality or non-intervention raises another, the issue of knowing whether it is permissible for a neutral power to supply weapons and munitions to one of the belligerent powers. The jurists' response here has been unbelievable. They say that continuation of trade is no breach of neutrality, but that it would be a different story if, rather than goods, the supposedly neutral power was sending arms and war materials. I say that the very opposite of that should be the case. If war is, as the jurists think, but one means of restraining a defaulting debtor, it is clear that neutrals should refrain from furnishing him with weapons. Should there be any doubts as to whether right is on the side of the aggressor or the defender, they should still stay out of it, otherwise they would be prejudicing the situation, setting themselves up as judges over the proceedings and stepping outside of their roles. At most, it is permissible for them to keep up the relations that cannot have any effect on the outcome of the war. But if war is, as I maintain, a contest of strength, the purpose of which is to determine the creation, annexation, or the striking of a balance between two states, if it is the sanction of the rights of peoples, it is self-evident that, just as such a contest requires a prior declaration, it presupposes the right to arm oneself and therefore implies, where neutrals are concerned, the right to supply war munitions and arms to whichever side is short of them. The only thing from which they should desist would be making deliveries for free or which were so long-term that they might be regarded as free. Wealth is a component of force. As a result, war being a trial of strength, each belligerent power should rely upon its own resources and not on the resources of an outsider. Any supply of forces implies an alliance and the breakdown of neutrality. It is war. 8. Mercenaries. Pinheiro Ferreira considers the use of mercenaries as contrary to the rights of peoples. This jurist argues that the mercenary soldier is supposed to have told the government that pays him, as long as you pay me money, I will obey you, regardless of the justice or otherwise of the use to which you put my cooperation. From this moment on, you have it without restriction. 444. As a result, Pinheiro would have mercenaries held liable to the penalty exacted upon pirates. War is a trial of strength. Of itself, it does not imply injustice on the part of any of the conflicting powers. Pinheiro Ferreira's view would not be questionable if the mercenary was placing himself in the service of a pirate, or if, in a legitimate war, citizens of arms-bearing age could be regarded as the state's only resource. But wealth is also a component of force and, just as an entrepreneur is allowed to hire workers and salaried servants, I see no reason why a band of entrepreneurs, merchants, farmers, at war with a different band, would be prohibited from hiring soldiers as well. It is their capital, converted into an army, into shipping, into cannons, that does the fighting. The verdict of war is not going to be wrong. The equivalence drawn between the mercenary soldier and the contract worker strikes me as that much more plausible in that, among those who look askance at him are those who object to conscription. The profession of arms, they say, requires a particular calling, like any trade. If it is a trade, why would it not be acceptable to ply that trade? So, unless we want to make it a crime for the worker to defend his employer, I cannot see that mercenary soldiers are open to reproach. 9. Captives. Vattel says, if need be, say, when one is dealing with a ferocious, perfidious, redoubtable nation, where one cannot take prisoners, when etc., then the putting of prisoners of war to death is allowed. But, this casuist goes on to say, we have to be sure that our salvation requires such a sacrifice. 445. This is what happened after the Battle of Agincourt and during the Egyptian expedition, under the command of General Bonaparte. And can prisoners of war be enslaved? Vattel's answer to that is, yes, but only because one is entitled to put them to death. Another commentator chips in, yes, but only by way of war reparations. 446. Plainly, Vattel and those who came after him are talking randomly about things they know nothing about. Here, the jurists have run out of arguments. They have absolutely no use for the voluntary rights of peoples. If it were at least possible to contend, first, that war is always a crackdown on a crime, and, secondly, that the loser is always and of necessity truly blameworthy, as the ordeal or judgment of God suggested, that would be straightforward. The prisoner would be sentenced to death on the basis of his having lost, and if the winner, under the lash of necessity, was not able to mark him down for servitude or exchange, the unfortunate would be in no position to complain. But such a hypothesis is far too nonsensical. The theory of the very same jurists who deny the validity of trials of force oppose it. What principle shall we invoke, then, as governing the fate of captives? To cite the voluntary rights of peoples is to damn the voluntary rights of peoples. What sort of right is there that leads to the massacre of brave men, free of all criminality and who, in fighting, were acting upon a sacred duty? It is wondrous, and I would bring it to the reader's attention with all the vigor I can muster, that the much scorned right of force is more reasonable than all the learning of the jurisconsults and more humane than all their philanthropy. War is a trial of strength. Whoever is wounded in combat or outnumbered, surrenders his weapons and is out of the reckoning as far as the war is concerned, is not, strictly speaking, a prisoner but, for as long as the war lasts, he is stricken from the list of his fellow citizens. Stripped of his military rights. 447. He is barred from service for the remainder of the war, and it is in order to ensure that he will abide by that obligation that the winner places him under guard. The soldier who surrenders on the battlefield is implicitly promising to take no further part in the fighting. If it can be established that his submissiveness is only a fainting movement, he would be killed as a traitor and assassin, and justly so. But once the war is over, and the dispute settled, prisoners on both sides are returned, each rejoins his loved ones, that is right, the whole and all of right and nothing but right. There is nothing more. In the two recent wars in Crimea and Italy, the belligerent powers, France, Russia, Austria, vied with one another in terms of the gentleness with which they treated their prisoners, this being one of the features that best indicates how far the conscience of nations is superior to the scholarly theories, and the sort of improvements that might yet be possible in warfare, if the will was there. But butchered captives, captives sentenced to convict labor, packed into hulks, shipped off to faraway wastelands 2,000 leagues from their homeland, that is something for which there is no excuse, and it breaches every law and all right, and brings equal shame upon the generals and statesmen who order it, and upon the jurists whose nonsensical advice authorizes it. 10 hostages. Once upon a time it was common practice to take and to give hostages by way of guaranteeing international agreements and adherence to the laws of war. I cannot fathom why this practice has been abandoned. They say that it was inhumane to hold innocents accountable for the bad faith of their fellow citizens, so that, as the counsel of humanity prevailed, the guarantee became null and void. But this is to misconstrue both the obligation imposed on the hostage and the meaning of the laws of war. Regardless of whether it is pursued to the bitter end or confined to a specific purpose, war directly affects the sovereignty of the state, which is to say that which the citizen holds most dear, his liberty and his nationality. So, whenever there is a peace treaty, truce, or armistice between two belligerent powers, that is guaranteed by hostages, it means that the powers have given a commitment, in the event of a breach on the part of their fellow citizens, to bring all of their influence to bear to get them back, if need be, and in the event of a refusal on their part to submit to the enemy and serve his cause, to face prosecution themselves as accomplices in the treachery. Which, let me say again, is still merely justice. It is for the hostages to ponder their position, and for the power receiving the hostages to accept as guarantors only men of influence, capable of answering for their actions. The sanctioning character of war is startlingly obvious here, more than in any other connection. 11 Armistices and truces. Armistices are limited or unlimited. In the former instance, hostilities resume with full right once the armistice expires. In the latter, it would be appropriate to give a few days' notice. Sometimes negotiations are opened during the armistice, therefore, even though there might be a fixed expiry date, notice can still be given, meaning that the negotiations have broken down. That is the rule, and there is no need to reiterate it. It is as correct as if the jurisprudence of force itself had framed it. Our criticism will not be pointed in that direction. But the authors wonder whether it is honorable warfare to propose an armistice, under the pretext of negotiation, when the sole intention is to use that armistice to build up one's forces and then carry on with the war, and, as they cannot see beyond their own spectacles, people who see no problem with the use of trickery in warfare deliver a negative opinion here. Following the battles of Lutzen and Bautzen, Napoleon agreed to a 40-day armistice, seemingly for peace talks with the Allied powers, but, in actual fact, as his historian Monsieur Pierre states, with the intention of overhauling his armies and embarking upon a fresh campaign with better odds. When it comes to the historians, Some hold the Allies blameworthy for having let themselves be fooled like that and for having afforded the half-beaten conqueror a precious respite. Monsieur Thiers on the other hand, in his Histoire du Consulat et de l'Empire, 448, castigates Napoleon for having miscalculated, given that, even as Napoleon was adding a further 100,000 men to his armies, the Allies were doubling their own. 449. In all these criticisms, from narrators and diplomats, there is a contempt for good faith and an admiration for trickery and a love of brute force that pains me. What the undisclosed reasoning of the Emperor and his coalition was I do not know. What I can be sure of is that they both behaved in accordance with the principles of the strictest justice. As I will always argue, warfare is a trial of strength. Napoleon was fighting to hold on to French supremacy in Europe, a supremacy momentarily achieved through the overflow of the revolutionary idea. The coalition powers were fighting for their independence and their autonomy. The issue was this: was 19th-century civilization to carry on under France's protection or through the parallel development of balanced states? Force of arms alone could settle such an issue. Both sides therefore had to muster all their resources, without which any victory might still have been open to question. Now, the armistice of June 3, 1813 served that purpose. My conclusion, therefore, is that, since war presupposes a declaration and a deferment, similarly, if it turned out that after hostilities had been opened, one side or the other was in need of an armistice, it had an entitlement to one. The entire issue was its duration. 12. Privateering. The powers that signed up to the Peace of Paris in 1856 laid down the following four principles. 1. Privateering is abolished. 2. Neutral flags cover enemy goods. 3. With the exception of war contraband, neutral goods are not subject to seizure, even when displaying an enemy flag. 4. Blockades are only binding to the extent that they are effective. Those four articles are beyond reproach. They are indicative of a lofty feeling for the right of war and international law within the powers that adopted them, and the diplomats who introduced them into the public morality of peoples deserve every praise. The only thing about which I have any regrets, is that the Congress failed to see the principle from which its declarations emanated, and that, as a result, it failed to follow that principle through to the end. In fact, the truth in these articles does not come, as several have thought, from the fact that they are derived from notions endorsed by the jurisconsults, but from the fact that they are the application of the right of force to international disputes. The recourse to privateering, in wartime, derives from the sorely misunderstood and much misused principle that, in political contests, subjects are supportive of their governments and share in their fortunes. The conclusion from this has been that, whereas governments make war on one another, private persons are entitled to arm themselves against one another and, given that all plunder seized from the enemy is well taken, are entitled to indulge in piracy. In his Traité de droits et de devoirs des nations neutres, Monsieur Hautefeuille has deployed all his eloquence to justify this practice. It is tiresome, when rebutting one's adversaries, to find oneself having to rebut the same claim over and over again, but it is a lot more tiresome to see serious minds debating the same nonsense. Politically constituted states are organisms, living forces whose rule is that they expand and grow indefinitely, absorbing or subsuming everything that falls within their sphere of activity. The moment that two powers run up against each other, antagonism breaks out between them, by reason of the force that they have built up. Sometimes there is conflict, at other times, such being the state of warfare in our age, they act simply as counterweights to each another and a balance is struck between them. From which it follows that war, or the struggle between political groups, has sovereignty as its principle and purpose, that it is by nature just on both sides and that its verdicts, made necessary by the general trend of things, are just and legitimate. Go through the list of the wars that humanity has been through over the past 3,000 years and you will not find one in 20 that is an exception to this rule. Looking no further back than the 16th century, could we name a single exception? The wars of religion, triggered by the Reformation, the war between Christian Europe and the Turks, the war for ascendancy within the Holy Roman Empire, which by then was merely honorific, the war in the Low Countries, for the independence of Holland and the formation of French unity, the War of Succession in Poland, the 7 Years' War for the formation of a northern state, Prussia acting as a counterweight to Austria, the War of American Independence, the Revolutionary Wars, the Wars of the Empire, the War in Spain, the War in Greece, the War in Belgium, the War in Crimea, the War in Italy, all of them were centered on an issue of sovereignty, be it the sovereignty of a principle or sovereignty of a state, each was, therefore, fighting for its very survival. Given these conditions, is it reasonable to invoke, in defense of privateering, the mutual pillaging of private persons, the principle of the fellowship of nations and governments? Not at all. War takes place between states over sovereignty and not over despoilment, consequently, it implies that the subjects of the defeated state should mirror the condition of that state, meaning that their political lives may alter but that they will retain their properties. The jurists do not see things that way. There is no point ignoring the facts or refusing to acknowledge them. In their view, war is always waged, on one side or the other, on behalf of an unjust cause. In its actions, justice is one-sided. Unfortunately, its decisions prove nothing by themselves and only have value in the light of the voluntary rights of peoples. So, what does this celebrated voluntary rights of peoples say? That all means of constraint, notably piracy, can be deployed against the ill-intentioned aggressor or defender, but, given that in a war both sides are to be assumed to be equally righteous, and that each of them is within its rights to do whatever the other one does, the right of piracy on the part of the side that has a just cause holds true for them both. It would seem, would it not, that where there is any uncertainty about its righteousness, piracy ought to be banned. Not at all, the authors assure us, the entitlement to one of the two requires a tolerance that works in the favor of the other. Monsieur Hautefeuille says, if the rights of one nation are ignored by another, if its independence is in jeopardy, its honor attacked and it cannot secure just satisfaction by amiable means, it is duty-bound to have recourse to arms and to make war on the unjust aggressor. For a nation could not let a trespass against its rights, its independence, its honor go unpunished, without thereby acknowledging the trespasser's superiority, without ceasing to be his equal and thus, without discarding the essential qualities of nationhood. So says the partisan author. Relying on these considerations, and after concluding his tirade, Monsieur Hautefeuille pronounces piracy legitimate. I will not follow him in his oratorical flourish. Like Phocion, it is enough for me to have kicked his feet out from under him. And now to our own conclusions, relying upon those 4 articles. If privateering is done away with, if the authority once accorded to private individuals to arm themselves for war and hunt down the enemy's trading vessels has now been rescinded, we have to follow the principle of justice through to its end and declare all property at sea and on land sacrosanct. The warships of the belligerent powers are no more entitled than ships armed by private persons to seize one another's trading vessels. This is the observation tabled by the United States' ambassador in the Congress. That proposal was not carried. The Congress of Paris saw fit merely to restrict government's right to pursue hostilities, and it refused to deprive them of the potential benefits of seizure, in which it showed itself inconsistent and illogical, and the United States declined to append its signature. 13. Whether the growth of one state becomes grounds for war for the rest. In the heyday of the rights of peoples this issue was notorious. Grotius was the first to raise it, and most politicians have answered in the affirmative. Vattel dithers, mulling it over and then, like an idiot not knowing what to say, aligns himself with the majority opinion. Pinheiro Ferreira rejects this doctrine but on insufficient grounds. Nobody makes the simple argument, suggested by history, that the state is an organized entity, a living force whose law is to grow constantly, unless stopped by an equal or superior force. There would be no point entering here into the details of that growth, whether they are honest or illicit, or to speak of ambition, etc. Such commonplaces are all empty chatter. Every state has this tendency towards growth. As it grows, it poses a threat to the sovereignty of its neighbors. That is the principle. Every state that feels under threat therefore has the right either to seek some compensation for itself or to resist that growth. If it can, it is a matter of foresight and timeliness, but, above all, a matter of force. In fact, it was the extraordinary strides made by one power that led to the establishment of the policy of balancing between nations. Thus, the preeminence of the House of Austria under Charles V, led to the Peace of Westphalia, the supremacy of the House of Bourbon under Louis XIV to the League of Augsburg, and to the Peace of Utrecht, the supremacy of the French Empire under Napoleon I, to the Peace of Vienna in 1814 and 1815. The very same factor was behind the countless amalgamations and annexations that have taken place in Europe over a number of centuries now. Thus, the states of the German Confederation have been whittled down, a step at a time, from more than 300 to 38 and show every sign of being whittled down further. Thus, we see Italy striding towards unity. Belgium and Holland, divided at one point, are drawing together into a fraternal alliance. Meanwhile, other states are forming on the Danube, in the Balkans, amid the debris of the Ottoman Empire, whose evolution seems finished. On every side, force, balancing itself out, looms as the organ and sanction of right. In respect of peace, as well as of war, the authors on this subject are as removed from truth as they are from experience, and their thinking is as befuddled as any ever seen. How could their thinking be right? According to them, there is no such thing as the right of force. It is a contradiction in terms. War can be just on one side only. It is the necessary outcome of some slight suffered. Victory by itself is proof of nothing. The state of war is a state of subversion, as a result, and this is Vattel's conclusion. Peace is the reversion of conflicting powers to their normal status. There are as many errors in such talk as there are words. States are organized forces whose law commands them to develop at the expense of their surroundings, indefinitely. Once two states come into contact, they therefore are naturally inclined towards the annexation of the one by the other. Hence, it is their natural state to strike a balance between themselves or to fight until the stronger gets the better of the weaker. That balance cannot last forever. The internal activity of states is constantly modifying their power and makes their development very unequal. What then is peace? A suspension of armed conflict caused either by weariness in these powers or by the equivalence of their force and settled by a treaty. That is all. There is no other substance to this word peace, and just as the saying goes that the real guarantee of peace is to be ready for war at any moment, so expertise in peace resides entirely in the study of war. What are peace treaties worth now? What do they mean? What is their reach? Starting as ever from the principle that war has its origin in some insult and that victory is proof of nothing, Vattel states that the peace treaty cannot but be a compromise. That is a radical mistake. The peace treaty prompted by victory, which is to say, by the verdict of force delivered in a trial of strength, is a real solution, a redefinition of a state. And in the interests of peace and for the honor of the victors, would that this were so. Without that, peace, already so precarious, would only be a compact imposed by violence and would soon be torn asunder by treachery. Some jurisprudence that would be, relentlessly teaching the nations that any advantage secured by force is an iniquity and that their peace treaties are mere frauds or perjuries. I shall halt my critical comments at this point. They should be enough to show that whereas, among the military, their knowledge of the right of war is mistaken, they at least retain some vague awareness of it, whereas among the jurists everything, idea and belief alike, has perished. Conclusion. Let us sum up this book and try to set out its substance clearly. There is a real, positive, incontestable right of force. That right is the one most anciently acknowledged in history and the one most keenly felt by the masses. If it were permissible to believe in an ongoing decline in the species, this right of force would be the last one to perish and the one that would make up the lowest tier of our morality. War is the assertion and demonstration of that right. In that respect, it turns into the sanction of the rights of peoples. Whether favoring conquest or protecting independence, whether making states subordinate to one another or striking a balance between them, war is progressive and conservative and, rather than destroying powers, it disciplines them and readies them for an unknown future. Through the forms in which it wraps itself and the more or less plainly understood rules that it imposes, warfare thus asserts its right, which is at the same time its verdict. By means of its overall outcomes and despite all of the concomitant breaches and anomalies, it is the consecration of right. Anyone who studies the history of the formation, growth, and dissolution of states with the slightest attention, will soon spot that, as a rule, and judging events only in the round, what has happened had to happen and, all in all, given society and its constituent and developmental laws, war has delivered justice. Hence the warrior's zeal, the poetic epics of war, the religiosity of arms, the belief in heroism and that prodigious expression that banishes conscience and silences every scruple, the right of war. Hence, again, the lofty jurisdiction of armies acknowledged by every people and to which every will defers as if to an oracle, hence the respect for treaties that are the consecration, for one side of its defeat and, on the other, of its victory, as if defeat and victory were a contract and as if armies, by slaughtering each other, were merely rendering and enforcing verdicts. This is what the theory says, what the human race believes and impartial history, in its overall outcomes, bears witness to in turn. This magnificent theory evaporates in practice. Either because civilization, that seemed to us so old, has made such little headway, or because savagery still lurks in our being, or because of some other reason, war, observed in its operations, now strikes us as simply the extermination of people and things, by every means of violence and trickery, a perfected, organized, large-scale manhunt, a variation on cannibalism and human sacrifice. War could be defined as a state in which men, reduced to their bestial natures, recover their right to do to one another all the harm that peace is designed to forbid them to do. Furthermore, the warrior, demoralized by the jurist's nonsensical teachings, is himself no longer a believer in justice in war, which he denies, jura negat sibi nada, nihil non arrogat armis 455, and in denying it, he unwittingly denies his own heroism. One might say that he upbraids himself for the indignity of his calling, believing it to be vicious and craven. He holds his warrior code in contempt, even as he invokes it, such is the manner in which he has been schooled, that he regards it as a tissue of hypocrisies, inconsistencies, and contradictions. His strategy and tactics, the purpose of which ought to be to ensure, through the decency and sincerity of combat, the integrity of the judgment of force, is reduced to a means of utter destruction, a collection of homicidal recipes that sometimes remind one of hunting with hounds, sometimes of hunting from a hide or a den, forever reliant upon surprise, force majeure, deceiving the enemy, and sometimes upon his stupidity. So that, whilst warfare can be regarded in the overall historical context as a divine dispensation of justice, like some wise and valiant palace, its verdicts come at the price of so much evil that we begin to have second thoughts, not just about the right of war, but about any sort of right, and to think of justice as an unnatural ideal and war as a gorgon. Things are much worse if we move on from the military and the practitioners of war to those who are charged with teaching us philosophy and laws. The latter have no doubt that war is a horrible scourge, sustained by the villainy of princes and the barbarism of nations. It is an unnatural state in which everything that happens is justice turned on its head, and its actions have no more value than they can draw from the necessity of fates accomplis, from the resignation of peoples and the reciprocal amnesties of governments. For as long as this antagonism endures, they say, there will be no virtue and no rest as far as humanity is concerned, and right is going to be an empty word. Because civil right relies on political right, and this, in turn, relies on the rights of peoples which, in the end, having no sanction other than war, is effectively non-existent. So say the lawmen, and we should not forget that if true this assertion leaves us with no hope. So, having acknowledged, defined and analyzed the moral element that permeates and pervades war, having woven a theory around that element and having teased out its laws, we have just acknowledged within that same war that there is an opposing, brutish element. Within war, there is more than just religion, right, poetry, heroism, and enthusiasm, there is at least an equal measure of anger, hatred, perfidiousness, an insatiable craving for plunder and the most blatant shamelessness. War shows us its two faces, the face of an archangel and the face of a demon. Therein lies the secret of the horror it inspires, and that horror, it has to be admitted, is as legitimate as the admiration that its heroism had initially inspired in us. Whereupon a question arises, where does war get that duality from? Put more simply and in order to stick to purely practical considerations, what is it that brings about this strange dissonance between the idea of war and its application? How has this anomaly managed to survive, worsen even, over 40 centuries of civilization? Might war be growing worse because of humanity's progress? Might it be radically beyond reform? Is it a freak phenomenon, whose law is that it cannot be realized in accordance with its idea? What am I saying? An idea that is growing darker, as a reading of our authors suggests? Is war a creation, like us doomed from the outset, and consequently, always a travesty that nobody could improve upon? Then what could be behind this peerless anomaly? What might its meaning be? Ever since humanity came into existence, everything, religion, politics, philosophy, laws, mores, the sciences, the arts, industry, everything, except war, has improved. Only war, that primordial and supreme manifestation of justice, the sanction of all right, has progressively deteriorated, in terms of the darkening of its idea, the forward leaps in its powers of destruction, the hypocrisy in its pretexts and the pettiness of its outcomes. Among the moderns, it stands out only by a certain affectation of philanthropy and politeness, that makes it the more immoral and the more nonsensical. What power, therefore, what curse is stopping warfare from becoming in practice what theory would have it be and what justice requires it to be? This is the question that we must now resolve, and that cries out for further investigation on our part. Book 4, On the Primary Cause of Warfare. Give us this day our daily bread. Lord's Prayer. Summary. War presents itself to humanity as the heroic, divine deliverer of justice. The phenomenology of conscience, which, all in all, is nothing more than the phenomenology of war itself, testifies to that. That was the subject matter of Book 1. Indeed, examined through the testimony of the human race, which scholarly jurisprudence opposes in vain, and through analysis of its features, war looms before us as the first sovereign manifestation of right. It is the vindication and demonstration by force of arms of the right of force, itself the principle behind the rights of peoples, political rights, and every other sort of right. That much we established in Book 2. Coming then to a more scrupulous examination of warfare and its operations, we found that the form and the principle were mismatched. Setting out their divergence was the purpose of our Book 3. Now it falls to us to inquire into the cause of this dissonance, which makes warfare as odious as it had once seemed sublime. This will be the subject matter of Book 4. Moving on to a re-examination of the reasons that motivate war and the influences that shape it, and following back the chain of causation and trying to reduce it all to a single expression, what do we find? That, to borrow Grotius's dictum, war boils down to the defense or vindication of oneself or of one's own, which is to say, that if, in its executions, it takes care at all times to wrap itself in lofty considerations borrowed from politics and the rights of peoples, at bottom, and even though those considerations lose none of their value, it is initially triggered by a lack of resources, which is to say by a rupture in the economic equilibrium. Thus, quite apart from the important reasons of state it cites, war ought to have as its purpose the securing of compensation, by means of the dispossession of the loser, for the deficit that afflicts the winner. It follows from this that war has two drivers. It is the effect of two sorts of causes, a primary cause, the same down through the ages, and common to all states, all races, a shameful but unrelenting cause that wears disguises and hides itself away, and secondary causes, the only honorable and acknowledged ones, these being the ones we have spoken about and which can be deduced from political needs. The organic laws of sustenance, labor, and poverty, the moral law of temperance, the economic law of distribution of services and goods. The nature and universality of pauperism, engendered by trespass against those laws and constituting the number one cause of discord. The evolution of war outlined in accordance with this new outlook. Hero and pirate originally synonymous, the poetry of brigandry. Examples taken from the Bible. In politics and war, the Greek mind never climbed past notions of plunder and tribute, the ignominies of the Peloponnesian War. Progress in war, looting elevated to the status of conquest. Greece was supplanted by the Macedonians, the latter by the Romans. The spread of the spirit of conquest in modern times, though weakening, how the ideas of plunder and tribute remain inseparable from it. The potential consequences of all-out war in our own day between two civilized nations, according to established right, the universal threat. Conquest, war's only purpose, divorced from any notion of pillage and tribute, turns into a contradiction and war becomes pointless. A revolutionary situation. Chapter I, on the need to probe beyond political considerations when determining the precise causes of warfare. The dissonance that we pointed out in the previous book between the operations of warfare and the theory of a verdict of arms, suggests that we are still blind to its causes and that the secret of this phenomenon still partly eludes our inquiries. According to philosophical analysis and universal conscience, war is one thing, in the details of its operations, it is quite another. Here, brutal in its horror, there, a sublime notion, a godly ideal. This contradiction between the act and the ideal of war is, moreover, not at all coincidental, it is not an exception that affects only specific instances. It is general and consistent, and we have seen it worsen down through the ages, it has all the hallmarks of an incurable, chronic vice. Where does that come from? This is the puzzle we have to solve. At first glance, we will find nothing on the road we have traveled to explain away the savagery, perfidy, and plunder that war has always displayed in contradiction to its idea. On the contrary, it looks as if everything about its principles, its motives, its conditions, and its purpose is such as to elevate the soul and introduce it to heroism rather than provide an outlet for brutish passions, cruelty, lust and brigandry. So, we have registered the existence of a right and, consequently the need for a jurisdiction of force. What is there in this ideal of war that is so offensive or ignoble, that riding roughshod over human dignity, raises its hackles, incites it to seek revenge and to criminality? Absolutely nothing. The most sensitive self-regard could not find any excuse for irritation there. The most humiliating of dominions is assuredly the rule of blind force over mind and liberty. But this is not the case with war. War presupposes the existence of a right of force, cousin to the right of intelligence, the right of labor and any other sort of right, its main, solemn exercise being in state-to-state relations. An expression of the right of force, the purpose of war is therefore to determine, by means of a contest between rival forces, which of the two contending powers has the better claim to, what? The specter of intelligence. No, industrial superiority. No, ascendancy in the arts. No, political ascendancy, meaning the directing of force. Here right and force become identical terms. Where is the insult, shame, and humiliation in that? The combatants are driven by just one enthusiasm, patriotism. Persuaded of the legality and lofty morality of combat, they wrap it up in all manner of legal and solemn formulas. By what aberration does this pious and holy combat degenerate into plunder, devastation, and murder? Should we be looking to war's motives for the reason behind its fall into depravity? We are conversant with those motives and cannot find anything therein to account for dishonesty in combat and tactlessness in victory. War comes in two varieties. On the one hand, international warfare. This is when the issue is the amalgamation of two races, The annexation of one state into another, the setting of boundaries between them, their subordination or, equally, the liberation of a subjugated nation, asserting its sovereignty by force of arms. And, on the other, civil or social war, when there is some great religious, governmental or feudal interest at stake and where defeat entails revolution for country and state alike. In each of these instances, and there are no more, war, far from motivating or triggering the excesses for which it is so rightly taken to task, the idea of war strictly prohibits them. In fact, such excesses, far from being licensed by the right of warfare, are formally condemned by it. Far from serving a righteous cause, it disgraces it. Far from repressing or intimidating the enemy, they incite him and drive him into reprisals. Far from hastening a solution, they delay it by means of a counterfeit victory. But then, what is the connection between the grave issues of public or international law, which must be settled through a trial of strength, and this system of surprise attacks, ambushes, requisitioning, plunder, rape, devastation and massacre, these murderous tactics, these rifled cannons, these explosive bullets, these desperate crackdowns, these incendiary columns, these infernal machines? It is as if a private individual, suing his neighbor over a debt or some boundary dispute, rather than replying to a summons, were to poison his opponent's livestock, beat his children and his servants, and set fire to his crops. Let the plaintiff but take his revenge after losing his case and, blameworthy though such behavior may be, it is nevertheless understandable, but for him to enter his plea brandishing a firebrand in one hand and a blunderbuss in the other, would be an unprecedented, nonsensical sight. Such is war, however, despite the shows of justice in which it drapes itself and despite the discipline on which warmongers so pride themselves. The strangest thing is that one could dismiss all this evil as a surrender to the passions, training for combat, soldierly indiscipline, the criminality of a few perverse individuals, which peace, that friend of order, forces to stay hidden, and that license in the field draws out and encourages. We would do better to accuse the army commanders and heads of state instead. All of them, in a sort of an unspoken agreement, and with frightening honesty of intention use the most fearsome weapons of destruction against one another. For the front-line soldier, marauding is explicable in terms of hunger, rape in terms of prolonged sexual abstinence and, above all, of that overexcitement of the vital faculties that war induces. Massacre derives its principle from the heat of the action and the thirst for vengeance. But what are such excesses alongside the deliberate, systematic destruction of which the soldier is merely the blind and irresponsible agent? The excuse of the passions no longer works when we are talking about the generals and the members of the government, and there are good grounds for asking how superior minds that are forever talking about the right and the rules of war and who, though they do not make them, comment upon them and enforce them, men in the grip of no passion, not even the urge to fight, that, without any need, not even hunger, can cold-bloodedly issue the orders for slaughter, organize a war that is a mockery of its own basic principles, without its doing any service at all either to their own glory or to their cause. Whether the reader has been struck as much as I have by this pile of anomalies, I cannot say. The fact remains that there is a mystery there that cries out for explanation. The fact is that nothing, either in the notion of war, or in its principle, or in its conditions, or in its motives, or in its purpose, justifies this host of abusive and illegal acts that make up the customary practice of war. The certainty is that 9/10 of these calamities cannot in any case be ascribed to the soldiers being quick to anger. Intentions cannot be put in the dock here. The error runs a lot deeper than human maliciousness. In philosophy, the rule is that when you cannot explain something by its immediate determinant, the chain of causation should be traced back and that one should not stop until one has come to a principle that offers an explanation of everything. Let us follow suit. The motives behind war, insofar as they are known to us, are entirely honorable on all sides. The rules, as deduced from them, and governing military operations are, for their part, wholly chivalrous. Finally, the passions that at any moment might ignite the clash of arms can only give rise to individual, exceptional, fleeting excesses, out of all proportion with those protracted, incalculable calamities engendered by war. Therefore, it should be plain that there is some secret and still undetected influence holding sway over actions and warping them. Where does that influence come from? In other words, what is the prime cause of war? Grotius, of all the writers on this topic, is the one who seems to us to have been most alive to the importance of this topic of research. He traces all the causes of war to a single cause, which he regards as primordial and therefore capable of explaining away all phenomena, defense of oneself and of one's own. 457. Those few words are a revelation. If, as Grotius argues, war, political motive and reason of state, which we have identified, can be boiled down to a cause that is both more all-encompassing and more commonplace, to the protection of individuals and their properties, if such breaches as are committed in war against individuals and properties, in spite of the right of war itself, in spite of the right of force and of the rights of peoples, such breaches are explicable, they represent a response to a provocation proportionate with that provocation. Any protective measure against an enemy who begrudges us our lives, or against the thief who covets your property, is, by its very nature, permissible and therefore pardonable. It remains to demonstrate the truth of Grotius's view, that there is a connection between war, a necessity in the formation and evolution of states, and the defense of oneself and of one's own. Alas! Here, Grotius abides by the most profound silence. Having raised war's prime cause as a hypothesis, and digging no deeper, Grotius moves on to security measures. Persuaded that, in order to stem the scourge and limit its ravages, it is important above all else to determine the rights and duties of every citizen, city, and state, precisely and in every circumstance, the wise jurisconsult launches into lengthy inquiries into personal and actual rights, into property, marriage, inheritance, punishments, demarcation of territories, trade, etc. As there are legal matters in dispute everywhere, he has no difficulty concluding on that basis that there is a danger of war everywhere too, that war is no more likely to be abolished than trials, and besides, that just as there are rules of right and formal court procedures for dealing with quarrels between private individuals, so it is possible to identify the mutual obligations of states, and, up to a point, the formalities to be observed in the settlement of such disputes. This is Grotius's plan and the foundation of his entire doctrine. Now, given everything that we ourselves have argued in the first 3 books of this work, it is not hard to see how much this plan leaves to be desired. Not only does Grotius, as we have just been saying, fail to bridge the gap between the civil law of persons and properties, and the political law relating to dealings between nations, but he fails to show us how an implacable, impassioned defense of oneself and of one's own gets caught up in a war between one state and another, a war necessary in terms of its immediate cause, legitimate in its purpose, chivalrous in its forms and unimpeachable in its sanction. Not only, as I say, does Grotius fail to demonstrate the connection and the link between all of these things, but he confuses and identifies the different kinds of rights, civil right, political right, the rights of peoples, and he knows nothing of the right of force, for better or for worse, and ends up countenancing as essential to war, and part of its right, all the horrors that he set himself the task of averting. An idea occurred to Grotius, he noted it in passing, but he was not able to trace it to its source and plot its sequence. In short, he spotted the fact, but he has not supplied its philosophy. Let the judicious reader, if he will, take a minute to reflect on this. Either I am grievously mistaken, or he will acknowledge that at first glance, it was scarcely feasible for anyone setting out to track down the principles behind the rights of peoples to have done better than Grotius has. Speaking for myself, and I make no bones about this, had the work of that celebrated Dutchman never existed, had his successors in turn not furnished me with counter-arguments, then it strikes me that, save for the erudition that I lack and the authority that I also do not possess, I might have written my own version of Grotius's book, given how much his facts speak for themselves, given how sorely the truth needs obstinate criticism and, like the proceedings in our courts, adversarial arguments. Having paid that tribute to Grotius, let us now try to tease out his thinking clearly. Let me point out, for a start, that identifying the defense of oneself and of one's own as the prime cause of warfare amounts to examining the issue in but one of its aspects and, in chronological terms, not even the first. For me to defend myself, there has to be someone who has attacked me, and why would he be attacking me, other than because he claims, wrongly or rightly, that I belong to him, that I am beholden to him, that I owe him something, either my body or what is mine. War is double-edged, implying both claim and rebuttal, without prejudicially assuming that one side is more in the wrong than the other. Grotius's mistake, and the mistake made by all who have come after him, is thinking that war is always and of necessity unjust on one side at least, whereas, according to war's idea, and in the vast majority of cases, it is as just on one side as it is on the other. The decency of each of the belligerent powers is inseparable from the very hypothesis of war. What lies at the root of all human disputes, between states and between individuals alike, is the claim and denial of property. 458. Here we are venturing beyond politics proper, we are stepping into another sphere of ideas, into the sphere of social economy. In short, the state, like the individual, has to live, meaning it must consume. The sovereignty that it arrogates to itself or to which it stakes claim has no purpose beyond guaranteeing its sustenance. That is the fact of the matter, stripped down to brass tacks. In order to have the final word on war, we therefore have to go back further than Grotius has done. We must consider that, independent of the promptings of religion, homeland, state, constitution, dynasty, as previously alleged, there is the informal, God forbid that declarations of war should ever bring it up, but very real consideration of livelihoods. From that vantage point, every individual belonging to one or other of the warring nations feels that his property is in jeopardy and not only turns into a defender of himself and his own, as Grotius puts it, but stakes a claim upon the liberty and property of the foreigner. As a result, war, just on both sides, as it is deemed to be from a political point of view, becomes, in economic terms, equally immoral on both sides. Hitherto, it looked to us as if the purest patriotism, the loftiest sense of social dignity was the sole inspiration behind war. Now we can see that a principle of selfishness, a principle of greed, plays a part in it, whence springs its corruption and its frenzies. Now let us delve more deeply into this contention. Chapter 2, The Underlying Principles of Political Economy, the Laws of Poverty and Equilibrium. The primary, universal, and ever-constant cause of warfare, however it is ignited and by whatever it is prompted, is the same as drives nations to swarm, to establish faraway settlements, to quest after land and outlets for their surplus populations, lack of livelihood subsistences, in its extreme form, the rupture of the economic equilibrium. According to this new perspective, the purpose or object of warfare would therefore be, where the aggressor is concerned, to make good by plunder the penury by which he is tormented, and on the part of the injured party, to defend what he regards as his property, by whatever title it may hold it. In the final analysis, pauperism, there you have the root cause of all war. 460. Here we have fallen from the bright heights of right into the maw of famine and envy. Sublime in terms of its professed mission as deliverer of justice, war's infamy derives from the secret cause that brings it about. Let it make whatever display it will of its trophies, the empires it has founded, the nations it has freed, the consciences it has liberated, the freedoms it has won. As the daughter of pauperism, it has greed for a godmother and crime for a brother. Can you guess now why war has failed to live up to its ideal? The thesis I propose to set out here involves three questions. 1. Can the accused misfortunes of war be legitimately imputed to pauperism? 2. How does pauperism exercise its sway over the policies of government? 3. How does pauperism manifest in international relations? I shall be sparing with economic considerations. Given that the real proof of my argument resides in facts, it falls under the remit of history. Let us not be deluded by the pride in our wealth and the fever of our sensual delights. Pauperism is as much a blight upon civilized nations as on barbarian hordes. In any given society, well-being is not so much dependent on the stark sum of accumulated wealth, which is always less than one might imagine, as upon the relationship between production and consumption, and especially the distribution of goods. Now, since, for a multiplicity of reasons that it would serve no purpose to enumerate here, the productive capacity of each people cannot keep up with the capacity for consumption, and as the distribution of goods is effected in a much more fitful manner than the production and consumption of them, it follows from all this is that there is a consistent universal unrest, that such and such a society, which thinks itself affluent, is actually indigent. In short, everyone is affected by pauperism, the property owner living off his rent as much as the proletarian who has nothing but his manual labor with which to support himself. As this may seem like a paradoxical proposition, permit me to labor the point for a few moments. Of all the requirements of our nature, the most imperious is our duty to feed ourselves. From what I have been told, there are a few varieties of butterfly that require no sustenance, but they eat their fill at the larval stage and their lives are ephemeral. Is it worth our while taking them as symbolic of an angelic life, freed from the burdens of the flesh? I shall leave it to the analogy lovers to answer that. Be that as it may, man shares in the common condition of animality, he must eat, or, in economic jargon, consume. There is our first economic law. It is a formidable law that pursues us like a fury if we fail to respond to it wisely, as it also does when we make ourselves its slaves and sacrifice every other duty to it. It is in our need to feed ourselves that we come closest to the beast, it is at its instigation that we become worse than brutes, when we sink into debauchery, or, ambushed by famine, do not shrink from recourse to fraud, violence, and murder in order to appease our appetites. However, the Creator who chose this mode of existence for us, followed his own counsel. The need for subsistence pushes us into industry and labor, this is our second law. Now what are industry and labor? The physical and intellectual exercise of a being made up of body and mind. Not only is labor necessary for the preservation of our bodies, but it is vital for the expansion of our minds. All that we possess, everything we know, is derived from labor, all science, all art, and all wealth, are all due to it. Philosophy is just a way of generalizing and abstracting the results of our experience, which is to say, of our labors. 461. Just as it looked as if the law of consumption was the humbling of us, so the law of labor lifts us up. We cannot live by the life of the mind alone, as we are not pure mind, but, through labor, we spiritualize our existence more and more, and is that cause for complaint? A question arises here, a most serious question, the solution of which determines both our current well-being and, if the ancient myths are to be credited, our future happiness. What does man need to consume? How much, therefore, must he, how much can he, produce? How much must he labor? The answer to that question will be our third law. First off, let us note that man's capacity to consume is boundless, whereas his productive capacity is not. This has to do with the nature of things. Consuming, devouring, and destroying is a negative, chaotic, nebulous faculty. Producing, creating, organizing, imparting being or form is a positive faculty, governed by numbers and measurement, which is to say, limitation. If we look around us, we see that everything is bounded by created nature, by which I mean to say endowed with form. The globe on which we live has a circumference of 9,000 leagues, it takes it 365 and a quarter days to complete its revolution around the sun. As it rotates and orbits, it offers its poles to the central star. Its atmosphere is no deeper than 20 leagues, the ocean that covers 4/5 of its surface no deeper than 3,000 meters, on average. A sufficiency of light, heat, wind, and rain is doled out to us, of course, but also not excessively so, and one might even say with a degree of parsimoniousness. The slightest variation, upwards or downwards, in this global economy, results in disorder. The very same law applies to the fauna and flora. The normal lifespan of a human being barely exceeds 70 years. It takes 6 years for an ox to reach maturity, a sheep, 2 years, the oyster 3. A poplar 35 centimeters in diameter will be no less than 25 years old, an oak of the same thickness, a century. Wheat and most of the plants we grow as food are seasonal. Throughout the temperate zone, the best on earth, just one harvest is brought in, and look at how many parts of the surface of this planet are unworkable and uninhabited. As for man, the manager and usufructuary of this domain, his muscle power cannot, on average, match 1/10 of 1 horsepower. He cannot, without being spent, deliver more than 10 hours effective toil per day, nor 300 days per year. He cannot go a day without food and could not survive on half rations. In earliest times, back when the human species was scattered across the globe, nature had no problem supplying its needs. That was the golden age, the age of plenty and peace, over which the poets weep, and since then, with mankind growing and multiplying, the need to work has made itself felt more and more, and scarcity has generated discord. Now, no matter what the climate, the population far exceeds nature's resources, and it can be stated quite truthfully that, in the age of civilization in which he has been living, from time immemorial, man has survived only on what he has wrested from the soil through dogged toil. In Suiteri Vultus tui Vecerus Pain 12.462. This is what is known as production, wealth creation, the items he consumes having no value in his eyes beyond their usefulness and the labor they cost him. So that, as the conditions of his welfare evolve, abundance and wealth appear as contradictory terms, as abundance may very well obtain where there is no wealth and wealth where there is no abundance, both terms therefore signifying the very opposite of what they appear to mean. As a result, in his civilized condition, man secures through toil whatever he needs for the upkeep of body and the cultivation of his soul, no more, no less. The common, strict boundary line between our productivity and our consumption is what I term poverty, the third of the organic laws bestowed upon us by nature, and this is not to be conflated this with pauperism, of which more below. 463. Here, there is no point in my disguising the fact that universal prejudice stands against me. Nature, they say, is inexhaustible, and labor more and more industrious. We are a long way from having extracted from our old wet nurse, the earth, everything that she has to offer us. A day will come when abundance, never having lost its price, may be able to describe itself as wealth, when, as a result, wealth will abound. When we shall be awash with all manner of bounty and live in peace and joy. Your law of poverty, therefore, is false. Man has a fondness for bamboozling himself with word games. The hardest part of his philosophy will always be for him to understand his own tongue. Nature is inexhaustible in the sense that we will forever uncover fresh usefulness there, but conditional upon a relentless escalation in toil, which fits with the rule. The most industrious nations, the wealthiest ones, are the ones that work hardest. At the same time, for a reason that we shall shortly identify, those are the very ones where poverty wreaks the greatest havoc. Far from refuting it, the example of those nations confirms the rule. As for the advances of industry, they are primarily realized in relation to items that are not basic necessities, and for which we have least need to satisfy nature's dictum. But if that class of items should, by however so little, exceed the limit set by securing subsistence, then, they instantly drop in value and the superfluous are reduced to nothing. Common sense, which just now seemed akin to the pursuit of wealth, then opposes output going beyond the bounds of poverty. Finally, we should add that, whilst overall wealth is boosted through labor, the population grows at an even faster rate. From all this it follows that, given boundless potential for consumption and a forcibly restricted productive capacity, the most exact of economies is thrust upon us. Temperance, frugality, daily bread obtained by daily labor, wretchedness on hand to punish gluttony and sloth, whence the first of our moral laws. Thus, the Creator, by making us subject to the need to eat in order to live, far from holding out to us the promise of a feast, as the gastrosophs and Epicureans would have us believe, sought to steer us, one step at a time towards the ascetic, spiritual life. It teaches us sobriety and order, and enamors us to them. Our destiny lies not in enjoyment, no matter what Aristippus 464 may have said, neither through industry nor art, nor from nature, have we secured enjoyment for all, in the full sense in which the term is used by sensualist philosophy, which makes fleshly delights our sovereign good and our purpose. We have no other calling but the cultivation of our hearts and intellects, and it is in order to help us, and, if need be, to force us into it, that Providence lays down a rule of poverty for us, B.D. Popper's Spiritu. 465, and also why, according to the ancients, temperance was the first of the four cardinal virtues, why, in Augustus's day, the New Age poets and philosophers, Horace, Virgil, Seneca, used to lionize mediocrity and preach contempt for opulence, why Christ, in an even more touching fashion, teaches us to look to God for nothing more than our daily bread. They all realized that poverty is the principle behind social order and our only happiness here below. One oft-cited fact, the true meaning of which seems, however, to have eluded us, is the average income, per month and per head, of a country like France, one of the most advantageously located countries in the world. About 30 years ago, that income was reckoned by some at 56 centimes and by others at 69. Quite recently, Monsieur Auguste Chevalier 466, a member of the legislative body, in a budget speech, assessed the overall income of the nation at 13 billion, or 98 centimes per day per head. But some miscalculations in that assessment have been detected, so that the figure should be reduced by at least 1,500 million, bringing us to a figure of 87.5 centimes per day per head, or, for every family of 4, 3.50 francs. Let's go with that figure. A family of 4 can survive on a daily income of 3.50 francs. Obviously, of course, there will be no luxury there. The mother and daughters are not going to wear silk dresses, the father will not be frequenting the tavern, in the event of unemployment or sickness, or were accidents to befall him, he will soon run short and be facing indigence. Such is the law, the severe law from which nothing, other than in rare, exceptional cases, can rescue him, other than at the expense of others. The soldiers' pay and sailors' pay and, broadly, every workman's pay are applications of this median, which ultimately has made us all that we are worth, all that we are. Poverty is the real providence of the human race. It has been demonstrated by statistics that a nation such as ours, placed in the best circumstances, year in and year out, produces only to meet its own needs. The same can be said of every country. Everywhere one will arrive at this conclusion, and we should take this on board, that man's condition here on earth is toil and poverty, his calling, science and justice, his primary virtue, temperance. Surviving on little whilst toiling a lot, and relentlessly learning, this is the rule which it befits the state to teach its citizens by example. It will be said that this income of 87.5 centimes daily per head is not the last word in industry and that output can be doubled. My response to that is that if output is doubled, the population will not be long in doubling as well, cancelling out its impact. But let us look at the thing a little closer. There is a logic to production, and it is prompted by need. Therefore, there is a natural link between the product to be created and the need by which the producer is driven. Should that need diminish, no matter by how little, labor too will diminish, and we will see a reduction in wealth. That is inevitable. Suppose demand falls and production stays the same, as the products are less in demand and would fall in value, it would be exactly as if a fraction of those items had never been produced. There are two sorts of needs, need for basic necessities and need for luxury goods. Even though no exact demarcation line can be drawn between these two classes of needs, and even though their boundaries may not be the same for people of every sort, the difference between them is no less real, it can be identified if we compare their extremes. There is no one who, reflecting upon the ordinary run of his life, cannot say which are his essential needs and what luxury needs he may have. Now, on scrutinizing the lives, habits, inclinations, and education of the vast majority of workers, it is easy to see that, as far as they are concerned, labor is at maximum intensity as long as it is needs-driven. It decreases quickly and soon peters out once the want of basic necessities has been filled and once labor's purpose has become luxury only. As a rule, man is disinclined to take up a burden other than when it strictly serves his purpose. In this respect, he can claim to be representing nature, which does not overdo anything. The Lazzaroni 467 who shies away from employment of any sort once he has a full belly, is one example of this. The black, whose liberation is being campaigned for, behaves the same way. Once his needs have been met, man tends to seek his ease, the first and most avidly sought of all the luxury gratifications. To extract a little additional work from him, one would have to double or triple his wages, paying him well above the value of his labor, and that flies in the very face of the law of production itself. Here again practice bears out the theory. Production expands only where, due to a surge in population, there is a need for subsistence and thus an ongoing demand for labor. Whereupon wages tend to fall rather than rise and working hours to lengthen rather than shorten. Were the trend in the opposite direction, production would soon grind to a halt. In order to increase wealth in a given society, with the population figures staying unchanged, three things are required: 1. Endowing the toiling masses with fresh needs, which is achievable only through the cultivation of mind and taste, or, in other words, through a higher education, the effect of which is to draw them insensibly out of their proletarian condition. 2. Husbanding them by means of an increasingly clever organization of work and industry, time, and, moreover, strength. 3. By ending parasitism, to the very same end. Those three preconditions for boosting wealth boil down to this formula: an increasingly equal distribution of knowledge, services, and products. This is the law of balance, the greatest, and, one might even argue, the only rule of political economy, in that all the rest are just various expressions of it, the law of poverty itself being no more than its simple corollary. Science states that there is nothing unfeasible about this plan. Indeed, it is to the combined action, albeit rather feeble thus far, of these three factors, education of the people, improvement of industry, and the eradication of parasitism, that we are indebted for what little progress has been achieved in humanity's economic circumstances over these past 30 centuries. But who can fail to see that if, through education, the toiling masses are uplifted by 1 degree in civilization, in what I shall term the life of the mind, if its sensibilities are heightened, its imagination refined, its needs become more numerous, more delicate, and lively, consumption must match these new demands and thus work increase in turn, and the position stays the same, meaning that humanity, growing in terms of intelligence, virtue, and grace, as the gospel has it, but still gaining only the daily bread of its body and soul, remains poor in material terms. What is going on in France right now is evidence of this. There is no question that production has soared over the past 40 years, it may well stand today, proportionately, well above what it was in 1820. Yet the fact is that all who lived under the Restoration find themselves, in whatever social class, in more hardship than during the reign of Louis XVIII. Where is this coming from? The fact is that, as I have been saying, Maoris in the middle and lower classes have grown more refined, and yet, for reasons that shall be explained in a moment, the law of balance being increasingly misconstrued and infringed, the law of temperance trampled underfoot, poverty has become more burdensome and has turned into an affliction rather than the blessing that nature intended it to be. We have exaggerated the superfluous and no longer have the necessary. Had I to back this fact up with a few details, I would cite, with regard to the 60,000 patented inventions and improvements registered since the 1791 law, the proliferation of steam engines, the construction of railways, the expansion in financial speculation, the doubling of the public debt, the increase in the state budget from 1 billion to 2 billion, the 50% or 100% increase in rents and all consumer goods, all of it adding up to a state of stagnation. An unrelieved crisis. So, at nature's behest, every nation, be it civilized or barbarous, and no matter what its institutions and its government, is poor, and all the poorer for departing from its primitive state of abundance, and has made greater strides, through hard work, towards wealth. As the population of the United States of America, the most blessed nation on today's earth, multiplies and takes over the soil, and as the store of natural resources diminishes, the law of labor becomes more insistent and, in an infallible sign of poverty, what could once be had without effort or for virtually no effort acquires an ever-rising price and the original gratuity evaporates, the rule of value gains the upper hand and a proletariat is in the making. Something similar is going on in Spain. After centuries of slumber, Spain is suddenly waking up to the call of labor and of liberty. She has set about exploiting her territory, wealth springs from everywhere and for everyone. Wages are on the rise, which is entirely predictable, in that it is the soil and the foreigner who are paying. But just wait until the population catches up with this wealth, which may come to pass in less than half a century, and we must hope that Spain will stand before you again in more moral circumstances, just as she was between Isabella I and Isabella II, 468 in balance, which is to say, poor. But, some devotee of Mammon, the goddess of money, will immediately tell me, there is no point to our going to all this effort. These national ventures, these mammoth undertakings, these wonderful machines, these fruitful inventions, this glorious industry, all they do is parade our impotence, and we will be well advised to turn away from them. Engines of misery, outright deception. Because what is the point of all the sweating, all the racking of our brains, if all we can expect of our labors is what we need and nothing more? Wisdom resides in humble means, narrowness of mind, a frugal lifestyle and a humble household. To be sure, you perform a noble task, disheartening souls, making minds petty, dampening enthusiasms, stymieing ingenuity, such is your civilization, your peace. Ah, so that is how you mean to rid us of war, we would 1,000 times rather run the risk. Let us, if need be, lay out another billion for the budget and leave us with the prestige of our industry and our pipe dream ventures. My retort to anyone who might address me in such terms would be this: cast aside the mask. We know you by your rhetoric to be an industrial quack, stock market buccaneer, a financial plague, a foul parasite. Yes, step back, unburden labor from your odious presence, for your reign is coming to an end, and unless you can put your 10 fingers to work, you run the risk of starving to death. To the simpletons who are always seduced by the eloquence of the advertisement, let me say, how is it that you cannot understand that, even if there were a time when the farmer used to look to his spade for whatever he needed, later, when his numbers had grown, he was obliged to look to his plough? And can you not see that it is by the effect of the same development that he has been prompted in our own day to demand machinery, steamships, and locomotives? Have you worked it out that it takes wealth to sustain 37 million souls in an area covering some 28,000 square leagues? So set to it, because, if you falter, you will slip into a shortfall and, instead of the plenty of which you dream, you won't even have your basic needs covered. To work. Add to and deploy your resources, devise machines, find fertilizers, introduce new livestock, grow new food crops, dig drainage ditches, replant forests, carry out clearances, irrigate and drain, restock your rivers and streams and lagoons, your ponds, with fish, open coal mines, refine your gold, silver and platinum, smelt iron, copper, steel, lead, pewter, zinc, spin, weave, stitch, make furniture, pottery, and especially paper, and rebuild your houses, open up outlets, engage in trade and revolutionize your banks. All of this would be very well advised on your part. Not that production is the whole story. As I recommended to you, we must see to it that services are extended to all on the basis of their individual faculties, and every worker's wage matched to his product. 469 Without that sort of balancing, you will be mired in misery and your industry turns into calamity. Now, once you have done your all, in terms both of your productive drive and the precision of your distribution, to make yourselves rich, you will be astounded to see that all you have actually done is earn your living and that you would not have enough to celebrate a fortnight's carnival. You ask whether this industrial progress, still subject to the law of necessity, implies the betterment of the life of the individual, and meets the subsistence needs of a larger population? Of course, there is improvement in the life of the individual, but what does it consist of? In terms of the mind, of the spread of knowledge, justice, and the ideal, in bodily terms, in a more discriminating consumption matched to the expansion of the mind. The horse eats his hay, the ox his grass, the pig his acorn, the hen her chicken feed. They do not switch food and are not at all discommoded by this. I have witnessed the farm worker making a meal, day in and day out, of the same black bread, the same potatoes, the same polenta, seemingly untroubled by the fact. The only thing keeping him skinny is being overworked. But the civilized worker, the one touched by the first rays of the enlightening word, needs to vary his diet. He consumes wheat, rice, maize, vegetables, meat, fish, eggs, fruit and dairy produce. On occasion, he partakes of some wine, beer, cider, mead, tea, coffee. He salts his food, seasons it and prepares it in all sorts of ways. Rather than just clothing himself in a sun-dried sheepskin or bear pelt, he wears clothing woven from wool, hemp, or cotton. He wears linen or flannel, dressing one way in summer and differently in winter. His body, which is no less thriving, albeit made of purer blood, reflecting the culture that his soul has received, requires attentions of which the savage condition knows nothing. Such is progress, not that it stops humanity from remaining poor, since it still only has what it needs and cannot waste a single day when hunger pangs bite. Can you see to it that man works, on average, upwards of 10 to 12 hours out of every 24? Can you see to it that 80 do the work of 100, or that the family with a prebend 470 of 3.50 francs has 5 to spend? Well then, your shops, warehouses, your docks cannot hold more goods than are asked of them, or more than 9 million families, with a total average income of 11 or 12 billion, earned through toil, can afford. Issue every man and woman who needs them with a half-dozen shirts, a cloth jacket, a change of dress, a pair of shoes, and then see what you are left with. Let me know then whether you are living a life of plenty, if you are swimming in wealth. This urban elegance, these colossal fortunes, these state splendors, this expenditure to pay the interest on public debt, for the army, for public works, these endowments, this civil list, this chatter about banks and stock exchanges and millions and billions, these intoxicating delights of which you sometimes hear, all of it leaves you dazzled and, by inspiring in you a belief in wealth, makes you downhearted about your own poverty. But then just think, such magnificence is a levy upon the average paltry income of 3 francs 50 centimes a day per family of 4, a levy upon what is produced by the toiler, before his wage is set. Revenue for the army is a levy on labor, revenue to pay the interest on public debt, a levy on labor, income from property, a levy on labor, the bankers, the entrepreneurs, the businessman's, the functionary's income, a levy on labor, expenditure on luxuries, therefore, is a levy on essentials. So, have no regrets. Face up manfully to the situation in which you find yourself and tell yourself, once and for all, that the happiest of men is the one that most readily embraces his poverty. Ancient wisdom glimpsed these truths. Christianity was the first to formally posit the law of poverty whilst, however, tailoring it, as any mysticism would, to the meaning of its theology. A backlash against pagan sensuality, Christianity was unable to assess poverty in its true light, Christianity transformed poverty into suffering through abstinence and fasting, while sordid monks cast this heavenly damnation as atonement. Apart from that, the poverty in which the gospel glories is the greatest truth that Christ preached to men. Poverty is respectable, not for it, threadbare garments like the cynic's cloak, its household is clean, salubrious, and enclosed, it changes its linen at least once a week, it is neither wan nor famished. Like Daniel's companions 471, it radiates holiness while feeding on vegetables, it has its daily bread and it is happy. Poverty is not ease, that, as far as the toiler is concerned, would spell corruption. It is not good for a man to take his ease, rather, he should always feel the prick of need. Ease would be a step beyond corruption, it would be slavishness, and it is important for a man to be able to look beyond need on occasion, and indeed to go without what he needs. But poverty nevertheless has its private delights, its innocent rejoicing, its family comforts, touching comforts that throw the household's habitual frugality into relief. 472. To dream of evading this poverty, a law of our nature and of our society, is plainly out of place. Poverty is good and we ought to think of it as the principle of our happiness. Reason commands us to accommodate our life to it by means of a frugality in our mores, moderation in our pleasures, application to our labors and the utter subordination of our appetites to justice. So why is that very same poverty, the purpose of which is to exercise our inner virtue and ensure a universal balance, now pitting some of us against one another and igniting war between nations? This is what we shall try to discover in the next chapter. Chapter 3, The Illusion of Wealth. The origin and universality of pauperism. Man's destiny on earth is wholly spiritual and moral, the regime that this destiny imposes upon him is one of frugality. Compared with its capacity to consume, its infinite desires, and the splendors of its ideal, humanity's material resources are greatly restricted. Humanity is poor and must be poor, for, short of that, it lapses back into animality thanks to sensory illusions and spiritual seduction, and is corrupted in body and soul and, in the throes of delight, loses the treasures of virtue and genius. Such is the law foisted upon us by our earthly condition and demonstrated also by political economy, statistics, history, and morality. Nations that pursue material wealth and the pleasures it offers, as their ultimate blessing, are nations in decline. The progress and perfection of our species lies entirely in justice and philosophy. The increase in well-being does feature less as rewards and avenues to happiness than as expressions of our accumulated learning and a signal of our virtue. Faced with that reality of things, sensualist theory is guilty of being at odds with our social destiny, and is reduced to rubble. 473. If we lived as the gospel urges us to, in a spirit of joyous poverty, the most perfect order would reign on earth. There would be neither vice nor crime, by means of toil, by means of reason and virtue, men would constitute a society of sages, they would savor all the happiness their nature could accommodate. But that is unfeasible today and has never been witnessed at any time, due to the violation of our two great laws, the law of poverty and the law of temperance. Right from the opening pages of this essay, I have stated that war was an internal, wholly psychological phenomenon, that if we wanted to familiarize ourselves with it, we had to study it in the conscience of humanity, in the accounts of the historians and the memoirs of the captains, and not on the battlefields. And I proved that assertion, first by showing that warfare is not merely one of the major categories of our practical reason, but, indeed, of our speculative reasoning, then, secondly, by bringing out its principle, the right of force, and, thirdly, by elaborating its eminently judicial character. I am now going to demonstrate that all the excesses for which we have upbraided war derive from the same source, the soul, having initially strayed in pursuit of a false ideal, to wit, wealth, then misconstrued justice insofar as it is applied to matters pertaining to labor, industry and exchange, which is to say, to economic right. Weaving our way through scenes of carnage, arson, despoilment, and rape, we have not stepped outside of the realm of the mind, and everything we see, observe, and judge good or bad, where war is concerned, is still a spiritual matter. As I have said, facts are merely characters translated by the mind's eye into conceptions of spirit. Let's pursue this mysterious conjoining of pauperism and warfare, or, should I say depraved warfare, the two greatest scourges decimating the human race. Leaving behind his initial plenty, compelled to work, learning through pain that there is a cost to his placing a value on things, man was gripped by a wealth fever. From the very first step, this led him down the wrong path. Man believes in what he terms fortune, the same way as he believes in sensual delights and all the illusions of the ideal. By virtue of the very fact that he must produce that which he consumes, he looks upon the amassing of wealth and the resultant pleasures as his purpose. And he pursues that purpose with gusto. The example of a few rich men has him believing that what has been permitted to a few is accessible to all. He would deem it a contradiction of his nature, a lie from Providence, if things were otherwise. Relying upon this mental induction, he imagines that there is no end to what he can add to his assets and that he can, availing of the law of values, rediscover his original abundance. He amasses, accumulates, and hoards. His soul is sated, satisfied by that idea. The present century is imbued with this belief, crazier than any of the ones it purports to replace. The study of political economy, a quite modern science, which is as yet very poorly understood, impels minds to do so. The socialist schools vie with one another in this orgy of sensuality. Governments do their best to foster the rise and cultivation of interests. Religion itself, once so severe in its language, appears to be lending a helping hand. Generate wealth, make money, enrich yourself, surround yourself with luxuries. This has turned into a universal moral and governmental axiom. It has even been argued that the way to make men virtuous, to end vice and crime, was to spread comfort everywhere and triple or quadruple wealth. Millions cost nothing to those who speculate on paper. Finally, by means of this brand new ethic, an investigation has been conducted into how to inflame carnal appetites, the very reverse of what the one-time moralists used to say, that men had first to be temperate, chaste, and modest and taught how to survive on little and be content with their lot, and only then would all fare well in society and in the state. It might be said that in this regard the public consciousness has been, so to speak, turned on its head, and today we can all see what the upshot of this singular revolution has been. However, to anyone who can spare a few moments to reflect upon the laws of economic order, it is patently obvious that wealth, like worth, is not so much an indicator of a reality as of a relationship, the relationship of production to consumption, of supply to demand, of labor to capital, of product to pay, of need to deed, etc. 474 A relationship generically and typically expressed by the worker's average working day, examined from both sides, as outlay and as product. The working day, there we have it in two words, the balance sheet of public wealth, which may vary, from time to time but within narrower limits than the common man might think, as assets, thanks to the discoveries of industry, trade, extraction, agriculture, colonization, and conquest, and, as liabilities, by epidemics, poor harvests, revolutions and wars. It follows from this notion of the working day that collective output, as an expression of collective effort, should not, in any circumstance or by any appreciable amount, exceed the needs of the collective, what we have termed its daily bread. The notion of tripling or quadrupling a country's output, the way one might triple or quadruple one's order with a manufacturer of cloth or linen, that idea, as I say, is even more irrational than the squaring of the circle. It is a contradiction, a nonsense. Barring some matching increase in work, capital, population, and outlets, and, above all, barring some parallel improvement in intelligence and mores, which is the most demanding and most expensive requirement, it is an illusion. But this is the very point that the masses refuse to understand, that the economists fail to highlight, and on which governments maintain a cautious silence. Produce, do business, enrich yourself, that is your only refuge, now that you no longer believe in God or in humanity. The effect of this illusion and of the bitter disappointment that is its inescapable aftermath, is to whet appetites, and to make poor man and rich man, worker and parasite alike, intemperate and greedy. Then insolvency arrives, to irritate him about his bad luck, nurture a hatred of society and, finally, push him into crime and warfare. But what adds to the mess is the excessive inequality of the distribution of goods. In the previous chapter we saw how France's gross per capita income does not, in all probability, exceed 87 francs 5 centimes a day. 87.5 centimes per day, per head. This is what we are allowed to regard as income these days, which is to say the average product and, thus, the average consumption in France, the expression of her just deserts. Feeble as it may seem, if that income were guaranteed every citizen, meaning, if every French family, made up of father, mother, and 2 children, enjoyed an income of 3 francs 50 centimes, at least, if the minimum and maximum for poor families, of which there are always many, never fell below 1 franc 75 centimes, or half of that 3 francs 50 centimes, or did not rise, in the case of the wealthy, above 15 or 20 francs, each family assumed to have produced whatever goods it might consume, there would be no unrest anywhere. The nation would enjoy unprecedented well-being, its wealth, ordered and distributed to perfection, would be beyond compare, and the government would be entitled to brag about the country's ever-increasing prosperity. But the disparity between fortunes is also in need of moderating. As I say, the poorest families would have to be assured of an income of 1 franc 75 centimes, and the rich make do with 10 times that figure. According to the recent reckoning of one learned and conscientious economist, the bulk of the Breton population has no more than 25 centimes to spend per day per capita, and, he goes on to say, that population is not regarded as being destitute. Besides, we know that a large number of fortunes stand not just at 10 and 15 francs per family per day, but at 50, 100, 200, 500, 1000, and we hear stories of some going as high as 10,000 francs. One point that needs to be made is that, since the exorbitant impetus given to enterprise, certain speculators, seemingly persuaded that all our fortunes are assured, and seeking payment in advance for their role, have started reckoning on the basis that individuals possess 1, 2, 10, 20, 30, 50 and 80 millions. Meaning that in anticipation of the nuptials of Gamache 475, which they promise us will carry on forever, they levy somewhere between 100 and as much as 3,000 from the common purse, which is temporarily doomed to go without sustenance. As for the country that tolerates such anticipatory charges without a word of objection, financial shambles, business stagnation, soaring debts show quite clearly what it ought to think of such dreams of Cochin. 476. Now where does this shocking inequality stem from? We could pin the blame on greed, which shrinks from no felony, on ignorance of the law of values, on the whims of business, etc. Those factors are assuredly not without influence, but there is nothing organic about them, and they would not long survive widespread disapproval, were they not bound up with a more deep-seated, more respectable principle, the misdirected vigor of which is the source of the entire affliction. That principle is the very same as the one that sets us to questing after wealth and luxury and gives us our enthusiasm for glory, the very same as gives rise to the right of force, and, later on, to the right of intelligence, and, finally, to the right of labor itself. It is our own sense of personal worth and dignity, from which springs our respect for our neighbors and for humanity as a whole, and which constitutes justice. One consequence of that principle of human dignity, the starting point for all justice, but one that will not genuinely become justice other than through a lengthy education of conscience and reason, is that, at first, not only do we give preference to ourselves over the rest in everything and for everything, but we extend that arbitrary preference to those who please us and whom we call our friends. In the most fair-minded man, there is a tendency to hold his neighbor in esteem and to serve him, not according to that person's merits, but according to the sympathy his character inspires. It is that sympathy that brings forth friendship, so holy, which solicits favor, something as naturally free as trust and that is yet devoid of unfairness, but which soon develops into special favors, partiality, charlatanism, social distinctions, and castes. On their own, advances in labor and the spread of social relationships could identify for us what is hereby right and what is not. Only experience of things could show whether, in our dealings with our fellows, a certain latitude is to be afforded the preferences of friendship, given that all personal considerations must evaporate in the face of economic justice, and that, if equality before the law is de rigueur everywhere, it is especially so when it comes to the remuneration of labor, in the distribution of goods and services. Our exaggerated notion of ourselves, and the abuse of personal preferences, are things that push us into breaching the law of economic distribution, and it is that breach that, combining inside us with the quest for pleasures, spawns pauperism, a phenomenon as yet poorly defined but whose deleterious influence upon societies and states the economists are agreed in acknowledging. 477. Let us attempt to take the measure of it. Poverty is this law of our nature, which, compelling us to produce everything we need to consume, awards our labors nothing more than necessary. In a country such as ours, that need is, according to the most recent figures, 3 francs 50 centimes per family per day, the minimum being set, hypothetically, at 1 franc 75 centimes and the maximum at 15 francs. It being understood that, depending on location and circumstances, that minimum and maximum may vary. Hence this proposition, at once true and paradoxical: in civilization, man's normal condition is poverty. On its own, poverty is no misfortune. We could, following the example of the ancients, describe it as mediocrity, if by mediocrity were not meant, in common parlance, such a fortune as, whilst not exactly opulence, nonetheless allows one to abstain from productive work. Pauperism is abnormal poverty operating to subversive effect. No matter the particular deed that spurs it, it consists of a disparity between what a man produces and his income, between his outlay and his need, between the dream of his ambition and the power of his faculties, and thus between the circumstances of citizens in relation to one another. Whether the fault originates with individuals or with institutions, with slavishness or prejudice, pauperism is a breach of the economic law that on the one hand requires man to labor in order to live and, on the other, matches his product to his need. For instance, the working man who in exchange for his labor receives the lower end of the average collective income, which is to say 1 franc 75 centimes a day for himself and his family, is mired in pauperism. He cannot be helped by that inadequate wage to recover his strength, maintain his household, raise his children, much less develop his reason. Imperceptibly, he slips into stagnation, demoralization, and wretchedness. And let me say again that this violation is an essentially psychological factor. It is rooted, on the one hand, in the idealism of our desires and, on the other, in the overblown notion we have of our dignity and our small regard for that of other people. This is the smug, aristocratic spirit, still thriving in our self-styled democratic society, that makes the trading of goods and services fraudulent by introducing a personal factor, which, out of scorn for the law of values and outright contempt for the right of force, by its very universality, is unremittingly plotting to boost the fortunes of its chosen ones with countless pennies schemed from everybody else's wages. The manner in which that vicious distribution manifests itself in the overall economy varies according to location and circumstances, but it always ends up with the inadequate pay of the laborer in relation to his needs. Let us cite only the most widespread of them. A. The growth in parasitism, the proliferation in bureaucratic jobs and luxury goods industries. This is the state to which we are all inclined due to the power of our pride and our sensuality. Everybody wants to live off the common purse, hold a sinecure. 478 engage in no industry or sell his services for some reward out of kilter with its public usefulness, the sort of remuneration that only fantasy, some overblown regard for talent, etc. could offer. Such parasites, sinecurists, and luxury workers are numbered in the hundreds of thousands. B. Unproductive, inappropriate ventures making disproportionate demands on savings. What citizens are in their private lives, the state must inevitably be as well. The examples of ancient Greece, imperial Rome, post-Renaissance Italy are proof of that. The main point to be made here is that expenditure grows as receipts shrink, which sets the moralists railing against the arts, which they take for the cause of luxury, whereas they ought to be seen merely as its instruments. See, excessive governmentalism 479 fostered by all these factors. In France, the planned budget for 1862 stands at 1919 million. Meaning that the nation, clueless as to how to govern itself, pays out around 1/6 of its income for 80 to be governed. Since housing costs as much as government does, that leaves a mere 2/3 to cover upkeep in terms of furniture, clothing, heating, education, and subsistence. D. The absorption of capital by the large towns, which, no matter how one looks at them, even as centers of production, but above all as producers of luxuries, never pays indigenous labor enough to cover what it levies from it, and caters solely for the amusement of idlers and the fortunes of a few bourgeois. E. The exaggeration of capitalism, which reduces everything to finance and goes as far as to turn public services over to private ventures such as banks, railways, canals, etc. Let me add a comment here. One honorable member of the legislature recently stated that our various lending firms had 500 million in disposable capital and that they were just waiting for peace to be assured before setting it into motion. Many people are tempted to conclude from that inexhaustible cash sum that the country's resources are similarly bottomless. But this is to ignore that, because of how the tax system works, the money in banks, railways, landed income, etc., does the rounds, merely passing through the hands of workers before always making its way back to its starting point, to wit, the coffers of the capitalist. France could have gobbled up 10 times her assets and her reserves, and that would still be the case. Where the manufacturer and the banker are concerned, cash may be referred to as capital, since it is the equivalent of a certain sum of subsistence goods and raw materials, in a society where cash is used only to facilitate exchange, or, at the most, as a down payment on banknotes and is not consumed, it amounts to fictitious capital, the only real capital being the products of labor. F. Currency fluctuations derived either from the high price or depreciation of the coinage, or from the exportation of cash, or from changes to the currency. The result is massive speculation, to the detriment of producer and consumer. Thus, the discovery of the mines in California created an upheaval in the markets and brought silver currency to an end. Outside of such speculation, which the law was entitled to punish, the depreciation of gold caused by a glut in that metal would have been no more a cause of distress than depreciation in the price of sugar or cotton caused by a doubling of production of those commodities. G. Finally, the rise in rental rates and in nearly all consumer goods. This means that, in the wake of the spread of parasitism and unproductive ventures, the expansion in state employment, the absorption of capital and of large towns, financial maneuvers, the expansion in personal and state luxuries, only 3/4, a third or a half of what he once consumed is left for the useful worker, and that amounts to saying that his wages, even though the same in cash terms, has been reduced by 50, 60, or 80%. The factors we have listed here impact one upon another, and the interaction between them makes matters even worse. Thus, one of the drivers behind the recent enormous governmental works is the desire to come to the aid of the working classes. The intention is excellent, unfortunately, it could not succeed. Indeed, the upshot of the argument thus far is that by trying to use artificial means to combat pauperism, all the government has done is to make pauperism worse. It has no way out of this cycle. And then the capitalists put the finishing touch to the misery. When the country can no longer offer them a market, they emigrate, off they go, taking their industry with them and, along with it, wretchedness. Once pauperism hits the working class due to imbalance in distribution, it does not take long to spread everywhere, percolating up from the lower to the higher levels and affecting even those who lead an affluent existence. Among the unfortunates, pauperism is characterized by the slow starvation of which Fourier spoke 481, an unremitting, year-round, lifelong hunger, a hunger that does not kill in a day but that consists of all manner of privations and all sorts of regrets, that relentlessly undermines the body, befuddling the mind, stripping the conscience of all morality, degrading races, generating all sorts of malady and every vice, including drunkenness and envy, a distaste for work and savings, a depravity of the soul, an indelicacy of the conscience, an uncouthness of manners, laziness, beggary, prostitution and thievery. It is this slow starvation that underpins the working classes' quiet hatred of the comfortable classes, which, in times of revolution, shows itself in the sort of savagery that strikes enduring fear into the leisured classes, which incites tyranny and, in ordinary times, keeps the authorities constantly on their mettle. With the parasite, there is a different impact, not famine this time, but an insatiable greed. We know from experience that the more the unproductive person consumes, the greater his eagerness to consume, due to the titillation of his appetites and the idleness of his limbs and brain. The fable of Erysichthon in Metamorphoses is emblematic of this truth. 482 Instead of the mythological Erysichthon, Ovid could as easily have picked the Roman nobles of his own day, munching their way through the income from an entire province in a single meal. As the rich man surrenders to the flame of delight that consumes him, pauperism hits him that much harder, rendering him at once prodigal, avaricious, and grasping. And what goes for gluttony holds true for all sorts of sensual delights, they grow more demanding as they are pandered to. Luxurious dining is but a fraction of the expenditure of the unproductive. Soon, as fantasy and vanity mingle together, no fortune is enough for him any more. In the midst of his indulgences, he finds himself indigent. He has to replace his savings as they drain away, at which point pauperism takes complete hold of him, pushing him into risky ventures and chancy speculation, into gambling and swindling until eventually, outraged, temperance, justice and nature have their vengeance in the shape of the most shameful ruination. So much for the extremes of pauperism. But we should not imagine that, between those extremes and in that middling condition where labor and consumption are more fairly balanced, families are spared this scourge. The tone is set by the affluent class and everybody strives to follow suit. Souls are racked by the prejudice of fortune, the illusion conjured up by wealth. Tormented inside by artificial needs, the paterfamilias dreams, as he puts it, of bettering his position, which in most cases means adding to his wealth and expenditure. As a result of wallowing in that idea, he ends up trampling all over the future. Then, as the price of goods and services rises and work dwindles and savings turn less stringent, the expenditure by the best off soars without their noticing, the same as that of the bigwigs and the state, and everywhere there is a deficit, revealed by the hobbling of business, financial and commercial crises, collapses and bankruptcies and soaring taxes and debts. Now do you understand how frugality, temperance, and modesty in all things not only represent the virtues of supererogation 483 but as far as we are concerned, they are imperative virtues. Such is the spread of pauperism, endemic in humanity and covering every category in society. But in certain countries, such as Russia or Austria, where most families survive by working the land, producing nearly everything by themselves and for themselves and maintaining but few connections with the outside world, the affliction is less intense. Primarily, it is the government, without money and credit, or the upper classes supplied with a feeble income from the land and often paid in kind, that are destitute. As for the masses there, it can be stated that their livelihoods are secure and their needs assured, thanks to the country's mediocre levels of industry and trade. In contrast, among those nations where labor is divided and interlocked, where agriculture itself is subject to industrial methods, where everybody's fortunes rely upon everybody else's, where the worker's wage is dependent upon 1,000 factors over which he has no control, the slightest accident upsets these fragile connections and can destroy the subsistence needs of millions in an instant. It is frightening to think of how little holds together the daily life of nations and what a multitude of factors there are that have a tendency to disorganize it. So we see that, while such splendid ordering held out the promise of delivering well-being for the masses, it can also, at the first misstep, bring them misery. But, and note this, as it bears out the truth of this entire theory, in the serial miscalculations that drive nations into conflict, pauperism of the vulgar multitudes is not the most significant point. Indigence in the sovereigns occupies pride of place, followed by that of the great and wealthy. Here, as in everything, the plebs bring up the rear. Amid widespread distress, the poor man is not even afforded the honors due his poverty. The rich, who consume on a large scale, are, if I may be permitted to make the comparison, like huge quadrupeds, at risk of starving to death on account of their very bulk and power, much more so than the rabbit, squirrel, or mouse. Several species, the mammoth for one, have died out, others are on the road to extinction. The main reason for the extinction of these breeds is that they cannot find sustenance. The same goes for the aristocratic classes and families with great fortunes. Forever needy amidst the rabble, sucking more out of them that is good for them, deep in debt, subject to claims and bankrupt, there is no question but that they are, if not the most interesting, then the most irritable of all the victims of pauperism. Let us sum up this chapter. In all its work of creation, nature has taken as her maxim, nothing excessive. Ne quid times. As Fourier used to say, economy of means is one of nature's chief laws. 484, which is why, not content with condemning us to work, she affords us only that which we need, quod sufficit, and makes us subject to the law of poverty, thereby anticipating the precept of the gospel and all the Cenobitic institutions. 485 Should we chafe under that law, and should the seductiveness of the ideal inspire in us a craving for luxury and pleasures, should some exaggerated notion of ourselves prompt us to ask more for our service than economic logic affords us, nature, quick to chastise us, consigns us to wretchedness. For as long as we all live, subjects and monarchs, individuals and peoples, families and trades, men of learning, artists, industrialists, public officials, rentiers and laborers, are therefore doomed to poverty. Our perfectibility, the very law of our labors, wants it that way. Setting aside the inequalities of labor and capability, which can give rise to differential income, a differential barely perceptible in the masses, all we produce, ultimately, is just what we need in order to subsist. Whilst a few may receive more or less than that which the rule prescribes, the fault resides in all of us. So there is room for reform. Analyzed in terms of its psychological principle, pauperism derives from the same source as war, namely, the human being considered without regard to the intrinsic value of services and products. This innate worship of wealth and glory, this warped belief in inequality, may have deluded us at one point. They must evaporate before this analysis of experience, and man, condemned to daily toil, to rigorous frugality, should seek the dignity of his being and the gloriousness in his life elsewhere than in the pursuit of wealth and the vanities of command. But, because we take exception to the precept of poverty and temperance, because we resist the law of sharing, which is nothing but justice itself, pauperism assails us all, and in the wake of pauperism comes discord and war. Chapter 4, The Influence of Pauperism on the State and International Relations. After such a series of revolutions as those of 1789, 1799, 1814, 1830, 1848 and 1851, it might seem trivial to demonstrate that this malaise is all the more acutely felt the higher its reach, and that it may have a direct impact upon governments. But to return to our subject. Is pauperism also the primary cause of wars? How is it that peoples, racked by misery, not content with turning on their governments, their nobles, their clergy, their dynasties, their bourgeois, end up blaming one another and wage a war as blind as it is pointless? I could, as so many others do, fall back upon human folly, the flawed counsels of hunger, the Machiavellism of princes and nobles who, down through the ages, have seized opportunities to wage war as a way of diverting the people's impatience and safeguarding their own power. There is some truth to such considerations, that I do not deny, however, they are not entirely satisfactory, theoretically speaking. There is no way for a sound critic to attribute such flimsy causes to a phenomenon like war, which, let us not forget, encompasses the physiology and the psychology of humanity and governs a real right, the right of force. Therefore, I believe I am on the right track in pointing out that the considerations of international law, upon which declarations of war are all but exclusively reliant, are as closely bound up as can be with considerations of an economic order, so that if political motives are to be regarded as the apparent trigger of war, economic needs are its secret and primary cause, and deep down, everyone knows this. It is a fact acknowledged by statistics that attacks on property diminish when the well-being of the masses increases. As a general rule, somebody who has enough to live on does not concern himself much with his neighbor. It is the same with peoples. Just as no revolution would occur in a state if the needs of its citizens were being met, so there would also be no war between states if they were not driven to it by a force that dominates them. Guarantee a nation its freedom, security, and livelihood and it will not be bothered about what bordering states are doing. It will talk neither of amalgamation, nor of annexation, nor of readjusting borders. It will even sell its own nationality cheaply, as did the peasants of Galicia, content to become Austrians just as long as they were delivered from their seigneurs, and as witnessed by the peasants of Lombardy, cursing their landlords and caring about the king as much as they do the emperor. Alas! Nationality only comes into play, and the warrior spirit only possesses the prince and the people, once there is some threat hanging over their livelihoods and property or when there is a dearth of outlets or territory. Whereupon the issues of preeminence, balance, colonies, etc., arise and these, as we have seen, only force can settle. Why disguise it? The law of incorporation or dismemberment, which we have seen play such a huge part in politics and history, presents a quite different face when we come to seek its hidden motives by peeling back the causes, one after another. Just as the state, that organ of collective force, the embodiment of justice is, in the last analysis, merely an economic expression, just as international relations, wars, and peace treaties, in spite of all the majesty with which force endows them, are also economic expressions and monuments to our penury. Land, hunger, the hope of tribute, the burning thirst for bounty from abroad, all lurk at the bottom of our diplomacy. All will shortly become increasingly obvious when, looking beyond broader considerations, we delve into the facts. We have, therefore, every reason to make a distinction between the primary cause of war and its secondary motives or causes, the latter being of a purely political character and the former exclusively economic. It may even be the case that the political motives for war, more specious than real, lift the veil on the real cause. This preeminence of the cause of war over its motives is, as we shall see, one of the features of the current era. Is that any reason to go on pointing an accusing finger at the bad faith of princes, as the historians do? As if heads of state, acting in that capacity, were not the representatives of their peoples and afflicted by the very same pauperism as their subjects. As a rule, the motives that declarations of war rely upon are serious and real, they speak to a political necessity. But the primary cause dominates them, and whilst it may still be permissible, where war is concerned, to query the legitimacy of such a cause, its presence, regrettably, is undeniable. There is nothing on earth more constant and more implacable than the wretchedness of the human race. Ego sum pauper et dolens. 501. That, had the warriors boasted as much philosophy as they do courage, would be the motto they would emblazon upon their banners. So, the primary cause of every war is one and the same. It may vary in intensity and not be absolutely determined, but it is ever present, ever active and, to date, indestructible. It bursts with jealousies, rivalries, border issues, easements, questions relating to, if I may make so bold, dividing walls between properties. That is where the responsibility of nations lies. But for the influence of pauperism, but for the disorder that a rupture in the economic equilibrium introduces into states, war would be impossible. No secondary trigger could impel nations to arm themselves against one another. Therefore, it is up to nations to look to their domestic economy and to ensure, through toil, that temperate practices prevail, that interests are balanced, as a counter to pauperism, the only real risk of war. But if, in the absence of the distress that convulses nations, war is impossible, like an effect with no cause, it cannot quite banish conscience and win acceptance other than through international law, legitimized by raison d'etat. This is where the responsibility of political leaders comes in. Only their initiative has the ability to shift war from possibility into deed. One initial and remarkable effect of the application of economic principles is that nations, having become stable, are no longer able to spontaneously turn on one another. Mass invasions belong to the age of barbarism, as the last resort of a forest-dwelling, nomadic lifestyle. Just as peoples are becoming industrious and hard-working, so war is becoming a prerogative of governments. It is up to statesmen therefore to gauge the extent to which general discomfort has been aggravated further by the outsider, in which case, the stewardship of public safety allows one power to enforce the rigors of international law against another and to appeal to a judgment of force. In every instance, the statesman should remember that his responsibility is that much greater, in that, no matter what he may do, war still has its odious side, in that it is driven by pauperism and all its concomitant vices, greed, the craving for money, the thirst for sensual pleasures and all the corruptions and all the crimes engendered by sensuality grappling with scarcity. This identification which we have just made of the primary cause of warfare takes us to fresh terrain, of which the ancients had little notion, that of political economy. There we will be making more than one discovery. Right now, it is easy to foresee, and this is something the jurists of the old school never suspected, that as regards the conduct of war, the rules of right, sublime in theory, will prove flimsy barriers for people out for personal gain while others defend their property. What might the forms of war look like between armies marching under the standard of hunger? We shall conclude that to do justice in war and in peace, a philosophical and subjective familiarity with right will not be enough. Practical familiarity with the laws of production and exchange will be needed too, without which the application of right remains arbitrary and war inextinguishable. Chapter V, War and Plunder. Confusing war's political motives with its economic cause. We have to establish, by numerous and solid examples, that the facts are in universal agreement with this superior view that identifies pauperism as war's primary cause. Everybody knows that the barbarian invasions between the 4th and 10th century of our era were caused by famine, that before Jesus Christ, the Romans' endless wars had been triggered by the exploitation of the patricians. But the dismal cause of war is not always so obvious. Politics disguises it, it has to be extricated from the myriad pretexts that cover it, which sometimes does not seem easy. The common man is guided by the superficial, he is loath to delve into primary causes, first principles, initial phenomena, the search for core ideas and the breaking down of factors. In relation to causes, above all, he clings to the most immediate ones, which means that he understands next to nothing of the way the world works and of his own life. In particular, history is a closed book to him. Let us show first that originally the primary cause of war and its political motives merged, that will afford us a better grasp of the reason why the latter can, in the long run, be distinguished, and what consequences are to be expected from this differentiation. When the desert herdsmen swooped down on Egypt, which they made their farmstead for several centuries, they were spurred on by unremitting famine. The memory of that has been preserved in the book of Genesis. Around Sesostris' time 502 the Egyptians, having driven these looters out, sought compensation by making the distant hordes tributaries. In this they were prompted by the same cause. Are we now to believe that neither famished factions had political motives? The Bedouins' ancestors might have said to the children of Osiris, "You have toiled, you have worked the soil, dug canals, built towns, Wonderful. But who awarded you ownership? Where are your title deeds? How is it you get the fertile valley and we the desert? If you were to pay us a levy, it would merely be fair compensation. What some demand, others refuse, ignoring the traded insults on both sides of which we know nothing. There are no further grounds for fighting. Oddly enough, property, which is one of the mainstays of the civil law in every state, has never quite been acknowledged between the nations, and it cannot be. War, the daughter of famine, unleashes plunder. The heroes back in earliest times made no bones about that. Brigandry, dating back to before recorded history, is the unadulterated expression of the right of war and is given its due, confused as it is with the exercise of seigneurial rights, with the right of force. The founders of the Egyptian, Assyrian, Mede and Persian empires, all behaved that way. Raids, demanding tribute under threat of arson and massacre, were their entire policy. To a sultan from Nineveh, Babylon, Persepolis, or Ecbatana, tribute was his entitlement as sovereign. As far as their neighbors were concerned, the name of each people became synonymous with pirates, corsairs, brigands, or buccaneers. Which is how the word for the Chaldeans, Kasdim, is used in the Bible. No sooner has the right of force been asserted than it disgraces itself, its infamy shall never be expunged. The same thing was done in turn by the Phoenicians and the Greeks, adept at navigation, founders of colonies. Their imports were largely the product of raids. Later, along came the Gauls, the Cimbri, the Teutons, the Goths, the Franks and the whole teeming Germanic horde, followed by the Huns, Alans, Avars, Arabs, Mongols, Turks, Bulgars, Hungarians, Normans, Gog and Magog 503, all of them spewing forth at different times from the plains of Scythia, the depths of Asia, the slopes of the Urals, the Carpathians, the Caucasus and the Altai. A nation would rise up as one man, mount massive raids on better-off territories, demanding land, or at least rights of passage and, while negotiating and passing through, exercising its right of war and claiming plunder. Wherever they might stop, if stop they did, wherever they managed to overpower the natives and claim tribute from them, and unless they were themselves exterminated, there they would found an empire, whereupon a whole rabble of orators, poets, and historians would celebrate the glories of its founder. Which proves, however, that the idea of right was not entirely missing from the minds of all these marauders. The fact is that they proceeded with a solemn gravitas and honestly held religiosity. The story of Jephthah has bequeathed us the most priceless evidence of that. Jephthah was a bastard, driven from the household of his father by his legitimate brothers, and, in order to escape penury, forced to become a warrior, a pugnator, rising to become the leader of some brigands, in the manner of Romulus. Congregati sunt ad eum viri in opes et litrae nantes, et quasi principem seque banter. 504. Like the medieval condottieri 505, it occasionally happened that he embarked upon expeditions on behalf of peaceful populations that had been slighted by their neighbors. Commissioned by the inhabitants of Gilead to fight the Ammonites, with the promise of a judgeship over the whole of Israel if he were successful, Jephthah began by dispatching a deputation to the king of the Beni Ammon. One needs to read that monument to heroic diplomacy for a thorough understanding of war, its righteousness and its wretchedness. And Jephthah sent messengers unto the king of the children of Ammon, saying, What hast thou to do with me, that thou art come against me to fight in my land? And the king of the children of Ammon answered unto the messengers of Jephthah, Because Israel took away my land, when they came up out of Egypt, from Arnon even unto Jabbok, and unto Jordan, now therefore restore those lands again peaceably. 506. The facts cited by the children of Ammon were the truth. The disputed territories were a dependency of their state, they were pressing their claim, albeit rather belatedly. And what was Jephthah's answer to that? Israel took not away the land of Moab, nor the land of the children of Ammon. But when Israel came up from Egypt and walked through the wilderness unto the Red Sea and came to Kadesh, then Israel sent messengers unto the king of Edom, saying, Let me, I pray thee, pass through thy land. But the king of Edom would not hearken thereto. And in like manner they sent unto the king of Moab, but he would not consent, and Israel abode in Kadesh. Then they went along through the wilderness and compassed the land of Edom, and the land of Moab, and pitched on the other side of Arnon, but came not within the border of Moab, for Arnon was the border of Moab. And Israel sent messengers unto Sihon, king of the Amorites, the king of Heshbon, and Israel said unto him, Let us pass, we pray thee, through thy land into my place. But Sihon trusted not Israel to pass through his coast, but Sihon gathered all his people together and pitched in Hahaz and fought against Israel. And the Lord God of Israel delivered Sihon and all his people into the hands of Israel, and they smote them, so Israel possessed all of the land of the Amorites, the inhabitants of that country. And they possessed all of the coasts of the Amorites, from Arnon even unto Jabbok, and from the wilderness even unto Jordan. So now the Lord God of Israel hath dispossessed the Amorites from before his people Israel, and shouldest thou possess it? Wilt not thou possess that which Chemosh thy God giveth thee to possess? So whomsoever the Lord our God shall drive out from before us, them will we possess. And now art thou anything better than Balak, the son of Ziphor, king of Moab? Did he ever strive against Israel, or did he ever fight against them? While Israel dwelt in Heshbon and her towns, and in Aroer and her towns, and in all the cities that be along by the coasts of Arnon 300 years, why, therefore did ye not recover them within that time? Wherefore I have not sinned against thee, but thou dost me wrong to war against me. The Lord the judge be judge this day between the children of Israel and the children of Ammon. 507. You can guess what came next. The Ammonites suffered a huge defeat. Israel's sovereignty over the lands was confirmed under the same principle by which it had been established, war, and Jephthah, made a prince by that victory, was judge over Israel for 6 years. Such was primitive law-giving, the right of force in its loftiest as well as its most abusive sense, but with a sincerity of religion and a quietness of conscience covering all excesses. I have given you the land of Canaan, Jehovah told the Hebrews, and I have wrested it from the natives. Kill them all, I, your God, Jehovah, order that of you. 508. As I have stated elsewhere, the loss of nationhood entails expropriation and death. This was the law of hunger in the fullness of its horror. If I may borrow some Malthusian language, it is a feature common to all emigrants who, from Hebrews to Mormons, have so often placed civilization in jeopardy, that their industrial faculties did not match their faculties of proliferation, confronting them with the necessity of traveling far and wide in search of their fortune or starving to death. If the book of Genesis is to be credited, the Hebrews, some 70 of them having entered Egypt, made up a population of 2 million souls 400 years later. Such was the proliferation of this race that the Egyptians had found themselves compelled to have newborns cast into the Nile, the way one does with puppies. In those straits, they naturally pushed for plunder, for war. As for work, they had not reached the degree of indignity which characterizes our century, of fighting over it with arms in hand. So much is rapine the very essence of warfare that it has served as an expression of its ideal. All warlike nations have conscripted beasts of prey, the eagle, the falcon, the owl, the lion, the wolf, the leopard, into their coats of arms. The poets and sacred scriptures of the ancient peoples understand and celebrate war primarily as a vehicle for plunder. Listen to the patriarch Jacob, on his deathbed, prophesying Judah's future glory. Judah is a lion's whelp. From the prey, my son, thou art gone up, he stooped down, he crouched as a lion, and as an old lion, who shall rouse him up? Judah, thou art he whom thy brethren shall praise. The scepter shall not depart from Judah, nor a lawgiver from between his feet, until Shiloh comes. 509. The peacemaker, he who sought no plunder, Solomon. Warfare and conquest were the marks of royalty. The monarch had only to stop fighting and he became unworthy. His subjects would call him to account. They will strip Judah of his scepter, auferiter sceptrum de Judah. 510. They will say, where is the man who led us to victory, who fattened upon the remains of the enemy and never let our swords go rusty. Furthermore, of his youngest son, Benjamin, Jacob said, Benjamin shall raving as a wolf, in the morning he shall devour the prey, and at night he shall divide the spoil. 5:11. What is important to highlight, for the sake of a perfect understanding of that age of bellicose initiative, is that war is, to an equal extent, both private and national. It is a pursuit accessible to all, with no privilege for prince, town, or state. Up until the 6th or 5th century before Jesus Christ there was no real distinction between war and armed robbery, be it by surprise attack, ambush, or pitched battle. The mighty host of which the Gospel speaks is a reference to those old practices. The synonym or correlation between warfare and brigandry is found in all the ancient tongues: great plunderer, great warrior. Nimrod, described in the Bible as a mighty hunter in the sight of Jehovah, was, like Romulus, a gang leader. The Greek heroes were as much pirate entrepreneurs as they were leaders of states. A passage in the Odyssey, quoted by Grotius, testifies to these mythological personages seeing no shame at all in the craft of the brigand and the corsair, evidence that thinking had not altered by the time Homer was writing. Piracy was universally held in high regard and was the object of wide-ranging speculation. It was for its furtherance that navigation was invented and the earliest trading nations organized. For a long time, even after the cities had made their peace, war was prosecuted in the name of and on behalf of private individuals. Solon, Herodotus, Plutarch, Sallust, Caesar and the rabbis, etc. mention this. Peace treaties between states were not binding upon their citizenry. Armed plundering of one another was looked upon by all the jurists as having its roots in natural law. That ancient custom had left some traces behind in Roman law. It survived the advent of Christianity. To it can be traced the authority issued in modern times to private persons to engage in armed piracy, on the strength of letters of marque. Besides, we know how popular the brigands are in the mountains of Crete, Spain, and Calabria, even in our own day. That way of life could not last. The historic contradiction, wherein two cities might be at peace with one another, even as their inhabitants were waging war on one another, was too violent. Then, with the landowning nobility and the mercantile aristocracy enriching themselves, the former by means of slave labor and usury and the latter by means of commerce and speculation, they inevitably brought into disrepute an industry pirating whose very name was testimony to misery. State policy and emerging mores therefore did away with private warfare. Proud princes, who had no desire to appear destitute, looked for honorable terms in which to cloak the cause and purposes of expeditions, and so the designations brigand and pirate gradually fell into disrepute. Cicero uses this insulting label for peoples making war for the sole purpose of plunder, arguing that in his view towns and kings ought not to take up arms other than on justice's behalf. That was a splendid lesson intended for the she-wolf sucklings, but it fell on deaf ears. Only with difficulty were peoples and princes able to come up with the idea of purely political warfare. Justin recounts one of the misdeeds of Philip, king of Macedonia, that, not content with the conquests he achieved through his shrewd politics, he still sought the rewards of piracy. 5:12 in accordance with the old practices. Just imagine, if possible, the frightful disorder of a society wherein the mightiest head of state had a vested interest in the expeditions of freebooters whom he backs with his influence and, if need be, his force of arms. "You call me a rogue," one pirate answered Alexander, who had called upon him to end his exploits, "because I have but one ship. You would call me king, had I, like you, 200 of them." 513 Actually, the difference between conqueror and pirate in the 4th century before our era is indiscernible. The pirates of Cilicia were a considerable population, which the Romans never quite managed to destroy, despite the pledge made by Caesar, and I imagine that they only faded away under the avalanche of the Turks, who were bigger plunderers than the Cilicians themselves. The state's appropriation of war as its private preserve did not ipso facto strip warfare of its aspect of despoilment. By contrast, the fire behind brigandry springs from that precise difference between individual enthusiasm and the huge appetites of collectives. As the philosopher Antis thence used to say 514, let us wish the enemy lots of luck but little courage. Hardly mealy-mouthed comment there. Prior to their conquering the world, the Romans could also not conceive of any other purpose to warfare. It has been remarked time and time again that right, which religion possessed in the highest measure, initially meant to them only a prerogative of the race and not a relationship of humankind. Right was an exclusively Quaertarian 515 attribute, when the jurisconsults, broadening the notion, declared that right was shared by all men. The game was up for the Republic, Rome was subsumed into humanity. That, however, was not the people's understanding of it. As far as they were concerned, the peace of the Caesars gave the signal for a share out, something akin to a first course in a banquet. Rome had long since grasped the notion that the city made men equals, and the idea had brought it victory over the Senate. But the idea that tribute should no longer be extorted out of the nations making up part of the empire, as the closure of the temple to Janus indicated, that idea, it just could not fathom. According to Suetonius, Nero, having learnt that there was some unrest among the Gauls, gave the order that it should be allowed to run its course. His reckoning was that repression visited upon a larger number of towns would bring him in more substantial plunder. Adiaci lente ac secure tulit ut gaudentis entium suspicionum prevere tomcum occasioni nata spoliandarum ire belli opulentissimum provinciarum. 516. And so, finally, we have highlighted the shameful and still extant article in the alleged code of war that authorizes armies at war to forage on the lands of the enemy, to indulge in marauding, and which allows the victor to indulge, ad libitum, in complete or partial spoliation of the vanquished. Need we go any further to demonstrate that what the well-meaning Grotius and all his successors have taken for a natural consequence of war is, rather, its primary cause and, in the secret reckonings of the belligerents, its purpose and end? Because ultimately, as Aristotle was right to note, one does not wage war for the pleasure of doing so. The right invoked is never anything more than the argument for some interest. Warfare without an interested motive, waged on behalf of sheer right, a highly rational warfare, would be in practical terms, as we have been pointing out, nonsensical on the part of the state that might embark upon it. When France says that she is fighting for ideas, no one believes her and she is held up to ridicule. Here, then, is what we have established. Warfare, fostered by pauperism and undertaken with a view to plunder, initially orchestrated indifferently, sometimes by private persons, sometimes by towns, later turns into the preserve of the state. The right of war becomes the sovereign's prerogative. Piracy, the last expression of private warfare, is now held as infamous and deserving of the ultimate penalty. But that has done nothing to strip warfare of its aspect of plunder. Civic arms are no more immaculate than heroic arms, far from it. Plunder, the right of the victor, exercised on a broader scale, is displayed in all its ignominy. And this carries on until, thanks to a set of circumstances that we shall highlight later, the plundering of populations and the devastation of territories raises widespread reproach, where conquest turns into straightforward political annexation and forces the conqueror to look to the exploitation of his subjects for the profits of his profession. The history of the Greeks, from the end of Dorian tyranny up until Alexander, presents us with the first and most interesting of these transitions in this regard. We need to see from every angle what Greek civilization was, so marvelous in so many respects. The historians have established that it went into eclipse at the very point where, according to the ordinary laws of society, it ought to have taken a new development, if only the Greek race, with all its genius, had been able to come up with the idea of an authentic civilization. Chapter 6, Warfare from Greeks to Alexander, the transition from piracy to conquest. The Dorian system was organized plunder, bearing some resemblance to our old feudal system. Holding the city dweller to ransom, exploiting the peasant, robbing the traveler, capturing trading vessels, all of these were the stock in trade of the knights of ancient Hellas. That ghastly regime survived for 10 centuries. It triggered many waves of emigration that filled the islands and the entire coastline of the Mediterranean, Asia, Africa, Italy, Gaul, Spain, all of which went on to thrive at a time when the mother country was still groaning in the darkness of her Middle Ages. In the end, and with the exception of Sparta, the Dorian tyranny was rooted everywhere. With democracy, a new era arrived. After the failure of the two expeditions of Darius and Xerxes, the peninsular and continental power of the Greeks underwent a sudden, extraordinary expansion. But the old Dorian spirit, the spirit of plunder, resurfaced in the civil strife in the country, all the bitterer in that it came from the lowest levels and, after the last revolution, was embodied, not by a handful of manorial nobles, but by the urban bourgeoisie and the plebs of the republics. For a start, anyone who was of Greek extraction but had not belonged to the confederation against the Persians, was declared liable to pay tribute. This was the fate of the islands of Charistos, Naxos, and Thassos, which had all been subjugated by the Athenians. There may well have been grounds for finding some fault in the wrong-headed patriotism of these islanders that had given the great king's vast fleets and countless armies a scare. But to degrade them and make them tributaries rather than target them for an amalgamation that safeguarded every interest, was a step beyond the rights of peoples and made prejudicial use of the right of force. We are reminded of the King of Saxony, condemned by the Congress of Vienna to forfeit half of his states for not having spoken out against Napoleon early enough. Things in the Peloponnese were much worse. The Mycenaeans and Helots were placed under the yoke of the Spartans. Up until the 19th century, the praise bestowed upon this latter community of rogue nobles is unfathomable, organized exclusively for brigandry, and living in a penury, due to their hatred of any useful occupation, which they had made into an article of their public law. War for plunder and plunder as a means of survival. There, in short, we have the whole institution of Lycurgus and Spartan virtue. It was the model that Plato borrowed for his utopian republic. The quarrel between Sparta and Athens arose over the partition of tributary towns. To us civilized people of the 19th century, such a dispute looks outrageous and monstrous. Towns and whole populations of Greek blood, religion, and Hellenic language, were turned into vast metaiages by other towns, for the sole reason that during the War of Independence they had clung to their neutrality. What an abuse of force! And how the heroism of those who fought at Marathon, Salamis, and Thermopylae is diminished by the remembrance of it. But there is a beginning to everything. The imposition of tribute rather than political annexation was, initially, the crudest exercise of the right of force. War, or tribute, in those times, that dilemma was the whole and all of the rights of the peoples. Just as, back then, every individual was a citizen or an enemy, a free man or a slave, and always assumed to be a slave unless he could produce his proof that he was born free. Similarly, every town unable to assert and uphold its sovereignty by force of arms was awarded tributary status. So, possession of those towns that were left outside of the federal compact, true money makers to those with federated status and in possession of force, was fought over. Then they fought for the empire of Greece herself, or, as we would put it these days, for unity. They struggled to seize hold of the strategic points like the Isthmus of Corinth, the possession of which might have guaranteed the enslavement of the entire country. The Battle of Tanagra, fought for that very reason, proved indecisive. From 459 BCE onwards, that being the year the Great Median War ended, Cumman, in order to divert the Greeks away from these internal wars, held out the prospect of fresh prey. The whole of Persia was waiting to be plundered. But for that to happen, the towns would have to be rallied and their strength concentrated, and divided loyalties were at their height, so much so that tributaries, such as Mytilene, Euboea, Boeotia, Megara, Potidaea, Samos, etc., seized the opportunity to rebel against the payment of tribute and to win back their freedom. The Peloponnesian War had a curious triggering. Corinth's colony, Kerkyra, had founded a colony of its own, Epidaurus. Seemingly under the principle that the progeny of livestock belongs to the owner, the Corinthians laid claim to Epidaurus, which the Kerkyrans were determined to hold onto. The Athenians took the side of the Kerkyrans, meaning that they upheld the tributaries' right to create tributaries of its own. The Thebans sided with the Corinthians. Plataea, allied with Athens, was attacked and war broke out, 431 BC. Here we see the Greek mind in all its glory. So essential to war was plunder that it was to all intents its motive, its reason, and its purpose, and at first the belligerents paid much less attention to joining forces than to the quest for booty. They could have been mistaken for a gang of looters on the rampage. Then, that same year, in 431 BC, the Lacedaemonians crossed into Attica, overland. For their part, the Athenians sailed down to lay waste to the Peloponnese. We have it from Justin that the Spartans, those swaggering belittlers of wealth, made a show of seeking battle rather than plunder. But the Athenians, on the advice of Pericles, reckoned that there was little point risking a battle when they could swoop on Laconia at no risk and carry off more plunder than they had lost. In 430, Attica was invaded once more as retaliation and Potidaea was captured by the Athenians. In 428, Attica was invaded for a third time. At the same time, the Athenians were obliged to race to Mytilene, one of their tributary cities, which had just risen in revolt. Luck was starting to turn against them. They lacked sufficient force to keep what they owned and, what is more, for what they had hopes of owning. In 427 and 425 came the fourth and fifth invasions of Attica, followed by reprisals against the Peloponnese. In 424, Athens seized hold of the island of Kudhira on the coast of Laconia. In retaliation, the Lacedaemonian general Brasidas laid siege to Amphipolis, an Athenian-owned town. This carried on up to the Sicilian expedition, devised by the famous Alcibiades in the same spirit as the raids on the Peloponnese, which had brought Athens such misfortune. The armies looked ill-suited for battle, they made no attempt to engage, it was all about who was going to deny the enemy the greatest plunder. Meanwhile, they tried to sneak up on one another and set ambushes, and then woe betide the hapless. The battles of the ancients were not clashes but killings. It was during this time that all of Athens's allied towns deserted her. There was a massive uprising of the tributaries. History at least offers this consolation that, with the tigers ripping one another apart, the sheep were safe. After a mixture of successes and setbacks, the Athenian army was slaughtered at Aigos Potamos, whilst spread out in search of plunder. This was a common occurrence in the old wars. Athens was finally captured by Lysander. The demise of Greek freedom can be dated from that point. No less given to looting than the Greeks, the Carthaginians seized the chance to swoop on Sicily and make tributaries of Selinont, Himera, Agrigentua, Gela, and Camarina. Tyranny ensconced itself in Syracuse. Such were the exploits by which Greece's finest age, the age of Pericles, was distinguished. From the manner of their waging war alone, we can see that the Greeks were scarcely born to make laws for the world, that honor goes to a people braver than them, to the Romans. We are the offspring of heroes, they used to say, their heads filled with Homer. In fact, the topic most frequently mentioned in the Iliad and the Odyssey is loot. Supremacy in Greece then passed to Lacedaemonia. The old Dorian principle was in the ascendant for a second time. Since Athens, which owed its power to its navy and to trade, and commanded respect for her arts, had fallen back on the old maxims during wartime, her defeat was inevitable, that was justice. History does not put up with such contradictions. The bird of prey of Taygetos was getting ready to swoop down on Persia, which was split between two pretenders and had an army of Greek mercenaries in her employ. But the Lacedaemonians were the most grasping and ruthless of overlords, and Greece could not but take a step backwards. Rather than follow them against the great king, the Greeks opted to sell their services. Sparta was thrust back into isolation and Athens regained her freedom. Agesilaus's victories in Asia were undone by Canaan. Setback followed setback, and Lycurgus's city, on the brink of succumbing, only averted that threat by betraying Greece in the so-called Peace of Ontalkidas. At pretty much the same time, Rome fell to the Gauls. There is no need to say what brought the latter to Italy. Plunder was the keynote, woe to the conquered. Under the Treaty of Ontalkidas, a product of the most profound Machiavellianism, all the Greek cities in Asia were surrendered to the great king. In return, all of the ones in Greece proper, big and small, were proclaimed independent. This was Greece doubly done to death. Let's skip this transfer of the Asian Greek cities to Persia, something that Sparta had no entitlement to do. There cannot be anyone who does not appreciate how fateful it was. But, we hear, by declaring all the cities in Europe independent and setting the tributaries free, and proclaiming equality, Sparta was rendering service to democracy. Wrong, it was primarily there that her treason lay. Greece could now not survive without unity. In those times, federation was just a word. The only connection that might have made a great power of Greece was centralization and, by way of a temporary stratagem of centralization, tribute. Thus was Greece reduced to dust by means of that general liberation as well as the surrender of the Asian cities to the king of Persia. Her power was smashed to the core. There was only one way of overhauling the League, the one indicated by Cumman, the conquest of Persia itself. But things were not yet ready for such an undertaking, and widespread disintegration triggered by the Peace of Ontalkidas, left the Greeks incapable of it. It was written that the spoils of Asia, so fervently coveted, were not for them and that they would lose even all their former possessions. At that point, decline was making giant strides. The moment that despicable treaty became known, cities such as Athens, which had their own tributaries, cried treachery and refused to give up. The good and bad motives behind this, we know. Did the Lacedaemonians, relentless in their handiwork, seize upon this as a pretext on which to bring relief to said tributaries? No, it provided them with an excuse for overrunning them. They mounted attacks on Mantinea, Phlius, Olynthos, the main city in Chalcidice, and they stormed the stronghold of Thebes. Then it was the turn of Boeotia to step in and take charge of the Greeks' retaliation. Pelopidas and Epaminondas routed the Spartans. That breed of brigand would have been banished from the scene, had Epaminondas not perished in his final victory, 362 BC. Here Justin passes this very grave comment. In the wake of the Battle of Mantinea, the Athenians fell into torpor and dissolute ways. There developed among them the practice of sharing the state's income among the people of the city and of spending on feasts and spectacles what had previously been used for the upkeep of the fleet and the army. We can guess the source of the treasury that they saw fit to share. Of course, had it been the sum of contributions raised from the inhabitants, it might have been more straightforward just to cut taxes. But it was the tribute levied upon her satellite cities, tribute, booty, plunder, and still more plunder. With the Greeks in decline, the fortunes of the Macedonians prospered. Philip carried on with Sparta's policy. Under the Treaty of Ontalkidas, he backed the claims of the allied and tributary cities and, to be safe, seized them. To no avail, Demosthenes denounced the king of Macedonia's tactics. To the degenerate Athenians, that great orator's harangues were just more entertainment. For assistance against Philip, they looked to Persia, which had been acting as mediator in all inter-Greek disputes ever since that notorious treaty. Besides, the Greeks had only ever fought their wars pirate style. Their syntagma was not strong enough to stand up to a phalanx. In the Battle of Chaeronea, Philip easily had the better of a long-winded plebs, as bereft of moral sensibility as of political sense. Appointed the Greek supreme commander at the Corinth assembly, to the applause of all those who had, for the preceding century and a half, weathered both the savagery of the Spartans and the demagoguery of Athens, he left his son, Alexander, Europe as his inheritance and Asia for him to conquer. Greek history affords us sight of war unadorned and in its development, driven by its primary cause, warfare between clan chiefs, and between nobles and plebeians during the long Dorian tyranny, warfare between city and city, finally, Greece under the command of Alexander and at war against the Persians. Those three phases might be defined thus: war for spoils, war for tribute, war for conquest, in short, a war of despoilment, everywhere and at all times. The prejudice that held that work was a slavish thing, relentlessly upset the balance between needs and resources, which industry elsewhere failed to make good and thus had to be made good by war abroad. There was no escaping this predicament. The common man always has an empty stomach, the aristocrat always seems fallen on hard times, the city, being the most substantial community, is forever operating at a loss. As for war's motives, or, if you prefer, its pretexts, there is no shortage of those. The history of the Kirkirans and Corinthians provide us with an instance of that where Epidaurus is concerned. In the absence of local issues, wasn't it but the great problem of Greek unity? Should there be any lingering doubts now that pauperism and, consequently, plunder was, quite apart from high political considerations that the philosopher-historian may discern, the primary cause of Alexander's expedition, let me focus on just one fact. At his coronation, Alexander began by exempting his Macedonian subjects from taxes and levies of every description. All he asked of them was men for his armies. Now, at that point, Greece, which had the king of Macedonia as her supreme commander, had not been paying him any tribute. The upshot was that Alexander, on assuming power, and deliberately dismissing any of the resources of his own country, intended to support himself exclusively at the foreigner's expense. In relation to his army, he espoused the principle, resuscitated at the beginning of the century with varying effects, of sustaining war by means of war and, as to those staying home, he made them an advance payment of their part of the plunder by exempting them from taxation. Unlike the Romans, the Greeks were not born to rule over the world. But what we have said about the Greeks and their martial practices in no way diminishes the qualities of their race, one of the best endowed in terms of physical beauty, sharpness of mind, poetry, language, and a gift for the sciences and arts. But in the 4th century BC, juridical sensibilities were feeble and the rights of peoples had barely emerged. The right of force was cynically asserted in the most abusive manner, collective life was pretty much non-existent, and individualism was taken to extremes. As the cult of Homer's poems testifies, ancient Greek civilization had developed under the influence of the heroic ideal, that being nothing more than the ideal of the plundering warrior. And not the least extraordinary feature of that blessed breed was the fact that it had grown up and had been illumined in conditions that seemed incompatible with the rise of genius. It collapsed and faded away just as its freedom to plunder was stripped away from it, at the very moment when, under the baton of the king of Macedonia, it was now being denied license to run loose. Could it be true, therefore, that in certain races the most eminent faculties only grow in the shade of the most monstrous vices? Proof that the modern Greeks are indeed the offspring of the ancients is the fact that they have clung to the subtle, sophistic, indomitable Dorian spirit more grimly than to plunder. But what would you expect from a civilization that sets out to strike a balance in all things, where science leaves no more room for sophistry, where philosophy has lifted the veil on the mystery in every contradiction, where the entrepreneurial spirit has replaced the spirit of adventure, where advances in the rights of peoples are stripping warfare of its poetry and making the tragic and the epic impossibilities? In certain respects, the anarchic Greece of antiquity bears a lot of resemblance to medieval Italy. In other respects, she is reminiscent of those mountain dwellers of the Caucasus, handsome and heroic as the Greeks were, and broken with such difficulty by the czars, despite their immense force. What the future holds in store for those still rather backward tribesmen, we do not know, but we would not be surprised if, for many a long century to come, they fail to be distinguished by anything grand, given that their ingenuity depends essentially on their warrior idealism and that, since their submission, they have retained nothing that might lend thrust and fruitfulness to their intelligence. Chapter 7, War and Conquest. The distinction between war's political motives and its economic cause. Alexander ushered in the authentic age of the conquerors, his name is rightly celebrated for that. From this individual onwards, warfare seems to have taken on a fresh appearance. Its primary cause is still, as we shall see later, pauperism, but it is better disguised in terms of international policy, its haughtiness seemingly scornful of the notion of abiding poverty, but, deep down, those are simply its corollaries. Cities no longer fight one another over plunder as much, that is a sideline by which the soldier, or even the general, may still be tempted but with which the statesman is scarcely concerned these days. Wars are fought over provinces. This is the age of annexation and amalgamation. State formation has the wind in its sails, the days of the independence of cities, mirrored in Hellenic times by the plurality of gods, are numbered. Tributaries who have everything to gain by revolution, by acquiring the rights of citizenship offered to them, are in favor of it. On every score, nationalism is losing strength, both on account of the risks of war and the advantages offered by a powerful protectorate. Resistance, indeed, merely speeds things up. After Alexander's death, there came the Achaean League, the Aetolian League, and a third one, the Lacedaemonian League. Leagues and alliances, which in one sense seem like a backward step and were bound up with laughable reform schemes, such as Agis's 526 viewed from a different angle, replicated the inevitability of annexation before finally succumbing to their own contradictions. Brand new feelings were at work in the multitudes, putting a strain on the old, staunch patriotism. The game was up, and unity was the order of the day. Everywhere, the local gods deserted the cities placed under their protection. One of Alexander's successors, Demetrius nicknamed Polyarchetes, taker of cities, was famed for his conquests. But, as if to prove that he, like Alexander, was merely an agent of the revolution, he refused to set aside as a refuge for himself any of the many places he had coerced. Death overtook him in Asia, where he had fled to live as a mere private individual, 283 BC. Let us not forget, though, that despite this growth in the political component in affairs of warfare, despite advances in international law, the main driver of events was still pauperism, a state of widespread penury and hardship. Just as there had been an original coming together to ward off individual distress, so now there was a tendency to band together against craft and municipal misery. Greater gods and mightier princes were looked to for salvation. Along with the appetites of great empires, the worries of smaller states lent themselves to a redrawing of the political map. Is there not something similar underway today? Bring up talk of giving France a boundary on the Rhine, provided that you can manage local freedoms and susceptibilities, there will be no shortage of individuals who will welcome their loss of nationality as a blessing, once they can see it as, in one case, a wider range of outlets for goods and, in another, the prospect of work or of a downpour of alms. And so, states are formed along more generous lines and the cities incorporated into them enjoy the same benefits as the metropolis. This was a distinguishing feature of the period in Greek and Asian history that followed Alexander's death. Thus, it can be argued that the Greeks or Macedonians, it makes no difference here, were shown the way by the Persians. And then war broke out again over borders and relations between these impromptu states and, finally, over supremacy, which is to say, as usual, over the largest budget, the daily bread of governments. The historian's eloquence has painted all these events in political colors. But the economist cannot be guided by such appearances, he wants to get to the bottom of things, and what does he discover? That it is need that prompts every move and lies behind all agitation, and that where nations fail to support themselves by means of economic organization, they strive to get it by reworking states, and this is not something that can be done unopposed, which is to say, without warfare. Continuing to the wars of Alexander's successors, these were all the more murderous in that, on taking over from that great conqueror, they continued the huge despoilment and found nothing but wasteland and anarchy. As to the wars of the Romans, their shameful motives we have mentioned already, but they still managed to complete the task begun by Alexander. And let us skip the whole of the Middle Ages, when there was ghastly poverty and when feudal brigandry served, as that of the Dorians before it, as a prelude to a new age of conquest, and then to a further reshuffling of Europe. A proper appreciation of these huge developments in warfare would take us too long. Let us leap straight to the modern age, and in order to gain a proper understanding of war of conquest, the Great War, let us transport ourselves mentally to the heart of one of those great states, obliged by economic imbalance to unremittingly look abroad for the wherewithal to fill the yawning chasm within. A state with a growing population under the crush of pauperism has to seek increased resources, territorial expansion, colonies, communications, possession, or at any rate unfettered access to rivers, lakes and mountain passes, outlets to the sea, windows on the world, as Peter I, the founder of Petersburg, used to say. But all of this had to be won first. Conquest over, it needs defending, and the exploitation of it needs to be assured against both incursions from without and revolts from within. This requires an ongoing deployment of forces and simply perpetuates and keeps the war going. To speak truthfully, all of that falls short and is never enough. One has to encircle, man strategic positions, take over access points, erect barriers and, oddly enough, look to one's own defenses not just against invading enemy armies but also against the equally formidable influx of goods from abroad. What are tariffs but warfare? And what lies beneath tariffs, what are they, other than fear of letting one's capital be undermined by speculation and fear of debt, in short, by the specter of famine? Which bears out our basic proposition, that the number one cause of agitation and war is pauperism, and it is endemic in societies. Nations and trades, private persons and governments, plebs and nobility, proletarian and prince, they are all prey to discomfort. The deficit does not leave us a minute's rest. Heads of state have merely to let go of the reins, peoples are going to gallop away. When it comes to destroying one another and further self-impoverishment, neither blood nor treasure come at a higher price. Which is why, when fire breaks out, the historian and the publicist need not really seek after what caused it. The only issue is finding out how the monster broke free of its fetters, or by what intrigue, freak of fate or clumsiness on the part of the nation's officers, had it burst upon the world. In light of these considerations, the peaceful dispositions of governments can be gauged by the state of their finances, the agricultural-industrial position of their peoples, the total debt, the parallel growth in parasitism and the proletariat. Tranquility abroad hinges upon order at home, that is as certain as any mathematical axiom. The people's sixth sense on this score is wonderful. Wretchedness means that it can sense the approach of war at quite some remove. Procul odoritur bellum 527, the way the famished ogre used to catch the scent of fresh meat. Pray tell, which state in Europe is not operating at a loss right now? We have shown how a nation only produces what it needs. With each day, humanity looks to God and toil for its daily bread. But outlay always overruns revenues quite substantially, precisely because humanity, a wholehearted believer in wealth, conducts itself on that basis. The public and private debts of European nations may well be in excess of 100 billion, and, remarkably, it is the countries that produce the most and best and which do most business that are the most heavily burdened. They are also the ones most inclined to warfare, meaning to invasion. For the past 4 centuries, the discoveries of the navigators have furnished the European powers with plentiful sources of profit and vast outlets for their populations. The settlements founded in the 2 Americas, Africa, Asia, Australia, and Oceania have played a considerable role in the peace of the world. But that situation could not last for long. Soon, every corner of the globe will have been explored, the land has been claimed everywhere. Countries that until recently were wastelands fill up with European settlers, who promptly become the enemies of their mother countries and quite ready to take up arms against them. Where is there left to conquer around the globe? The day that India, Australia, the islands of Oceania, Africa, and all the lands currently subject to European exploitation, proclaim or recover their independence, when, with sovereign control over their own wealth, raising the prices of their produce and competing with our own goods, they deliver nothing except for a fair return. On that day all the nations around the globe will find themselves blockaded by one another and plunged into a pauperism of their own. So, unless a balance can be struck everywhere between output and consumption, and if powers of fertility continue to outstrip industrial capabilities, political motives not being in short supply, strife is going to erupt, inexorably and universally. At the moment, all the signs point to war. Of course, looking no further than the political side of things, no statesman has ever had to face such complications. These next questions arise all at the same time, scabrous, irksome, and conceived in terms most likely to drive the diplomat to despair, and drive the masses onto the field of battle: the question of political reform and question of nationality, the question of stability in Europe and the question of natural borders, the question of centralization and the question of federation, the question of intervention or non-intervention and of protectorates, the question of the temporal and the spiritual, of serfdom and the issue of slavery, the free trade question and the compulsory trade question. 528 The question of the life and death of states and the issue of their succession, the question of their absolute independence and the matter of their deference to a supreme diet. Governments, to be fair to them, fear war and make the utmost effort to evade it. But they are forced to anticipate it and make ready for it. Nothing more is needed for it to break out. However, is there merely one issue lurking behind these matters of high politics, that mass diplomacy is brazenly left to resolve to the satisfaction of all interested parties? One issue that accounts for the enormous imbroglio that has had peoples worrying for the past 15 years as they await decimation by war? As I have said, and as anyone can readily appreciate, it is pauperism. Here, I am genuinely afraid of being taken to task for reiterating the same points too often. But the facts are so unmistakable, so persistent, they shine such a bright light upon the contemporary situation and the whole of previous history. This is a matter of such high interest for Europe, that I would reckon myself worthy of reproach by the reader if, due to some pointless literary delicacy, I were to overlook any hint of my conviction in the souls of others. Let us admit as much, peoples of Europe, one and all, and our offering of a brotherly handshake to one another will not be long delayed. The workers of the February Revolution, proclaiming universal male suffrage and the emancipation of the proletariat in one fell swoop, did what the sansculottes of 1793 had done before them, what the Reformation's peasants did in the 16th century, the Hussites in the 15th, the Jacques in the 14th, the Bonshams in the 13th and the Albigensians in the 12th. They put their finger on the open wound. The cause of warfare, as of any revolution, is a question of equilibrium, not political nor international equilibrium, but economic equilibrium. February's workers were defeated in June 1848 and December 1851, did that make the factor they denounced any less present and the sway of that factor over the government any less real? For the duration of the presidency, things have been left hanging, a violent situation which everyone assured themselves the 1852 elections would deliver us from. The coup d'état of December 2 merely anticipated the solution. Let us take a look at what came next. I have no desire to criticize the imperial government. From my vantage point, I can state without weakness or flattery that the imperial government has done what any other would have done in its place. It has been the expression of the universal mind, and, as it was the product of universal suffrage, it cannot be taken to task for that. It is a case of my countering one doctrine with another, or, if you prefer, of my highlighting a paradox regarding a prejudice. An appeal to public reason does not amount to an attack on the government. The issue of work and pauperism having been raised, two ways of resolving it offered themselves. One consisted of promoting the spread of wealth, boosting output by increasing the number of businesses, credit, traffic routes, etc., etc. The other consisted of relentlessly drawing the extreme classes back towards those middling circumstances, that we have cited as the very expression of order, through improved application of right and a loftier understanding of the principles of 1789. The first of these solutions was favored not only by the bourgeoisie but also by the masses, and not only by fashionable theories but by public opinion. "We are not producing enough," was the cry that went up on every side. we are not getting from the land all that we potentially could, we are allowing our capital to snooze. It is not a matter of cutting our clothes but of making our jackets last longer. That message prospered. At first glance, there was in that arrangement something at once fraternal, entrepreneurial, and of the conqueror, that must have delighted conservatives and Democrats and engaged the government. The other solution seemed more severe. It ruled out giving a fillip to industry, agriculture, and lending, but, without appreciating what might have been expected of freedom rather than of power, it failed to look forward to wealth and comfort for the toiling masses. On the one hand, it was aware that total value was always in proportion with subsistence, and subsistence to needs; on the other, that if the system stayed the same, the increased production would only ever bring benefit to a tiny number, assuming that it brought anyone any benefit at all. It confined itself to promising the citizenry nothing other than liberty and equality as a reward for unremitting toil and unrelieved frugality. Besides, this theory was not even proposed. It underlaid Republican thinking, but failed to break loose from the political formulas and concerns enveloping it. After a few allusions had been made to it, there was an outcry about plunder. The word was that, rather than enriching the poor, the Republic was still out to impoverish the rich and thrust everyone into poverty, etc. To satisfy both conservative demands and the proletariat's needs, the imperial government therefore did two things: it gave an impetus to big business, limited companies, and it embarked upon vast projects right across the empire. Which it still does. In so doing, the imperial government was, let me say again, merely acting in line with the prevailing prejudice. It did not believe, such thinking being forbidden, as certain innovators claimed, that the cure for pauperism lay in restoration of the balance between services and wages, in a more equitable distribution of products, in a phased lowering of interest rates and discounts, in forgiveness of debts, in the farmers sharing in the land's economic rent or at least in its surplus value. Mu value 529 in workers' association for the provision of public services at cost price, in eradication of parasitism, and finally in a return to frugal living. Taking the empiricists at their word, it believed that the actual remedy lay in an increase in the wealth that was dependent on it to create, and it resolved, by means of its concessions, encouragements, orders, and projects, to generate an overproduction that, according to it, must drive society and guarantee well-being, if not wealth, to all. There is a view widely held among Parisian workers that when things are going well in the construction industry, everything is going well. The imperial government appears to have been guided not just by construction, but also by building railways, canals, mines, etc., and, above all, banks, just as the workers were guided by the construction industry. Its engineers were screaming at it to build railways, canals, roads, and the means of transport will cry out for goods. Open collieries and the coal will lead to the building of steam engines, and machines will render goods. Organize credit and the capital lent out will bring you riches. Build, demolish, and the money spread around the laboring masses will fuel your trade. It does not seem to have occurred to anyone that whilst exaggerated development in one or in several industries always acts as a kind of impetus to others, such an artificial impulse is unsustainable, that in fact services are proportional to each another, but that as a whole they are proportional to needs, that therefore one had to begin with those needs, initially through educating the people, which is an undertaking of high liberalism, and then by procuring their needs at the best price, rather than depriving them of what is necessary in order to create the superfluous. The results of this we now know. There would be no point in our trying to apportion the blame for the abuses of speculation and the hijinks with which it has soiled its hands. These things are too serious for the entire responsibility to be pinned on fraud and ineptitude. There was actual overproduction, meaning creation of useless goods, aggravating pauperism. And let it not be said that the goods created represent an exchange value, given that a goodly number of these items have only a nominal value, that others are priced beyond their actual value, that the best of them are merely substitutions, and that the losses and miseries caused by all this prodigious commotion should still have to be taken into account. 530. The people of Paris will certainly be better housed once the works beautifying the city are finished. And God forbid that I should attack the probity and perfect regularity of the undertakings. I have not read the documentation and am not part of the parliamentary opposition. This is a case of my countering one economic theory with another economic theory. What I am tracing back is the physiology of pauperism and its impact on governments, relative to a few attempts at betterment, all tried by government at the prompting of public opinion itself. But still, the people of Paris were housed before, not all that badly and not all that expensively. A century rather than a decade might have been spent on refurbishments and no one would have uttered a word of complaint. The whole thing could have been handled quietly without upsetting business, without any burden placed on the city and without any loss on the part of tenants and landlords. Instead of which, what sort of a choice do we have before us? If rents fall, as the government is hoping, and revert to the levels they were at before, then the entire city will find itself in the same state as the Hotel de Rivoli. It will be a venture that will be written off as a loss, and there will still be some truth in the statement that, over a 10, 15 or 20-year period, the welfare of the Parisian population will have been diminished by whatever the expenditure has been on compulsory purchases, orders, demolitions, rebuilding, relocations, rent rises, etc. If rents do not come down or fall only very slightly, the very fact of rising rental costs will have introduced an enduring factor, making all tenants in Paris and across France all the poorer. Do you want another example? Let me borrow from the trade treaty with England. 531. Nothing the imperial government has done has earned the emperor such high praise, further evidence that the emperor, for all the sham despotism, actually governs however opinion dictates. We now know from the official record that the implementation of that treaty has resulted in a 90 million fall in state revenues, necessitating the raising of certain taxes by the same sum, that, in addition, a sum upwards of 40 million in savings has been asked for so as to equip French industry to compete with the outside world. One day, you may say, France will reap the benefits of this treaty. To which my answer is, those who live that long will see. Every day brings fresh grief. Meanwhile, a good number of industrial towns are in dire straits. The people, promised cheaper calico, cutlery, coal, and other articles, are paying more for their wine and brandy, which are needs of a different type. Meanwhile, we have added 40 million to our capital account, which is not quite the same as adding to our wealth. Then, when we are in a position to compete with the English, we will not be any the richer, since the value of new goods will still have to keep in line with subsistence costs, and, if subsistence costs fall, the population increases. Sure, it is a good thing that nations drive one another on, but here, as before, there was a model to follow. Above all, there was no reason to suppose that the implementation of free trade should bring us wealth like manna from heaven. Someday, the French people will learn from painful experience what it really means to focus on exports, and close its domestic market, which is what France is doing, through poor circulation of services and goods. One notion professed by the imperial government and espoused by the legislature is that the automatic outcome of growth in public prosperity is a rise in the cost of life's basic necessities. Why, then, this trade treaty, which was intended to lower the cost of things? But it would be too easy to play the critic here. I prefer to pick up on the imperial thinking and state, but in a loftier sense, yes, since man must consume if he is to live, and produce through toil what he consumes, and perfect himself physically and morally, then, as a result, every day toils more and better. It is true to say that the more he progresses in terms of civilization, the more work the essentials of life require, and the more costly they become, and, therefore, the more important it is for society that services and goods be shared equally. From which my conclusion is, therefore, that pauperism cannot be combated by means of relocations, wealth cannot be generated through speculation, plenty assured by means of trade treaties. The word of the emperor is the true message of the gospel. The way to combat pauperism is to instruct the people, to teach them, as did Jesus Christ and before him Pythagoras, of toil, temperance, and righteous action. So, pauperism, already so palpable in French society under Louis Philippe's government, when 5% stood at 116 francs, has grown in intensity as a result of the very means employed to combat it, the sole outcome of which has been to inflate everyone's outgoings out of all proportion to their income. Empiricism and a sham spirit of conservatism are at fault for having had a hand in trying to misrepresent these facts and denying the consequences to which they lead. That the nation should stick to the mistaken path or routine to which it was committed, with that sort of experience behind it, should be a cause of amazement, even though we are living in an age when nothing should astound us on account of its folly any more. Which brings me to the thorny issue. In France, like everywhere else, pauperism is part of our makeup, and it is chronic. This may be taken as read. Over the past 30 years it has been exacerbated by the wrong-headed, sometimes political, and sometimes economic measures to which our governments have committed themselves. Does that make it right to claim that it was the cause of the Crimean and Lombardy wars, or indeed the occupation of Ancona and the siege of Antwerp? Can we possibly admit that such a notion raised its head in the councils of the state, that Emperor Napoleon III had gone to war as a distraction from the national misery, and is ready to do so? Anybody who would reduce the issues down to those sorts of terms has missed my point. I stated that war's primary cause was pauperism, that notions of high politics comprise its secondary or immediate cause. I then pointed out how, initially, the cause of war and its political motives blended into one. War itself was identified with plunder. That was the age of the heroes. Thereafter, raison d'etat was distinguished from the economic cause, and war was waged primarily with a view to conquest or annexation, but without it thereby ceasing to depend, in terms of its origins, upon that cause. Which brings us to where we are. Leaving the notion of power to one side, the point is to fathom what higher, conscious or unconscious influence prompts it. It is within those parameters alone that I was able to dare cite France and the actions of her government. What I am not about to undertake is some unearthing of the private, political, or dynastic reasons that prompted the emperor to undertake those two expeditions, especially as I have no real urge to discover them. State secrets are unfathomable to contemporaries. They are revealed, if they are revealed at all, only to posterity. The fact is that what prompted the Eastern War was not the salvation of Turkey, which has today been abandoned, nor was it a desire to tear up the 1,815 treaties, since all that campaign achieved was to consolidate them. Nor was it the desire to be of service to the revolution, since revolutionary auxiliaries were shunned and the war kept solely political. Finally, it was not religious zeal either, since there is no end of preaching tolerance and, today, the Latin Church has been placed in check by the dropping of the Pope's temporal authority. As for the war in Italy, it is equally the fact that it has not exactly been fought for Italy's independence, nor to please the revolution, nor even with the aim of cutting Austria down to size, since it has stopped halfway. Lombardy having been overrun, there was no stomach for a conquest of Venetia. That one of the emperor's fears as he stepped into the ring was not just that he might run into a coalition there, but might have revolution on his heels, that in signing the peace of Villafranca 532 the emperor, with military foresight, promoted confederation rather than unity and placed that confederation under the oversight, not of the Emperor of Austria or of the King of Piedmont, but of the Pope, a prince who never brandishes the sword and whose only weaponry is the anathema. Let me say it again, I do not know what the French emperor's purpose was, and it is none of my business. I can see how a politician tasked with monitoring the deeds of the government might feel uneasy. Of course, had I had a seat in the legislature during the sitting that is drawing to a close, before giving my endorsement to the imperial policy, I might have raised some respectful query about the matter. I would not have believed that the event, such as it was, would satisfy a Democrat as a justification for the undertaking. After so many declarations and disclosures, I would have asked the ministers for an oral explanation of what His Majesty thought he was doing in Italy. Coming from the lips of a representative of the people or from a journal of revolution, that question might have been perfectly justified. Here, in a book of doctrine, on the philosophy of war and peace, the answer, whatever it might have been, would be of little account. For the reasons we have outlined, war is something that is always in the background, which the princes do not govern according to their whim and can choose little more than the pretext and the timing of its emergence. Therefore, independently of the Emperor Napoleon III's secret motives, he was, in my view, compelled to embark upon those two campaigns, by his very origin, his name and his title, and the very circumstances of his existence, much more so than Louis Philippe's government and the Republic itself had been. I say that the real author of the Crimean and Lombardy campaigns was not the emperor, but the situation, the nation, and that, whilst the masses were not consulted, they did applaud. If they applauded, it was because they thought they could see in those two campaigns a war on counter-revolution, on the European aristocracy and the coalition of despots and everything that it had learned to despise since 1789. So deeply did it hold this belief that the imperial government is today taking advantage of this popular opinion in order to portray its policy as revolutionary, liberating, democratic, and I might go so far as to say a social policy, whilst the reactionaries from the Senate and the legislature strive to drag him back to the reactionary sentiments that seemed to animate him in 1852, 1855 and 1859. Now what does this word revolution mean in the mind of the French people? The destruction of feudal privileges and, by necessary extension, of all land-owning, industrial, capitalist and mercantile privileges, the right to work, to a fair distribution of earnings, the end of exploitation and of parasitism. The French people became sympathetic to the liberty of other peoples by means of this chain of ideas. Do you think that if it had had the slightest suspicion that the Polish national question was a matter for the Polish aristocracy alone, it would have the slightest interest in the resurrection of Poland and the emancipation of the Poles? No, no, what the French people seek in the reconstitution of nations is the guarantee of their own revolution, the complement of that revolution. Which is why it is currently supportive of Italian unity, at its own risk and despite imperial prudence. French Democracy 533, currently represented by 2 or 3 newspapers and 5 or 6 deputies, makes this commitment to Italian democracy in defiance of the country's military interests. It is primarily out to drive the papacy, the Austrian Empire and its feudatories, the King of Naples and the Duke of Tuscany, out of the peninsula. French democracy regards all of these as representatives of divine right. It would rather deal with another first-class power and run the risk of huge ingratitude, than let Italian federation leave the door open to the return of the old system. It is true to say that the French democracy has demonstrated magnanimity here. It may well be wrong in its reckonings, which are sweeping, unremarkable, and a superficial view of things, for Vour is a bad counsellor. But as to intentions, there is nothing there to take issue with. The revolution, at home and abroad, annexing if necessary, is the extinction of pauperism, whether the French democracy knows it or not. Subsistence is at stake, there is a case for war. Chapter 8, more on the same subject. Pauperism has made England its capital. Of all nations, England is also the one that has mounted the most invasions, as Monsieur de Ficquelmont has it. The English aristocracy has delivered the world to the whims of the English people. If England does not owe her wealth to plunder, she owes it to exploitation. England is out to serve the entire globe, as long as she can be sole supplier. Her free trade theory is nothing except the forcible exclusion of all who are her inferiors in terms of capital, industry, and means of transport. England needs a monopoly on the world if she is to retain her position. 534. Which is why the English have established strongholds in all the seas, Gibraltar, Malta, Corfu, Perim, the Cape, St. Helena, in addition to their trading posts. Cannon warfare is just an auxiliary to the war of capital as far as she is concerned. One day, though, her gigantic appetite will be answered by a no less colossal ambition. If England were to blockade the world with her fleet, could the world not blockade England by closing her ports? The continental system, pending a raid that had been put off until better days, was Napoleon's great idea. In breaking the Treaty of Amiens 535, England thought she was preventing Europe from being conquered, but merely hastened that conquest. After having absorbed Italy, Belgium, and Holland into his empire, Napoleon was prompted to go on and absorb Portugal, Spain, Westphalia, Hanover, the Hanseatic cities and the whole of the German Confederation. Had he but had the time, he would not have failed to get his hands on Constantinople, the future capital of the world, as he used to say. He never worked out how to starve England. Now the continent, restored to itself, no longer closes its ports to the English, it makes do with slapping tariffs on them and competing with them. To which the English respond with their orchestrated free trade propaganda, in which they are aided and abetted of course by those who, enjoying natural monopolies or manufacturing on their own account at very low cost, ask nothing better than to pay the lowest market prices both for their raw materials and everything they themselves cannot provide, even should it spell the doom of their fortunes and the independence of their own country. If only Napoleon III, who has seen fit to give free trade a go, had taken it into his head to ask England, which is at present wholeheartedly behind independence for the Italians, to grant the very same independence also to the Irish and the Hindus, etc., as well as evacuating and demolishing her strongholds, all by way of precondition for and guarantee of unadulterated freedom of trade. I would love to know what Messrs. Bright and Cobden's answer might be to that categorical challenge. 536. The Anglo-Saxon race has a large appetite, this is one of its distinguishing features. Like the leopard 537 included in its coats of arms, it is armed for conquest, Sicut Leo Rapiens et Rugians. 538. Here physiology gives us the secret of politics and the explanation of history. For all its industrial development, the English people remains the most aristocratic of all peoples and the most famished, the former explains the latter and vice versa. It is in England that one finds the largest fortunes and the most fearful misery, there that we find the most energetic producers and the most intrepid consumers. The English people have labored tremendously, but still they go hungry. Utilitarianism was born in England, it might even be argued that it is in the blood of the English. All the philosophers, moralists, theologians, novelists, and statesmen in Great Britain are imbued with it. It will be said that it was in France that political economy was spawned, Adam Smith learned from Quesnay. But how France has let herself be outstripped by her rival. True, this English, Malthusian political economy sits uncomfortably alongside the Declaration of the Rights of Man. By temperament, we seek to equalize wealth rather than consuming or producing. And, whilst the tricolour rosette lets its conquest slip through its fingers, to the delight of the British leopard, which clings tightly to them, to us the glory, to her the profit. England's finest triumph has been to infuse us with her maxims, we shall not better her on the terrain of consumption and production, instead, we shall moor our ships at Brest 10 times more readily than at Plymouth. England only intervenes in the affairs of other countries in order to extract trade treaties, and promises her support to those who buy her goods. She dreams of taking over China the way she has India, she anticipates social warfare right across Europe and even in her own ranks, and having devoured the Irish plebs and Scottish plebs, she cannot feed her own. England is fortifying her shores, casting cannons, building up her navy, exercising her volunteers, inflates her budget, raising her discount, no doubt on the strength of her free trade theory, and equipping herself to deploy steel and fire against any who might talk of touching her trade, her conquests, her monopolies. The general misery and wretchedness in Great Britain this winter has been horrifying, yet the British nation's output has never stood so high. Subsistence is at stake, there is a case for war. After France and England, is it worth the bother of mentioning the rest? Russia indeed because of her territorial vastness, feels ill at ease. In Asia, she brings weight to bear on China, India, and Persia, where she will sooner or later run up against the English. She controls the Caucasus and part of Armenia, Her settlers are inching along the Asian coastline as far as Constantinople. She has turned the Black Sea into a Russian lake and is out to open up a route to the Persian Gulf via the Euphrates and the Tigris. In Europe her ambition reaches as far as Constantinople. For Russia, Constantinople could be, like Petersburg, a gateway, a warehouse, a market, a stronghold. The Ottoman Empire is dead, cries the Elinvalide Rus 539. The time is right to send the Turks packing, back to the steppes of Turkestan. The 20 million serfs emancipated by the emperor need an outlet. The Russian boyars 540 who will shortly be finding themselves serfless, need trade, speculation and purpose. The eternal borrower state that cannot keep its cash at home needs money. Subsistence is at stake, there is a case for war. Austria is in roughly the same situation. Her port of Trieste is not enough for her, she would gladly add the mouth of the Danube and Salonika to it. But how is she to reach agreement with Russia asking for Constantinople? Dispossessed of Lombardy which, year in and year out, used to bring her in 30 million net, according to the reckoning of one Italian economist, she would like to have it back and, if the opportunity were to come along, have it back she will. The peasants of Lombardy might be used as her auxiliaries, she would only have to offer them a morsel of land, as she has the Galicians. The curious point here is that, by making this move, Austria could flatter herself that she is doing the revolution a better service than any that we ourselves have done it by handing Lombardy over to Victor Emmanuel. Subsistence is at stake, there is a case for war. Why, over the last few years, have the nations of Europe seemed so prone to feelings inimical to France? In Spain, following a silly rumor that Napoleon III had his eye on Catalonia, memories of 180-8541 were warmed up. Likewise, in Germany, Switzerland and Belgium, memories from 1813 were resuscitated in connection with the annexation of Savoy. What am I saying? Europe seems to want to be more liberal, more revolutionary than us, just to hamper us. Spain is half progressive and half republican. Italy mocks our advice even as she pleads for our intervention and wraps herself up in her unity. 542 Germany closes her federal ranks and offers the imperial crown to the King of Prussia who says neither yea nor nay. Belgium has had her say, Switzerland bears us a deep grudge, England is laying the groundwork for electoral reform, Austria, as Monsieur Bill-Alt 543 has said, is saving herself by granting her peoples all the constitutions they are asking for. Russia has emancipated her serfs. What the coalition of sovereigns back in 1813 were promising to grant their peoples once the campaign was over, they are now offering them today prior to the battle. The French nation, they are telling them, was not made for freedom, they can only deliver you slavery. What can the reason be for such fears and calumnies? It is always the same, war is conquest, and conquest is not only annexation, but also requisitioning, war taxes, despoilment, levying of men, plunder, and all the soldierly affronts. Starting from that, alas, all too true principle, France stands accused of wanting to devour Europe again. Her budget, her swelling debts and her extravagant spending are cited as evidence of that. But let us not lose sight of the fact that those who claim to be so afraid of being gobbled up by us would gladly gobble us up themselves. Let both camps admit the fact. He who unremittingly points an accusing finger at French ambition is tormented by the same goad. Prussia, who back in 1804 could not decide whether to accept or reject Hanover, and lusts after Holstein and has the ambition of swapping its name of the Kingdom of Prussia for the more grandiose designation of German Empire. Prussia, which was drawn across the Rhine by the treaties of 1815, which boasts French-speaking subjects in Luxembourg, would need no encouragement to cross the Meuse and press on to the Marne. What nation in Europe, driven by hatred of the First Empire, would not be delighted to strike the path to 1815 once again, and make do with a scrap of that great body known as France? Liberalism, constitutionalism, philosophy, shared principles and tendencies, play no part in this. Conquer or be conquered, that is the law. Subsistence is at stake, there is a case for war. The people today do not wait for overtures from their princes. When it is not a case of governments attacking one another, we have populations turning on their governments, demanding reforms, and, if those reforms are not forthcoming, making revolutions. The proletarian blames the bourgeois who, in turn, blames the nobility, the church, the court, the army. The two emperors, Napoleon III and Franz Joseph, were scarcely back from Villafranca than they were mobbed by their peoples who were clamoring for freedoms. Bread and the '93 Constitution, cried the rebels in Prairial. Bread or lead, cried those in 1848. How could we deny these well-beloved people full freedom? One of them passed his decree of November 24 and the other his ordinance of 27th February. 544, and still their subjects are not content. Thus, following the war in Crimea, the Muscovite peasants clamored for their emancipation, the Romanians, Montenegrins, Serbs, and Maronites and all Turkey's Christians lobby the Sultan for access to political rights, which is parliamentary talk, meaning that they are not prepared to pay any longer. Victor or vanquished, the head of state is certain to hear famine knocking at his door. What was the Italian bourgeoisie after? Were its dreams ever of Italian unity? Does it even understand the workings of the Constitution? Has it a religion or any belief? It was rather weak, with little landed wealth and no influence and no place in government. Did it want, like the bourgeoisie of 1830 or that of 1789, to be, or rather, to have something, get into business, claim its share of the budget, turn a profit out of the sell-off of national assets, grow fat? In short, could any bourgeoisie want anything else? It had an entitlement to it, to be sure, far be it from me to upbraid it for that. What is the third estate? Nothing. What does it want? Everything. Take the measure of that message of CI's, it represents the motto of any bourgeoisie preparing to replace the higher castes, the clergy, the court, and the nobility. But in order to enjoy the gains made by the revolution with some degree of security, the Italian bourgeoisie understands that a constitutional monarchy offers it greater guarantees than a republic. This was the bourgeois thinking in 89 and 1830, it was the thinking of the reaction in 1848 and 1852. Look at the unity with which these bourgeois rally around Monsieur Cavour against the Mazzinians and the Garibaldians. The shrewd ones among them also think that gratitude in politics is a burdensome virtue and, just as they united around the Emperor of the French in order to expel the German Emperor, so they reunite around Victor Emmanuel by way of repaying a debt to the French Emperor. Nothing is too much for them. As for the multitude, that brute force, flesh and blood that can only bleed its support, it will be left with nothing, my mistake, with conscription. Apply this, mutatis mutandis, to all of Europe's aristocracies, bourgeoisies, and democracies and come to this conclusion: subsistence is at stake and there is a case for war. To be sure, modern nations have managed to conjure up resources to which ancient societies had no access. The comparative population figures for different periods in history testify to that. The power of credit, the cash supply, the feats of industry, the art of agriculture, the significance of trade, the servicing of budgets and huge debts, all of these are such as to boggle minds and banish the ignoble thinkers of wretchedness and envy far from the counsels of high policy. Seeing the ease with which loans are covered in France, who would not swear that the country is a land of plenty and a ruddy-faced nation? But all that is just prestige. Once there is a breakdown in the balance between needs and resources, and God only knows how long it will take us to restore that balance, and above all, once the disparity between the minimum and the maximum has become so exorbitant, then, it can be stated with certainty, we have pauperism. Deficit is the rule and well-being the exception. Politics can readjust its gears all it likes, and the sovereigns make a show of being guided by the most liberal intention, but it will make not one bit of difference. There is a dour envy smouldering in every stratum of society from top to bottom, and, In the absence of an economic order founded upon truth and right, war is an inescapable inevitability. War, I say, in all its guises and all its forms, war of plunder and war of conquest, border warfare, war over outlets, colonial war, wars of religion and wars of principle, dynastic wars, race wars and caste wars, wars of succession and partitionist wars, wars over influence and wars over stability, wars of independence, civil war and social war. In all these guises, the underlying cause of war remains the same, but that is what bothers peoples and governments the least. The struggle to survive, the poor man's lack of basic necessities, inadequate income in the case of the rich man, the burgeoning debts and the hole in the state budget, in short, starvation. The God of hosts and the God of wretchedness are one and the same God. This no more brings one of them honor than it does the other, but it is the truth. 545. The Emperor Aurelian used to tell the Roman people that they were the kindliest, most jovial, easily governed people, as long as they were well fed, well dressed, and well entertained. One day, in the course of a riot, he had his praetorians slaughter 8,000 of them. After which he refrained from setting foot in Rome. Aurelian's message encapsulates the whole policy of the Caesars, as well as that of the Senate, and lifted the veil on the principle of warfare and its ambiguous morality. These days everybody thinks along the same lines as Aurelian. There is little credence placed in the political causes of war and, besides, everybody knows that since 1848 the real issue on the agenda is the issue of the proletariat. Also, whilst some call for war with an eye to conquest, others want it as a way to reduce the numbers of consumers, the very same way as useless mouths are driven out in times of siege. We have even seen Republicans making this arrangement the foundation of their politics. According to them, the provisional government ought to have driven the people out onto the fields of battle. Monsieur de Lamartine, with his peace policy, had betrayed the revolution. For its part, the people embraced all these considerations. There are, it said, too many people in the world, we must venture outside the country. If that brings no plunder, well, it will still have ensured a break in the clouds. Oddly enough, the conquerors who are normally regarded as the authors and instigators of every war, are still the ones who show the greatest concern for human lives and, where there is a shred of humanity remaining in these great struggles, we owe it to them. When is he going to start his war? One peasant who had voted for Louis Napoleon asked on December 2. Under that other fellow, we paid not 1 penny, the enemy covered all the costs. The brothers and sisters, nephews and nieces of the soldiers who perished in Dobrogea, in Crimea, at Magenta and at Solferino have shed a tear in their memory. Then they console themselves with the thought that France will in the end secure some morsel of land and that will bring in a little money that they will one day inherit. Conquer, conquer, and keep on conquering. Since the dawn of society this has always been the inclination of states, prompted by endemic pauperism. To live, surrounded by growing discomfort, despite conquest, or indeed because of conquest, such is their condition. Out of all the powers, England is the one that has conquered the most, and she exploits 120 million Indians, commands an entire continent, and has half of Africa under her control, and England is also the greediest for new possessions and touchiest about the annexations of her neighbors. The smaller states such as Switzerland, Belgium, the Grand Duchy of Baden, too weak to expand at the expense of their neighbors, have given this up in favor of hurling groups of their emigrants to all corners of the globe. Once upon a time Ireland, Scotland, and Switzerland were the most likely to hire out their militias to the foreigner. Expatriation and mercenary soldiering are safety valves for second or third-rate sovereigns, who are barred from exercising their right of war. All praise to the potentates, to them alone is the world indebted for what little ease it enjoys, their greatness stands guarantor for our security. And the scepter will not be wrested from their hands until the day the world has found its economic constitution, which is merely the constitution of peace itself, the ultimate goal of all revolutions. In Jacob's testament, it is written of them, non auferiter sceptrum, donec veniat pax, et ipsa est expectatio gentium. 546. Chapter 9, that conquest, which should have ended plunder, has preserved it. I think I have demonstrated more than amply that all conquest is triggered by pauperism on the part of the conqueror. But, by virtue of the political considerations, which have determined it, conquest remains no less legitimate. The entirety of our Book 2 was spent demonstrating that contention. Indeed, conquest is merely the political annexation called for by international relations and effected by means of the right of force. Given that legitimacy, conquest, one would have thought, should have banished any sort of plunder and pillage from warfare and made up for the vice of its inception through a boost in the virtue of its operations. So why is the very opposite happening? I put this question to the jurists, the statesmen, and the military men. But I won't wait for their response. It is believed that the last word has been said whenever an accusing finger has been pointed at the human heart and the violence of its passions. It is, rather, the connectedness of ideas as well as the contradictions between them that we should be denouncing. The mind is conscience's chief tempter and the initial instigator of sin. Genesis represented it in the form of the serpent that spoke to Eve, man's spouse, which is to say, his conscience. To whom do riches naturally belong? To the mighty, the man endowed with strength and thereby entitled to command honor and glory. Is the paterfamilias not the owner of everything his child has? Is the master not also the owner of what is produced by his servant or his slave? Does the seigneur not have a claim upon the industry of his vassal and the landowner upon his tenant's harvest? In every instance, implicit in force is the right of ownership. Might the same not be true, all the truer, in warfare, where this right of force prevails unadulterated, encapsulating within itself all these various rights, the rights of father over child, master over servant, sovereign over subject, where the despoilment of the vanquished is compensation for the risk of war. Therefore, according to the extant right of war, the ownership of the conquered country, public property and private property, movable property and real estate, belongs to the victor. The law of war, as defined by the pedants and by prejudice, makes no distinctions. It might even be argued that, if the ancient world is to be believed, it is only with the aid of this confusion that war is explicable, that it has any meaning or purpose and, so to speak, any morality. The opinions of the ancients on this score were, as we have seen, unanimous. As for the moderns, it can readily be seen from the twists and turns of the authors that the warrior's moderation with regard to private property in the enemy country counsels prudence, or, at best, Christian charity. Strictly speaking, he could help himself to it all since he can always invoke compensation or the necessity of his feeding himself and depriving the enemy of his resources. Leaving the wealth of the vanquished untouched would amount to a failure to profit from victory, an essential point in the art of winning. It would amount to adding the defeat of the victor to that of the vanquished, and that would be a nonsense. Despoilment is the endorsement of defeat. An army that triumphs and comes away empty-handed is committing suicide. This is the message of tradition, and we must admit that while that tradition is wholly mistaken from the viewpoint of the genuine right of war and the genuine rights of peoples, since war has no purpose other than bringing states together or forcing them apart, from the vantage point of the primary cause that leads to war, to wit, pauperism, from the vantage point of the right of force per se, being the sole right acknowledged at the outset and, for a very long time, the only one war saw fit to acknowledge, it is hard to deny that its logic is correct. The mistake lies in new rights sprouting on the primitive trunk of the right of force over the course of events and by the fact of war itself, and that the warrior, who assumes that in every battle everything is called into question, does not concern himself with these rights. He pays no heed to the passage of time. Of him it can be said, not only that he is out of step with his times, but also that he is out of step with war itself. Plunder therefore remains a concomitant of conquest. A few more words on the matter will open our eyes to the extent to which these two things, mutually exclusive to any enlightened conscience, are bound closely together. If war were a duel between diplomats and generals, then of course we might reform it in line with the argument presented here. but it is a struggle between the masses, and there is nothing chivalrous about the masses. Honor is the essence of chivalry, and plunder that of war. That is what is primarily responsible for its popularity. In the absence of that bait, it is doubtful that it would have as many supporters and, especially, as much brawn to wage it. The king conquers, that is his calling, the multitude plunders. Does the hound that retrieves the game not have an entitlement to its share of the quarry? As we have seen, the ancients made full use of the right of plunder. Fated by the historians as conquerors, Ninus, Sesostris, Nebuchadnezzar, Cyrus, and Cambyses and others were marauders, as were Attila, Genghis Khan, Tamerlane, and Mohammed too. Ancient Greece, as we have seen, was no exception to that tradition. Philip and Alexander ushered in the age of annexation. As far as the princes were concerned, conquest became the chief purpose of war, but plunder remained the prerogative of armies. Soldiers and generals looked to it for their pensions. This is what the Roman example shows. After having defeated the enemy armies, Rome seized from the city temples whatever treasures the pious confidence of private persons had deposited there: statues, paintings, sacrificial tripods, tapestries, urns, etc. She then went on to strip the inhabitants of their furniture, clothing, jewels, goods, savings, livestock and slaves, without precluding the confiscation of their lands, or, rather, of rental income payable in money or in kind. Then she requisitioned the corn that was distributed free to the people from the rulers of Egypt, Sicily, and right along the African coast. And, in this, Rome was purely and simply exercising the right of war. She had been fighting, not just on behalf of the empire, but also for the wealth of nations. It never occurred to anyone to upbraid her for this. She had won, that word said it all. Conqueror of territory and of men, she seemed all the more to have conquered other values. The making of any distinction would have been, how shall I put this, thievery from the army. Rich spoils stripped from the body of the enemy were the finest adornment of its triumphs, the acme of its glory. What was she going to glory in without that? She did not fight for ideas. Ideas back then were something that Providence kept close to its chest. There were no journalists around who could extricate them. She did not think she was rich enough to be able to afford her glory. In those days, the word glory was synonymous with plenty and wealth. It was nothing to brag about, unless the enemy paid the price. Under the emperors, 3/4 of the pay of the highest-ranking officers was made up of chattels and comestibles gifted by the emperor, plunder, unmistakable even from a mile away. Roman conquest ought to have triggered an international legal separation of conquest from pillage, but it seems that the former was conceived of as a means of consolidating the latter instead. Indeed, the permanent confiscation of a country's entire net product, the despoilment of its wealthy and well-off families, is still the most effective step at the disposal of a conquering state when countering the still vibrant nationality of the defeated people. As a rule, one need not fear of rebellion emanating from the plebs. It comes rather, from the nobility, the bourgeoisie, the clergy, all who own, who wield influence, who participate in government. As societies currently stand, the ruination of the upper class in a country by means of confiscation of landed revenues, of business, financial and industrial profits, would, despite the superiority of the modern plebs over the ancient plebs, curtail that country's life, activity, thought and progress. In high antiquity, however, that was the unvarying policy of the conquerors. In accordance with Tarquin's precept, the aristocracy 547 was wiped out, it was banished, impoverished, sold off, unless, in some rare act of generosity, the option was exercised to make it a sharecropping, Imphidius bound 548 tenant on its own properties. If need be, the lower classes were drawn into the dispossession of their betters, and that was that. The country fell quiet. Political life petered out. This was how the Tsars dealt with some of the Polish nobility. It was due to Austria not knowing how, or because of failure to apply this principle to the empire's restless populations, that it ended up on the wrong side of the Lombards and the Hungarians. Take a look at what the Turks did to the nations they subjugated. What sort of political life survived in Egypt and right across Africa, in Syria, in Asia Minor, in Thrace, Macedonia and Greece itself? Despoilment, more so than slaughter, wiped it all out. Had the civilizing genius of the Arabs been added to their military energy, the Turks would have absorbed the invaded races and founded a power centered on the Mediterranean but straddling Asia, Africa, and Europe, that would have finally triumphed over a divided Christianity. But Turkish force was mere brute force. Unlike the Arabs, they had only a flimsy grasp of conquest. The Ottoman warriors only ever understood the base aspects of war: slaughter, plunder, devastation, and rape. They were the ones who, by the savagery of their apostolate, brought Islam, so glorious under the caliphs, into disgrace, and killed it off. They ended up killing themselves off through the corruption of their despotism. They remain numerous and strong, but stifled by the Christian populations re-emerging everywhere from the ashes. It was up to Christianity, whose name might be construed as conquest, to conquer all the nations of the earth for Christ's spiritual kingdom. It was up to Christianity, that religion of unity and detachment, to reform warfare, untangling conquest from the pagan, self-seeking custom of plunder. It failed to do so, and the idea never so much as occurred to it. Christianity's triumph was that part of the Middle Ages stretching from Charles Martel to St. Louis, an age of anarchy and wretchedness that has been compared to the tyranny of the Dorians and that could be characterized as reciprocity between brigands. Even the bishops asserted their seigneurial rights and were not the least ruthless. Now, what did such seigneurial rights amount to, partially preserved up until the Revolution? The right of plunder, exercised as an extension of the right of conquest, and pronounced divine right by a church that had become as barbarous as it had initially seemed reforming and democratic. Reduced to ruin in spite of their banditry and forced into selling off their lands, the nobles joined the Crusades, doubtless to wrest the Holy Land, Christ's legacy, back from the infidels and thereby secure forgiveness for their sins, but also and primarily in the hope of rebuilding their fortunes. Not that the religion of Christ forbade its knights to do so, any more than Mohammed's did its sheiks, and a fair few of them achieved it. In the 14th century, war became a Freemasonry of plunderers. The Grandes Companies 549 held France to ransom. Du Guesclin only succeeded in ridding the kingdom of them by placing himself at their head and leading them, first, onto the lands of the Avignon papacy, upon which he imposed a levy, and then into Spain, where he set about deposing the legitimate king, Don Pedro, known as Pedro the Cruel, for the benefit of his half-brother, Henry de Trastamara. The condottieri revolutionized Italy, driving out the lords who were no longer able to pay them, auctioning off cities, which goes to show how little store they placed by conquest and how much plunder was their preference. Only when buyers failed to step forward did they decide to make themselves sovereigns. This curious institution of armies lacking homelands, lacking leaders, and bereft of any considerations of nationality is one of the strangest phenomena to come out of the muddle to which barbarism and Christianity had reduced the world, wedded to each other and battering the empire. Only with the 30 Years' War and after the extermination of Tilly's and Wallenstein's hosts by Gustavus Adolphus did it disappear from the scene. From Francis I onwards, carried away by its appetite for wealth, the nobility became increasingly needy. Under Louis XIV, it only survived by the largesse of the monarch. Its servility, its turpitude matched its avarice. This breed of swordsmen shaped the pugnacious character that has, since the 17th century, become one of the distinguishing features of the French people. As the king could not go on giving, war represented a supplementary income. The competition between Louvois and his brother Le Tellier and Colbert and his son Signelli 550, a rivalry that so well encapsulated the frictions between the hubristic, famished nobility and a bourgeoisie made rich through hard work, was, according to the Abbé de Saint-Pierre 551, the cause of the Dutch War of 1671–1678 and the bombardment of Genoa, two acts that did most to make Louis XIV's power despicable in the eyes of Europe. Whilst the king waged war in order to add to his states, the nobles did so to enrich themselves at the enemy's expense. Villars, the hero of Denain, essentially a good man, naively confided to Louis XIV, in his letters, about the portion he awarded himself of the war levies he slapped on the cities, not that stopped him from repeatedly seeking further rewards from the king. 552. Not until the French Revolution was there any indication of the beginnings of a change in military mores. The French people, in which vanity is a larger factor than avarice, is, as we know, less inclined to devour the enemy than to remake him in its own image. That was the spirit of assimilation that has made France so perfectly one. At the cost, however, of disentangling the lofty notion of conquest from the ignoble idea of plunder. Bonaparte, the most disinterested of our generals, the most indifferent to wealth and most unashamed suitor of conquest, was the first to adopt this rare example which has rightly been lauded, to take nothing for oneself. Any contributions he levied went into the treasuries of the army or to the national museums, as did the spoils from churches, monasteries, and palaces that he had his commissioners seize and which he forwarded to Paris as his most glorious trophies. The right of war, need I rehearse this again? Countenances no despoilment, not even under such a high-minded pretext, and no matter the pride we felt as we gazed upon the halls of the Louvre, upon the masterpieces from some nation we defeated by force of arms, we must generously concede that we had no entitlement to lay hands upon them. But even as justice makes progress, we must, at the same time, admit that General Bonaparte's conduct was one of the things that brought the Republic most honor. Later, by which time he was emperor, he used to tell his generals, "Thou shalt not plunder, I shall give you more than you would have seized." I am well aware that, here too, it was the enemy who bore the cost of his awards. But wasn't he merely ending plunder and wastefulness and reducing the right to plunder to a straightforward war tax? Here, it pleases me to recognize the fact that, because the empire has provided me with plenty of opportunities for criticism, Napoleon approached right the way he approached his conquests. An economist has roughly gauged the foreign receipts amassed by Napoleon between 1806 and 1810, the figure for those 7 years stands at around 1,700,000,000. Meaning that foreigners were fully entitled to complain, 1,814 and 1,815 were their compensation. As the saying goes, easy come, easy go. Bear that in mind and have nothing more to do with plunder. But what of the city that opts to make a hefty contribution rather than endure 3 days of looting? Monsieur Thiers tells us, apropos of the siege of Tarragona, succumbing to a feeling widespread among all troops, our soldiers regarded Tarragona as their property and have stormed the city. 553. This was nature caught in the act. War is looting, thinks the soldier, in his heart of hearts. What is the point of your talking to him about politics and the rights of peoples? Given the position in which battle has placed him, he has no way of understanding you. To no avail the bravest and best obeyed leader shouts to him, "Thou shalt not plunder, I will give you more than you would have seized." No, sire, plunder. There is something in that word that sits better with the warrior's pride and holds his imagination in thrall. What can I say? Something that seems to be more in tune with his conscience. The warrior does not bargain his life away for gold, he wagers it bravely against the enemy's life. Plunder is merely the marker of his victory, a trophy. 2 hours of looting. Therein lies the real triumph and the least a general can offer his men following an attack. And where are we now? Has there been any progress since Napoleon? In 1830, we conquered Algeria. Rubbing shoulders with the Arabs was bad training for our officers. The history of the Beaujeu silver coins of General Bugeaud 554, a general with no interests of his own, like Bonaparte, looms large in everyone's memory. The Douaneau trial has come along in more recent years to afflict opinion even further. Is it going to be said that the first lesson in civilization delivered by French conquest to the Bedouins, Tuaregs, and Sudanese blacks, was a lesson in plunder? Crimea, a wasteland, and Lombardy, friendly territory, have schooled our soldiers in temperance, thank the heavens. But who would flatter himself that at the first opportunity they will not seek recompense when we saw an eminent jurisconsult like Monsieur Hautefeuille, barrister at the Court of Cassation and on the Council of State, arguing in 1860 that letters of marque and the right of seizure are essential components of the right of war. Thou shalt not plunder, Napoleon used to say, whereas Monsieur Hautefeuille counters, play the pirate, go for plunder, it is your right and, both as soldiers representing your country's interests and as plain private individuals, it represents your own interests. According to the principles currently governing armed piracy, once two nations go to war, piracy between them resumes, organized by private persons and authorized by governments, the way it once was between Athens and Sparta. This is the most lucrative branch of the trade, the one that suits seamen above all. Piracy, the jurists say, is one of the quickest ways of bringing the enemy to his knees. Naturally, but one could say the same of the seizure of properties by land forces. So why is it that what is permissible in the case of a naval serviceman and of the ship owner is not for the land solider and the irregular? Why is warfare is all profit for some and all sacrifice for others? Monsieur Hautefeuille's book, the Journal des Débats, states, war is war. It must be taken for what it is. We will never stop it harming private fortunes any more than of the states. It would not even be a good thing for matters to be otherwise, because, the day the state's interests differ from those of individuals, the nation will be teetering on the edge of ruination. As slickly argued as it is written. In that glib style and even glibber morality, we recognize the academic, conservative mind of the Débats. Reshaping warfare, what an undertaking. Accept us for what we are, we will be no better nor worse off for it and are certain that we will wander no further astray than our fathers did. So, warfare, according to Monsieur Hautefeuille and according to the Journal des Débats, is not merely conquest, as Napoleon was inclined to believe, but plunder as well. And when the powers gathered in Congress to propose that trading vessels and their cargoes were not safe in hostilities, by way of easing the costs of war, their plenipotentiaries provoked a hue and cry for going too far when they suggested to preserve the pursuit of such vessels for warships and do away with letters of marque. But there are kindly bourgeois lawyers and journalists to protest at that exorbitant state privilege and to plead the pirates' case in the name of political morality. Chapter X, the political and social revolutions that would follow war between France and England. Neither reason, nor a loftier justice, nor the honor of nations, is enough to overturn age-old abuses, entrenched by custom and given legal standing. The scourge of interests, which sometimes spawns the greatest cowardice, can only bring about certain conversions. To those who might not be persuaded by our arguments, I offer the following hypotheses by way of a possible application of the existing law and beg them to make known their feelings on the matter. After having rumbled for a long time, imagine that war erupts between France and England. There will be motives and pretexts aplenty for it. One factor will be the resentment of previous struggles and old insults, plus, of course, the need for annexation. What the Channel has ripped asunder, politics will never reunite, but ascendancy over Europe and the globe might. Also, for the moment, let us ignore the other great powers, let us suppose we are back in the days of Austerlitz and Friedland. The continent has succumbed to France, a single champion holds out against her, England. On both sides the newspapers are preaching war to the death and the need to have done with it. Heartsore with the semi-legendary accounts of the 100 Years' War, each of the two nations reminisces about her victories, her conquests, and her high deeds. The English celebrate the events at Ecluse, Crécy, Poitiers and Agincourt. They remember having had possession of Dunkirk, Calais, Boulogne, Le Havre, and Bordeaux. Once upon a time, their kings were kings of France and the lands of Oc and of oil came within an inch of becoming the lands of yes. British soil has remained virgin territory, untouched by the French, never even frequented by their tourists. The English people brag that, in their wars with France, they always came out on top. Only on one occasion did France have the better of them, but she was fighting England alongside a body of troops of English stock in the American War. It was England that shattered the great king's pride in the War of the Spanish Succession, it was England that felled the great emperor. What matter the fleeting setback at Fontenoy alongside so many victories, the upshot of which was that Europe was saved from French insolence twice over and Great Britain guaranteed her dominion of the seas. These diatribes, as reported on this side of the Channel, exasperated the French people. If there is anything in France likely to bring common cause to her divided factions, war with England is it. The Legitimists bear a grudge against the English government for having plotted the overthrow of the Bourbons, the Orleanists, for having laid the groundwork for the downfall of Louis Philippe, the Republicans for having backed the coup d'état on December 2. Socialism is the enemy of England because it sees her as the heartland and stronghold of an exploitative, Malthusian capitalism, which it has pledged to destroy. The clergy despises her for her Pritchard-style missions. 555 The 24 years she made war on the Republic and the Empire is etched into the hearts of the entire nation, the sieges at Toulon and Dunkirk, the defeats at Aboukir, Trafalgar, Waterloo, the loss of its colonies, the Perim and Suez incidents, access rights, Morocco and, latterly, the belated English intervention in the Italian Revolution. Never has there been such a mountain of combustible materials between two countries, and it would take only a spark to ignite it. Should war be declared, it will end only with definitive defeat for one or other of the two great powers. And now let us take a cursory look at the faculties of the two countries. Population: since the annexation of Savoy and Nice, France now has some 37 million inhabitants, Great Britain, 28 million. Territory: France's is more extensive and of better quality. Industry, trade, agriculture, shipping and colonies, England leads on every one of these counts. War: the French army is the mightiest destructive machine in existence, superior even to what it was during the First Empire. 556 But that advantage is countered by the superiority of the English navy and the superior range of its activity. Whilst land forces move slowly and are poorly marshalled in this country, England's navy encircles the globe. Government: England's is a constitutional bourgeoisie, France a military monarchy. The former has the advantage in peacetime, the latter, we are assured, is to be preferred in time of war. Public debt, budget: France's debt stands at around 10 billion, and English debt at 20. France has the advantage. But that advantage turns into a disadvantage if we compare the capital amassed in both countries, gross product, profits, and the budget. In which regard, the advantage switches to England. Social conditions: in France there is less inequality in fortunes, by contrast, the entrepreneurial spirit is more developed in England. The Englishman works harder and consumes less. The talent for invention is at the same level in both countries, but England extracts more from her discoveries than France, which pays hers only mediocre attention. All in all, it can be said that the strengths of the two states are pretty much on a par. Many an English patriot will deny that, and many a French patriot will also ignore it, but the physical, intellectual, and moral qualities of the two races are about the same. Where the outside world is concerned, what England owes to the influence of her protective force, her invasive commerce, her vast capital resources, her liberal institutions, France obtains by virtue of her continental location, her centralization, her revolutionary propaganda and her armies. As to their own nationals, a case can be made for British pride and French vanity being equally unbearable everywhere. We can tally the implications and risks of an all-out war of supremacy between these countries from these factors. Since England has the advantage in terms of her aristocracy and bourgeoisie, her trade, her wealth, and her colonies, then plainly, according to the current rights which make all means valid in breaking the enemy, as well as according to the counsels of the most commonplace prudence, should France emerge the victor she would need to focus on English wealth, her navy, her colonies, her capital, Great Britain's manufacturing and her bourgeois and titled aristocracy. By the same reasoning, England would strike out at French centralization and France's military organization, should England win this supremely decisive battle. Let us take a closer look at those two alternatives, one at a time. Let us assume, first, that after a smooth crossing and an initial defeat of the English navy, 100,000 Frenchmen come ashore on the coast of England, followed in short order by another 100,000 and, if need be, a further 200,000. It is reasonable to think that faced with regulars in such numbers, the English volunteers, no matter how brave, would not long hold their ground. With England invaded and defeated, and London, Birmingham, Manchester and Liverpool occupied, with England's naval resources forced into surrender by the invasion of the country, in accordance with the established right of war, France could, in pursuit of her interest in future supremacy and the definitive subjugation of her rival, disarm the entire nation, expropriate, despoil, the whole of the aristocracy and bourgeoisie and reduce them to proletarian status. Declare the public debt, mortgage debt, and company debt null and void. In the wake of this immense relief, lease the land in small 4 to 10 hectare lots and see to it that the rent is slashed by more than 50% its current rate. That the same treatment is meted out to the mines, textile industries, construction, and the entirety of English industry, and these are then handed over to the workers for an average of 2% of the capital. All of the Royal Navy, shipyards, and arsenals are declared impounded. India and the colonies would be transferred to France. As for commercial shipping, it would be partly directed to French ports and the remainder handed over to the dockers, organized along the same lines as the farmers, miners, and all the other workers. Finally, a 4 billion levy in cash, paintings, statues, jewelry, crockery, furniture, and bed linen, goods and commodities would be imposed upon the upper classes and split between the state and France's 7 million least well-to-do families. In the name of and on behalf of the French people, tax collectors in every parish in England and in Scotland would be responsible for levying, in twelfths, the taxes set down for agriculture, industry, mining, commerce, fisheries, etc. That done, to the common satisfaction of the English plebeians, freed and enriched through the ruination of its nobles and bourgeois, and with the French popular classes gorging on the spoils taken from the enemy, there would be no more rivalry between the opposite sides of the Channel, no more English aristocracy, no more English exploitation, no more English hubris. England would have even cast aside her bishops and her government. An occupying army and high-level policing, these are all a conqueror would need to underpin his pleasures and maintain order. France would then rule alone. The revenues she would extract from the other side of the Channel would cover the expenses of the empire. The French people, having nothing to pay, would revert to being the most light-hearted in the world. Obedience would be a trifling matter to them, and Albion's merry men, rid of its exploiters and content with its lot, would reach out a brotherly hand to her. With raison d'etat wedded to economic reason, and public order considerations to humanitarian considerations, the legality of this great act of dispossession and denationalization would not be found wanting. In terms of the jurisprudence of war, to which all the jurists from Grotius through to Monsieur Hautefeuille subscribe, and which is more or less intelligently applied by all conquerors, from Nimrod to Napoleon, by all the aristocracies ranging from the biblical patriarchs to the boyars of Muscovy and the lords of England, by all bourgeoisies, from Tyre and Carthage through to Venice, Amsterdam and London, according to these rules, this is what a victorious France would be entitled to foist upon her rival following a war for supremacy in Europe. Indeed, the only way of containing a defeated nation, where annexation is not feasible, is to resort to spoliation of its entire wealthy class and to turn the country into one vast métallage, by dividing the population against itself and making the largest, poorest class a partner in the despoilment of the wealthy class. Let us turn now to a different outcome. Backed by a European coalition, England destroys the French fleet in a second a Booker, the imperial armies are wiped out at a second Leipzig, followed by a second Waterloo, France is invaded, and Paris is captive. What will the conquerors think? Berenstein, the most liberal mind in the whole of Germany, but no lover of France, as Blücher and the Tugendbund recounted 46 years ago, and, with my own ears, I have heard it reiterated by his successors, after having worked on the economic make-up of the country, in a manner akin to the one we proposed in the case of England. The English will put an end to French unity, the number one cause of French militarism and Europe's worries. Here there is no aristocracy to be uprooted, the point is to effect a dismemberment of the country by pushing the equality principle, so beloved of the people, as far as it will stretch. With the nation thus disarmed, her fortresses and ports destroyed, her arsenals emptied, her warships impounded, all her debts forgiven, be they public debt, mortgage debt, company debt, unsecured debt, a war tax of a few hundred million will be levied upon the bourgeoisie, the land would be handed over to the peasants in inalienable freehold parcels by means of a charge amounting to more or less 50% of the land's income, transportation, manufacturing, banking, mining, shipping. Having been turned into public services and the working class made beneficiaries of ventures rather than the rentier bourgeoisie and shareholders. 557 For additional reassurance, the country's larger industries would be abolished, with the exception of the production of luxury and fashion goods, in which English positivism cannot compete with French refinement. That's why, in place of her ancient art schools and trades bodies, Italy has marble and paint suppliers run exports from that country. A portion of the profits brought in by agriculture, commerce, and industry would be set aside to cover the costs of new states, a portion being paid over to the enemy by way of tribute. 558. With these broad measures in place, the dividing of the French Empire into 12 independent regencies, each with its own lawmaking powers and executive authority appointed by the people, proceeding to its universities, judicial organization, central bank, stock exchange, etc. The nations absorbed by the French Empire would be brought back into existence: Normandy, Flanders, Lorraine, Alsace, Burgundy, the Auvergne, the Touraine, Dauphine, Provence, Languedoc, etc., with Rouen, Lille, Metz, Strasbourg, Dijon, Clermont, Orleans, Lyon, Marseilles, Toulouse, Bordeaux and Nantes as their capitals. 559. To consolidate these efforts, it would remain to destroy Paris. To destroy Paris does not mean razing her homes. Paris is more than material things, she is an idea, and it is the idea that needs attending to. Once the empire has been decentralized, it would take only the demolition of the city's 150 main monuments, its churches, palaces, theaters, ministries, town halls, museums, barracks, prisons, hospitals, schools, academies, conservatories, courts, marketplaces, warehouses, triumphal arches, columns, the stock exchange, the Bank of France, the town hall, the bridges, and the railway stations. All the movable goods belonging to the state, to the city and to public establishments can be removed and relocated to the 12 brand new capitals. Given the availability of a massive population such as that of Paris, it would be easy to dispatch back to the departments, and give them a stake in the success of the operation. 8 days would be enough for this ultimate act of vandalism to be carried out. Within 6 weeks, 19 out of every 20 inhabitants of the Seine department would be dispatched back to the provinces. Paris now would be nothing but a heap of materials, and, over the centuries, she could keep the whole of France supplied. People would come there to buy ready-made houses that could be shipped over long distances and used in the construction of a brand new France. The 12 regencies, each of them with between 2 and 4 million inhabitants, would form a confederation of many states, which, once conjured into existence by the foreigner and founded upon plunder and bankruptcy, would constitute the greatest foes of unity. Nationality is a fickle sentiment in the multitudes, and so easily mistaken for parochialism, that the urban and rural plebeians, having grown rich thanks to the political ruination of the nation, would take to this with alacrity and, just as the bourgeoisie did back in 1814, would offer the foreigner a vote of thanks. In every time of crisis, gangs of motley figures appear spontaneously to harness the public sentiment and inspire fear, pity, or disgust before going on to disappear without trace. 1789 had its brigands, 1793 its sans-culottes, 1796 its jeunesse dorée and 1815 its verdicts. 560 We, in turn, would have the partisans of dismemberment shouting encouraging cries of, "Down with France!" A number of military men, scholars, and artists, anyone with any feeling for life and French dignity, seeing their homeland guillotined, would blow their brains out or lose their minds, 3 years on, and that would be an end of it. A great state, a great nation would have disappeared. But the vines would still blossom, and the countryside blanketed in crops, the wine would flow, the money would circulate, and there would be drinking and singing and laughter and love-making like there was the day after the flood. Nubant et bibibant, plantabant et edificabant. 561 Thus decapitated, its leaders gone, the people might be even happier than their masters. O vainglory of war and politics! All men love their country. Those for whom states are merely vain abstractions and who do not believe that the life or well-being of individuals can be salvaged, that anything can be salvaged, should ponder that. In everything that I have just been saying, there is not one iota of exaggeration. Of course, war no longer has plunder as its openly avowed, direct purpose. Surely, conquest, pursued by Louis XIV, Frederick II, and Napoleon, was designed for purposes other than extracting tribute in the Turkish way. But given where nations stand economically at present, it may be that the ruination and decomposition of a society and the expropriation of an entire nation might seem like the only way of bringing the bloodletting to an end. To this end, we have quoted directly from the authors, in order to break a stubborn and regenerating enemy, any means that holds out the prospect of victory is permissible, including the dissolution of the state, the partitioning of its territory, the seizure of its colonies, the expropriation of its citizens. This is how the Third Estate harnessed the state during the Revolution, when dealing with the clergy and nobility, so why would a nation not do likewise vis-a-vis another nation? And finally, O deeply wise Journal de Débats, if ever war were to flare up again between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, and if the latter were to emerge as the master, why would the proletarian not also press home his victory where the bourgeois is concerned? Pater legem quam ipsi doquesti 562 he might tell you. To which you will reply, whilst lowering your head, the choice was yours, Dandin. 563 Marito hec patimur. 564. What I have left to say of conquest and of the character it has tended to assume in modern times will lend such apprehensions even greater plausibility. Chapter 11, What Conquest Has a Tendency to Become, The Reduction of War to the Absurd. Men rarely have the courage of their convictions. Such laziness is the source of much inconsequence, it is also a safeguard against wrath. For all the verbiage of the jurists, the rhetoric of the historians and the bragging of the military men, doubt has wormed its way into our minds. We have not asked ourselves, as precisely as I have, what the right of war is, per se, what its principle is, what the conditions for its exercise are, the extent to which it is permissible to ransack and slaughter, and whether, therefore, the despoilment of the defeated has anything to do with war's laws and political purpose, whether it authorizes the destruction of a nationality and the expropriation of an entire people, as was my hypothesis in the previous chapter. These questions and many another are suggested by the laughably misconstrued notion of a right of force and lurk hidden in the conscience of peoples. For want of a scholarly critique, if I may be so bold, the overall influence of civilization, the softening of manners, the muddled sense of a superior constitution towards which humanity is being driven, have begun to dilute the ferocity of the warrior. The man who is permitted everything is gripped by a secret shame. He feels that notions of devotion, honor, liberty, notions of which he is the representative and the hero, are not compatible with the practices of brigandry, and the notion of plunder fills him with an insuperable disgust. The age of conquest may be gone, but he knows nothing of that. He tells himself that war, whatever its underlying cause, is intended, not to settle some economic problem, but to resolve a political issue, that war is therefore fated to be waged between states rather than peoples, that in no circumstances could conquest have the effect of conjuring up entire populations of settlers and serfs by means of despoilment and degradation, that the annexation of a city or province in no way implies the despoilment of private persons, that the right of conquest, such as the rights of the people imagine it to be, being exercisable only by the state, is subject to the rules governing the expansion and borders of states and rules out any notion of confiscation and enslavement. Today, every civilized nation subscribes to sentiments such as these, which is why they are even seeping into the military. Just as there is an unspoken agreement, as Grotius has said, that a price is not to be placed on the heads of princes, even though there are grounds for thinking that war is entirely of their making, there is an unspoken agreement to spare the proletarian class in the event of conquest, as their death would be tantamount to endorsing the decapitation of peoples. What European sovereign would rule over a nation made up exclusively of outcasts? England does not, with regard to the Hindus, whose Rajas and Brahmins it manipulates. To date, nations have lived and grown through their aristocrats, which is the reason why Poland is not going to be thought of as subjugated and annexed once and for all as long as it retains a nobility to represent it and raise objections, and it is why universal conscience takes a dim view of executions and confiscations carried out against that nobility by conquerors incapable either of weakening it or replacing it. But, if this is a trend in modern mores, and whilst it has been agreed by civilization that the absorption of one country into another entails the annexed inhabitants having full entitlement to, not merely equality of rights under law but also respect for their possessions, what further benefit can conquest offer, and why does war not end itself, for want of being able to serve any useful purpose? Why should Piedmont care about securing Lombardy, or Austria about having lost her, if, in the final analysis, that province's inhabitants were to enjoy the same benefits and bear the same burdens as those of the state into which they find themselves absorbed, if, under the rules of good governance, the tax paid by each locality must be spent only on servicing that locality? What do Piedmont, France, or Switzerland stand to lose or gain from the annexation of Savoy under those conditions? What benefit would a border on the Rhine bring us French? And, conversely, what difference does it make to Lombardy whether she is described as Piedmontese rather than Austrian, or to Savoy, on becoming republican by uniting with the Swiss, or imperial by going over to the French, or to Belgium by holding on to her independence or being drawn into our orbit? With equal rights before the law, something that no conqueror state withholds any more, with a budget reduced to its fairest expression, with free trade gaining favor everywhere, with access to political freedoms, the nationality question is, from the vantage point of interests, utterly without significance. Finally, what becomes of the question of territory, borders, colonies, shipping, or customs, if, on the one hand, plunder, tribute, confiscation, land, colonies, and trading privileges, the purpose for which the war is supposedly being fought, for which it has always been fought, even though care was always taken not to say a word about it, what if that war aim was no longer there, if moreover, there was the same freedom everywhere, if rights were all the same, if the differences between institutions were only nominal, if, finally, solidarity between cities and between individuals alike, whilst not ruling out independence, offered the same guarantees and the same reservations all round? Plainly, war, shorn of the secret, shameful motive that defines it, through the abolition of plunder, piracy, war taxes, and all manner of requisitioning, and then enveloped by all the civil, political, and international rights that it has, itself, generated, is going to find itself purposeless. It will not occur to anyone to have recourse to it, since neither wealth nor the honor of the homeland have any further interest in it. International problems, reduced to issues of simple rights, can be resolved through diplomacy or arbitration. Finally, the justice of force and its entire apparatus and everything that relies upon it, everything that assumes it, implies it, upholds it, that whole jurisdiction and entire jurisprudence, have to be done away with, there being nothing left on which to sit in judgment. This is a most grave conclusion, given that we are faced here with something very different from straightforward disarmament and the end of butchery. This observation has implications for the entire political system, which is wholly based upon warfare and which has hitherto seemed irreplaceable. The question has been posed right from the opening pages of this study: what is society under the state? And what is the state itself in the absence of what Rousseau terms the prince, be he monarch or magistrate, hereditary or elected, which is to say, in the absence of warfare incarnate as man and sword-bearer. 565. The situation is pressing, and we wonder how war is going to escape it, and what society is going to become without it, should warfare fail the test. If I may be allowed to use this wholly military metaphor, it is here that we are going to see warfare driven back into its last entrenchment, detonating its contradiction and standing exposed in all its ugliness. The same goes for ideas and institutions as for cities and states. They will fight to the death. War, and I speak of it as I would a living person, defending its threatened existence, war is not about to go away, it is unwilling to die. It has long since anticipated the challenge that it will have to face. As a far-sighted tactician, it has made arrangement for its retreat, via a secret passage down which we shall all follow it. As we have stated, the primary cause of war is pauperism, or, to put it another way, the rupture of economic equilibrium. Its unspoken but actual purpose is to make good the budget shortfall by means of conquest. Once, and less harmoniously, this was done by means of confiscation, tribute, and plunder. Do away with war's primary cause and it no longer exists. Deny it the purpose that that cause assigns to it and it loses its raison d'être. Now, as it currently appears to be impossible to stamp out pauperism, and war has not been entrusted with that task, and, consequently, as antagonism seems to be inherent in humanity, war cannot be eradicated and, given that it exists, it has to consume. So, what is it going to do, if, on the one hand, it is compelled by its own law to treat its conquest as its very own state and manage it like a good housewife, and, on the other, it makes it a point of honor to shun plunder? War cannot lie to its cause. Being the daughter of famine, and after having sought sustenance abroad, but forced by the advances of civilization to renounce aboard, it is going to fall back upon its fellow nationals. Like Saturn, it will devour its own offspring, and it is in order to add to the number of its victims and ward off its own suicide that it continues to seek conquests. In other words, war has a tendency to sidestep the liberalism that pursues it by seeking refuge in governmentalism, in other words a system of exploitation, administration, trade, manufacturing, education, etc., by the state. So, no more plunder, as that lacks nobility, no more imposition of war taxes, no more property confiscations, no more piracy, each city to be left with its own monuments and masterpieces, and there will even be help available, in the form of the supply of capital, and subsidies will be afforded the annexed provinces. But there will be militaristic governance, exploitation, and administration. The whole secret lies there. A state can be compared to a general partnership or limited company in which there are huge capital assets to be managed, great affairs to be conducted, and huge profits to be made. As a result, the founders, directors, administrators, and inspectors and all the officials have rewards to look forward to and more magnificent salaries. As a result, its services are organized and prioritized accordingly, in order of the merits and service records of the personnel. The more the state expands, the greater the assets needing management, but the more money passes through its hand, the more there is left, of course, for its staff and all its operatives. Pauperism, the primary cause of warfare, is still active and indeed operates even more intensely at the top than lower down, so there is always militarism at home and a proclivity to conquest abroad, except that war, instead of plundering and bringing pressure to bear on the conquered people, realizes its benefits in a different form. Just as in the days of Alexander and Caesar, heroic plunder has changed into conquest, so conquest itself tends to turn into governmentalism. Prefectures, commissionerships, endowments, bribes, sinecures, salaries, pensions have taken the place of proconsular exactions, dispossessions, latifundia, slave auctions, confiscations, tributes and the supply of cereals, pelts, wood, etc. It is primarily at the point of takeover that the big moves are made. All those services to be created, all those jobs to distribute, all those promotions, all that bureaucracy, and for businessmen, all that speculation. Such is war in its highest phase, war with equality before the law, in the absence of expropriation and plunder. One effect of this arrangement is a surge in the expenditure of the state, which ought to be called by its true name, war fees, as hierarchy is consolidated and, as it spreads, and it amounts to the same thing, as governmentalism grows, it deepens. Under the empire of Napoleon I, who was still making war in the old style, the spread of the central authority and its meddling were, despite the severity of the administration, a far cry from what they later became. The budget was under $1 billion. Under the Restoration, the July Monarchy, the 1848 Republic and the Second Empire, political hierarchy expanded, the central administration was boosted by everything that had been lost from local life, and the 1860 budget was reckoned at $1,929,000,000. The upshot is that the expansion in government, associated with huge public works, is what strikes the greatest fear into smaller states. Like small animals in the presence of large predators, they are afraid of being gobbled up, unless, like poor Savoy, they hope to extract more from their overlords than the latter could ever extract from them. In which case, it could be said it is a case of rats devouring elephants, for in this world of extermination, there always has to be something feeding on something else. And so war turns on the wheel. Having absorbed everything within its reach, everything unable to defend itself, each state is induced to take up arms against itself and to treat itself like a conquered country. This odd conclusion, which the 19th century should have highlighted more than in any other age, given its political and industrial progress, is one of the gravest dangers menacing peoples and governments. In 1823, the legitimist monarchy felt the need to win the army over and present it in a way that made it feared abroad, whilst at the same time revive its title and breathe new life into its tradition at home. On the advice on Monsieur de Chateaubriand. Need I speak of Louis Philippe's government, nicknamed the peace at any price government? What good did its African campaigns, the seizure of Antwerp and the occupation of Ancona do it? Arguably, none, other than to add, for better or worse, through plots and insurrections, to the growing contempt and grumbling poverty. All that we can say is that, more than 18 years of war, which we have waged against no one, relieved us of the sum of at least 6 billions at the point of a bayonet. And where are we now? Since 1852, our armies have been blessed with glory again, but that is not the issue. France maintains an army of 600,000 men, the other powers follow suit, depending on their means. Whether we do or do not have war, whether we are the victors or the vanquished, the upshot is this: by virtue of equality before the law, no longer denied any annexed country, and of the political freedoms that have become the common inheritance of nations, affording no benefit, the fact remains that armies that, under the terms of the right of war, should be living on warfare and enriching their respective homelands, are feeding on its own people. Out of a budget of $1,929,000,000, the Department of War absorbs $600 million. This is what is known as an armed peace. At the time of the Crimean expedition, the government borrowed, in addition to its budget, another $1,500,000,000, the war in Lombardy required an additional $500 million, making a total of $2 billion over a 5-year period. Add on the pensions, endowments, army fund and the never-ending war tithe that Napoleon I, for all his gift for fueling war through warfare, was forced to introduce and which we have been paying for upwards of 50 years, and which, unless there is a change in the system, we are going to be paying for century after century, and that brings us to the singular outcome that, in the final analysis, war is reduced to turning the citizenry into fodder for their soldiers. Now, in the light of these facts and the aftermath that they trail in their wake and the countless ideas they bring forth, I return to the hypothesis spelled out in the preceding chapter regarding war between France and England. War can be regarded as indestructible, because its cause is economic anarchy, or what we call freedom of trade and industry, which all the civilized nations are at one in acknowledging as a scientific truth. The proof is that Europe, which has been living in the era of armed peace, is progressively arming itself with every passing day, rather than striving for disarmed peace. Given the contemporary conditions surrounding it, conquest brings the conqueror no benefit. Far from it, it serves only to make the state's expenditure swell at a quicker rate than its revenues. Add that the motives for war, having been constantly confined to the realms of politics, have a tendency, thanks to the impact of political scepticism and widespread disillusionment, to be perceived as economic motives and therefore to become identical to the primary cause. Accepting the hypothesis of an all-out war between France and England, and given, on the one hand, that any such war could not be ended by annexation, given that the nature of things is contrary to that, and, on the other, that the professed purpose of it would be, on this side, to capture the ascendancy which industry, commerce, and wealth have guaranteed England, and, in order to destroy France's influence on the continent in terms of the power of centralization and armies, then, plainly, if one wanted to be done with it for good, the victorious nation would, shunning all sham generosity and all phony shame, declare the political dissolution and mass expropriation of the defeated nation, on pain of the risk of someday falling victim to terrifying reprisals, in order to end this bitter rivalry and devise some other solution. Note, moreover, that such a dreadful outcome would be authorized under the right of war as implemented down through the ages and as the jurists teach it. Nor would the rights of the peoples be contradicted, since, if those same authorities are to be believed, the rights of peoples mean nothing other than the right of war. Finally, political rights and civil rights, just like economic rights, would not conflict with it, since, in the case of the private individual, those rights would defer to the right of war, the supreme law of which is public safety. To be sure, if the case for war was put to both the French and the British nations in those terms, the prospect of such an eventuality would give them pause for thought. A majority on both sides being on the lookout for some accommodation, war could never be declared, the issue of perpetual peace between the two peoples would be, in effect, resolved. But are we to believe on the other hand that, if the decision were to be brought before the court of opinion only after the war itself had already been declared, the winning nation would let itself be assuaged, that, between the certainty of dominance guaranteed forever, the lure of enormous plunder and a budget covered by foreign tribute, and the possibility of its succumbing to further battles and being treated in accordance with the rigors of victory, it would show any hesitation? I say that the latter nation would be out of its mind if, having right and power on its side, it was to show the slightest scruple. It would be undeserving of its victory and would not deserve to live. A government heeding the counsels of moderation in such circumstances would be a traitor to its own homeland. This, however, is where we stand, given the traditional, classic international right that prevails across Europe. There is no nation that is not facing this dilemma today, I mean the dilemma of choosing, on the one hand, between the loss of its political independence and sovereignty, of finding itself stripped of all its wealth, real estate, and belongings, and made eternally subject to tribute, and feeding on itself, should it not be able to find other prey, on the other. Conclusion. After acknowledging the juridical nature of war and its humanitarian vocation, we delved into whether its verdicts and enforcements were, in practical terms, consistent with what theory expected of it. But we made a painful discovery. Viewed at some remove, and in the round, the verdicts of war are valid and just, they are self-sanctioning. It might be said of them what the psalmist has to say of the judgments of the Eternal One, Judicia Domini Recta, Justificata in semitipsa. 569. Scrutinized in such detail, they are no longer merely some ghastly caricature of the proceedings of justice. What is described as war according to the rules, if looked at properly, is brigandry made law. Regarding which, and wondering where this frightening contradiction might be coming from, and delving deeper than we had previously done into the causes of war and its motives, stepping outside of political considerations in order to plunge into the realm of economics, we have come to the belief that the prime, universal, and always immediate cause of war is pauperism, meaning a rupture in the economic equilibrium. As we have stated, humanity has been placed under a range of organic laws from which it cannot escape without becoming corrupted and made wretched. The first such law is the law of nourishment, or rather, of consumption, quintessential to the physiology of our being. The second is the law of labor, whereby man consumes only what he procures for himself, or, in economic jargon, what he produces. The third is the law of poverty, whereby man, by working, produces only a sufficiency. The purpose of this law is to keep man forever elevated above animality, render him more and more free, master of his senses, appetites, and passions, by spiritualizing his existence. From that law of poverty, imposed by nature's foresight, we derive a fourth, which is the law of frugality and temperance, whereby man directs the running of his household to his social destination. Finally, the fifth law is designed to distribute services and products around the members of the community, in accordance with the preceding points, and in such a way as to level out conditions and fortunes as soon as possible, without overlooking anyone's rights, this being the law of justice. Now what do we find? As a result of popular ignorance, the importuning of the senses, the illusions of the ideal and overblown personal entitlement, all of these laws are misconstrued and breached. The law of consumption is breached when, rather than its being regarded as a means, it is mistaken for an end. The law of labor is breached when work is looked upon as a misfortune and a punishment, and when everyone seeks to offload onto his neighbor, which leads to slavery and the proletariat. The law of poverty is breached due to the fascination with wealth. The law of temperance is breached by the craving for luxury and questing after sensual delights. Finally, the law of justice is breached through personal considerations, which spawn parasitism, unequal education, an imbalance in functions, and the erroneous distribution of products. But nature, reason, and justice are unforgiving when outraged. They find their punitive sanction in pauperism, which, swooping down on society and attacking every class, deepens the deficit, engenders tyranny in the state, sows discord between nations, pushing them into war, the essence of which it then goes on to corrupt and deprave. So, the mystery of iniquity now stands before us, unveiled. We have understood how war, caused by famine, leads to plunder, and how that shameful reality has become the ideal of heroes. We have seen war, from the dawn of societies, blurring its political motives with its economic cause and becoming synonymous with brigandry. All the epics celebrate the glory of such renowned pirates, and religion itself has been generous in bestowing its blessings upon them. As we have seen, such hypocritical warfare, initially free and private, has spread and gradually turned into an exclusively public undertaking, a state prerogative, whilst at all times clinging to its piratical character. We then witness the birth of conquest, whereby warfare displays its political, revolutionary, and providential side, in accordance with the right of force, and we have seen these two things, plunder and conquest, the first a response to the pauperism that causes war, the second to the raison d'etat that motivates it, clearly distinguish themselves from one another, in theory, but without ever ceasing to march in step and working together in practice. With civilization carrying on with its victorious march, in spite of warfare and, often, by means of warfare, we have arrived at this curious situation in which 19th century Europe finds itself. Even though the heads of state and the enlightened elements within nations may have had their fill of it, the state of war persists. Armies and the means of destruction are more formidable than ever. At the same time, even though contempt for plunder seems to be getting the upper hand and conquest resolved into a pure political annexation, as far as the conquering state is concerned, the benefits of conquest are reduced to the exploitation of its very own subjects. For things to be different, we would have to revert to the system of the ancient warriors, of the Spartans vis-a-vis the Helots, the Romans vis-a-vis their subject nations, the Turks vis-a-vis the Christians. That is, once the battle has been won, to proceed by means of an extravagant extrapolation of political motives, with the dismantling of the beaten state, expropriating the nation en masse, make it a tenant in its homeland, and force the subjugated country into a small holding for the profit and greater glory of the victor. Either it exploits its own nationals, or it enforces servitude abroad. This is the dilemma with which war confronts the conqueror today. With that dilemma in mind, and it is quite impossible for heads of state to escape it, we shall rehearse the question considered at the end of Book 3, and adjourned pending further information regarding the causation of war. Are there grounds on which to imagine a reform of the code of war and to steer its operations back in the direction of a better practice? This question is important, because, while on the one hand it can be argued that politics has had its day and that the reign of raison d'etat is over, that war has consequently achieved its purpose and that there is no more detachment nor attachment to be effected between nations, in short, whether an extension of the regimen of war is a likely prospect given the present circumstances of society. On the other, none seem able to admit that the conquerors should strive for the advancement of civilization at their own expense, and, like contestants at the Olympic Games, settle for a simple laurel wreath as the price of their victories. So, once again, is the reform of war possible? And should no such reform be feasible, then what is to become of humanity's progress and what becomes of civilization? Book 5, The Transformation of War 570. Paces Impona Amorum 571. Virgil. Summary. Thesis: war, its supporters say, is a form of primitive justice, rooted in nature and in conscience, and susceptible to reform. The abuses that besmirch it are not an argument against it, any more than the aberrations of love, fatherhood, and inheritance constitute a legitimate prejudice against family and marriage. The jurisdiction of force is beyond destruction, it is necessary, it should be ameliorated rather than abolished, which would be an affront to humanity, a negation of public right and the rights of peoples, a nonsense. Such a reform of war is all the more plausible in that the very factor that caused it to become depraved, to wit, pauperism, can, without plunging into some economic utopia, substitute fair compensation for the arbitrary extortion of the victor, as is fully permissible under the right of war in its loftiest interpretation and which cannot inspire recrimination nor hatred. That, in substance, is the affirmative view when it comes to the matter of war's susceptibility to reform. Response: the response from the adversaries of militarism is, first, that any such proposed reform does nothing to destroy the primary cause of war, which leaves an odious suspicion hovering over its motives. Secondly, that even accepting that war will be waged in the future for purely political reasons, with no admixture of shameful avarice, and that, as a result, it may be reformed in respect to all that concerns tactics, the mutual fidelity of combatants, respect for persons and property, etc., that would still leave this delicate question, namely, the settlement of expenses and indemnities. Now, in terms of entitlement, no compensation is due for the actual outlay on war, being due only for breaches of the laws of war. In fact, if the compensation sought were to represent the winner's full outlay, it would be exorbitant and would end in wholesale plunder. War therefore is still fraught with this contradiction, not to say with an indelible ignominy, and it is the charge of greed and bad faith that the warring sides are forever invoking. Far from countenancing any chance that war will be reformed, it has a tendency to become more depraved, rendering it, come what may, mutually iniquitous. Look to the evidence of history, and the hypocrisy of official motives. To escape from this difficulty, allow us to observe, 1. That the issue raised by war is complex and needs to be broken down. 2. That the economic question has to be dealt with ahead of the political question. 3. That, in terms of economics, war's jurisdiction does not apply. Which leaves just one option, to wit, to suspend hostilities and, appealing to public reason, to organize the great human antagonism along new lines. Only in that new sense is peace an active, competitive peace, where the forces locked in combat are reproduced rather than destroyed, and where the right of force is fully and wholly satisfied. This peace is the logical conclusion of humanity's military evolution. It is up to the rights of peoples, to political economy and the diplomatic history the nations to say if, and how, we should be acting, henceforth, to implement the findings of our analysis and set a course for universal pacification. First chapter, that in every war, and on both sides, the immorality of the cause and iniquity of the ends entails the dishonesty of means. No matter the extent and ascendancy of interests, in the final analysis, and in accordance with the genealogy of right, the economic order is placed under the protection of the political order, it finds its guarantee in political power. Politics is inseparable from society. Thus, politics is warfare in its essence, in its institutions, and in law. Is warfare susceptible to reform, then? That question has never been put, yet there is no question more pressing. At first glance, there does not seem to be anything unfeasible about a reformation of military mores. The history of civilization could just as well be defined as a series of reforms, reforms in religion, reforms in the state, reforms in marriage and the family, reforms in ownership, in inheritance, in exchange, in industry, reforms in justice. It is through an uninterrupted series of improvements that society rises to its purest state, and that man realizes, within and around himself, the ideal conceived by his conscience. 572. Why might war, the greatest act of social existence, the one that philosophical analysis has led us to regard as the holiest and most solemn, and which history and poetry are at one in holding up to us as the most fruitful and most glorious, why would warfare, prey to abuse like everything human, not be reformed? Why might we not manage to impose stricter rules on feats of arms, the way we once did on trial by ordeal, and as we are still doing with dueling? The matter is certainly worth examining. Among humans, there is nothing of greater concern than this. The subject demands we confront it. The principle behind any reform, the element of right, is to be found in this: war is a trial of strength. A number of symptoms also appear to suggest a reformist tendency within warfare: the softening of the customs of war, the horror inspired by massacre, the shame of plunder, the presumed equality before the law of conquered countries. All these considerations are such as to hold out the prospect, over time, of improved discipline, but can we really expect a modicum of progress from that quarter? Prior to our scrutiny of war's primary cause in the preceding book, such a question might have been premature. Guided by the thrust of political events and the rigor of right that prevails over them, we might have failed to answer. But yes, war is susceptible to reform, because it is the expression of right, the manifestation of national dignity, the sovereign act of patriotism, liberty's protestation against fatality. War, just and glorious, but disinured by passion, greed, and prejudice, can be reformed, it must be. But our response could not possibly be the same. No, we should say, war cannot be reformed, because its primary cause is tainted, because the legitimacy of its political motives cannot undo the ignominy of its economic rationale, thanks to the actions of one or other of the belligerent powers, and, most often, thanks to the actions of both of them. There is a principle of iniquity still mixed in with war, that corrupts its very essence and banishes all decency without hope of its ever returning. We know all about that original vice: it is wretchedness, its spur poisoning consciences, nurturing envy, ambition, avarice, wrath, hatred, and pride. It leads to bad faith, treachery, violence, thievery, and murder, and paralyzes every moral sentiment in the combatants. Is a perversion of nature susceptible to correction by means of skill or discipline, and is regulation of practice enough to reform a power misshapen in the very act of gestation? No, Christian theology answers us here, what is born bad can only be altered through the intervention of the Creator. This is the principle upon which the Christian religion is founded. By which sacrament can war be regenerated? That, as Monsieur de Maistre would say, is for you to find out. Our view is that because interests have been warped by our half-anarchic, half-absolutist world, nations and individuals alike are insuperably suspicious of one another, that no matter how the activities of diplomacy may strive to disguise it, that suspicion undermines the honorability of the powers. Thereafter, matters cannot operate as the notion of honest combat requires between enemies who misconstrue each other. Finally, and this is what makes the ailment incurable, that iniquity is all around, although it is not always and everywhere the same. Thought of as the verdict of force, war is sublime, it occupies the midpoint between justice, of which it is one form, and the poetry and the enthusiasm of religion. But there is no iniquity with which it is not tainted to its roots. It may have a face like an archangel and have the name of God inscribed on its shield, but it has a dragon's feet and tail. They say that a reform, even if it might not eradicate that odious cause, would at least make its influence disappear, which would be enough for force to be regularly deployed, that it is up to nations to come to agreement on banning any arbitrary extortion, all marauding, all plundering, to confine their possible rights of conquest to political annexation and the payment of fair indemnities. What could be so hard about that? Indemnity. The very word gives away the innate indignity of war and the fatal contradiction to which it leads. In terms of the rights of war, as we have deduced them from their principle, to wit, the right of force, and from its purpose, which is the evolution of states, even as depicted for us by the authors who, all in line with Vattel, teach that war should not be deemed just on both sides, the loser is due no indemnity. It was entitled to defend itself. Besides, only through victory could the right of the stronger be established. As a result, each side must cover its own costs and, on that score, the defeated is due nothing. The analogy with everyday justice shows as much. What do the legal costs in civil, commercial, or criminal cases consist of? The judge's salary, hearing costs, and the fees of the lawyers. At the outset, each side pays for its own counsel. The losing side is liable only for the magistrate's fees and the cost of the proceedings. Why so? Because no one is allowed to ignore the law and the losing party's plea is held to have challenged the law. As a result, since he should not have brought his action, he ought now to be held liable to pay. But in warfare there is no judge but force, no tribute other than the battlefield. The costs of war fall into the same category as that which litigants lay out for their own defense: consultations with lawyers, memoranda, expert opinions, bailiff services, excerpts from minutes, etc. Besides, victory alone indicates which is the stronger party. Up until fully and resoundingly defeated, the vanquished party is within its rights. In combat he does not violate the right of war, he obeys it. On that score, therefore, as far as the winning side is concerned, it has no entitlement to look for compensation. Its indemnity comes in the form of conquest. For there to be any basis for compensating both belligerent powers, one of them would have to have contravened the laws of war, but in that case the indemnities might well be due from the victor himself, which, as we have seen, changes the question entirely. In fact, if the victor's claim to be reimbursed for his outlay on the war were admissible, plunder would simply have changed its name and would be going under the name of indemnity. The sum would stand so high that he would have to forego any payment or take the course indicated in Chapter X of the previous book, that is, expropriate the enemy country of all its real estate and belongings and reduce its population to servitude. 573 As is clear from his correspondence with his brother, Joseph, Napoleon I, who was clever enough to fuel war by means of war, and who, over a 5-year period, we are assured, wrested from the enemy upwards of 1,700,000,000, was always short of money and forced to increase his budget. Yet of those 1,700 million, not a centime was payable to the families, who, whilst paying their taxes and the war levy, still had cause to weep over their offspring. During the Crimean War, the ordinary as well as the extraordinary expenditure of France, England, Turkey, and Piedmont on materials alone was at least 5 billion. Add to that 200,000 men at 20,000 francs per head and there you have a total of 9 billion francs. Where was Russia going to find such a sum? Wars have been seen to last 12, 20, 30, 80 or even 100 years, what indemnity could cover such outlay? Now, the further on we go, the more burdensome war becomes and, as for the exorbitance of its outlay, that goes beyond recoupment. So, whichever way we look at it, war, brought about by a deficit, forces the nation embarking upon it to choose between the total plundering of the enemy or the using up of its own capital. There is no halfway, it must either feed upon the enemy or its enemy will feed upon it. Do you think that it will show any hesitation? Above all, do you believe that confronted with that inevitable choice, that implacable dilemma, the two parties will have any illusions as to their intentions towards each other? Examples will serve us better than arguments here. Let me begin with the most straightforward cases, we shall then tackle the most complicated and most modern ones. Pirates. A pirate gang sets itself up in inaccessible reaches at the end of narrow inlets strewn with treacherous reefs unfathomable to all outside navigators. The pirates of Cilicia were like that. Caesar, having fallen into their clutches, swore to see them hanged. Those pirates captured trading vessels, plundering their cargoes and holding the crews to ransom. Not content with that, they forced towns and villages to pay them tribute, unless they wished to see themselves ransacked and put to the torch. What must the populace have felt at such insolent blackmail? They must have wanted the leader executed without trial and then to swoop on the corsair's nest and exterminate every last one of them, the sort of thing the likes of Hercules and Theseus did to their brigand counterparts. All means are fair when faced with malefactors such as these, and any bandying of words would have been an acknowledgment that they had some sort of entitlement and a recognition of their authority. It cannot have occurred to anyone that a hard-working, peaceful population scratching out a living from the land and the water ought to have challenged them to a duel or paid them tribute. Dealing with such plunderers in accordance with the laws of war would have been tantamount to guaranteeing them impunity for all their misdeeds. Cartouche and Lacenaire and their gangs would simply have needed to say that they were at war with society and, in the event of their being defeated, they would at least have saved their skins. In which circumstances, there would have been every advantage to a life of brigandry, it was decent folk who would have been worse off. Execution, rather than warfare, therefore looks wholly deserved here. The man who steps outside of the laws of the human race cannot then invoke its guarantees. He is a beast with a human face, a monster. Note, though, that the brigands in need of chastisement do not accept the position they are placed in. They argue that society as a whole is awash with inequality, privilege, injustice, usury, and fraud, and that land is unfairly distributed, that some have been given the good land whereas others get nothing but the sea, the deserts, and the rocks. They reach for the example of castes living on the backs of slavish exploitation, of kings in receipt of tribute payments, of state-wrecking conquerors. They take stock of the universal state of war and the rule of force. Such arguments are not, of course, unanswerable, and I think my readers will readily spare me the need to refute them. But they are enough to satisfy the conscience of the pirate, who, for his own part, and knowing what treatment civilized people have in mind for him, pays them no heed. In his eyes, his murders, rapes, and arson attacks are merely reprisals. With antagonists like these can war be waged according to the rules of honor and righteousness? It would be like suggesting to an officer of the French army, decorated with the Legion of Honor, that he trade saber blows with a convict. Let us move on. The Sabines. Grotius accepts 574 that a war waged by a population made up entirely of males, and fought with a view to seizing women, like the Romans did when they started abducting the daughters of the Sabines, would not be an unjust war. Indeed, what is at play here is the principle of the perpetuation of families, through the miscegenation of races, in spite of the most pig-headed prejudice, down through the ages, the deduction from that principle has been that marriages between Jews and Gentiles, Greeks and barbarians, Catholics and Protestants, nobles and commoners, whites and coloreds, have legitimacy. Under which article of the rights of peoples were the Sabines intent upon removing Romulus and his companions from the list of political societies by refusing marriage alliances with them? By contrast, what is there more sacred than the right of the paterfamilias, of the woman, to withhold, in the one case, his child and, in the other, her very person and wed only a husband of her own choosing? Note that the Romans were refugees, something akin to bandits. Family honor as well as individual freedom was affected. Therein lies the crux of the tragedy, on this side, the inviolable family, and therefore, on the Roman side, an unjust and odious war. This was rape by force of arms. Then again, Rome was not compelled to perish, and Sabina insolence degenerated into a conspiracy against the rights of people, into outright national murder. The Romans could have said, had we been more numerous, richer, nobler, in short, stronger, you would have found us to be quite honest people. Well, we shall show you how strong we are. What would have happened had love all of a sudden passed judgment instead of force, if the rape victims, out of self-respect, had not thrown themselves, children in their arms, between their husbands and fathers? With the matter referred to the court of force, the war grew venomous. Fury acknowledged no more laws. This was a war of family versus abduction, of modesty versus violence, of decency versus crime, of the whole of society versus some tainted persons ejected from its midst. All means were permitted when it came to driving them out of Italy, and God knows what the Romans, driven to despair, and insulted in their reproductive ambitions, would have done to their persecutors. Barbarians. If the family sanctuary could be violated, would land be inviolable? The land has been given to the collectivity of nations, and the same solidarity envelops them. Looked upon as the exploiters and usufructuaries of the world, we have obligations of a higher order to the privileges of habitation and of the indigenous. In light of that order, we are all accountable and, regrettably, all in debit. 575 Within this anarchy of interests barely covered by the veneer of arbitrary politics, who are we to regard as sovereign? Who can argue that he is a legitimate proprietor? Who is in a position to plead good faith and possession dating back to times immemorial? As we well know, all ownership implies reciprocity. In addition, it imposes upon the owner an obligation to exploit his property. Failing this, it is open to challenge. Driven out of their forests by famine, the barbarians were asking for land. Whilst the civilized peoples, Greek and Roman, reckoned themselves the strongest, their reply was the Malthusian response: no place for you at the banquet of property. In less harsh terms, this meant, that if the globe has been given in ownership to humanity, each nation has received the usufruct of the territory it inhabits. It is for it to exploit it, meet its consumption needs from it, strike a balance between population and produce, turning to unoccupied lands if need be. That the demand made by the hordes was out of order and violated all established rights. Next to the family, what is there more deserving of respect than the ancestral home, more sacred than the soil of the motherland? Barbarus has segetes, 576. This was the outraged cry that has been echoing uninterruptedly in Italy, from Julius Caesar down to Victor Emmanuel. Every threat of invasion has been answered down through the age, and for all time to come, by the one so light-heartedly delivered by Paul Louis Courier 577 to the ministers of the Holy Alliance. If you have come here to plunder us in the name of the most holy and indivisible Trinity, then we, speaking on behalf of our families, our fields, our flocks, will greet you with rifle fire. Stop relying upon the genius of the emperor and the heroic valor of his invincible guard to defend us. We will look to our own defenses, with an irksome determination, as you very well know, that throws tactics into disarray, thwarts the waging of war by way of example, and is enough to undo the most astutely worked out plans of attack and defense. Therefore, if you are wise, bear in mind the advice I am about to offer you. Whenever you march into Lorraine or into Alsace, give the hedges a wide berth, steer clear of the ditches, keep clear of the bushes, trees, thickets, and watch out for the tall grass. Do not go too close to the farms and skirt around the villages with care. Because the hedges, ditches, trees and bushes will open fire on you from all sides, not individual shots nor in platoon strength, but a gunfire whose aim is true and murderous, and, no matter where you go, you will not find a hut nor a henhouse not garrisoned against you. Send no spokesmen, for they will be taken captive, no detachments, for they will be destroyed, no representatives, because. Bring your provisions, bring sheep, cows, pigs, and do not forget to escort them as well as your wagons. Bread, meat, fodder, and the rest, make provision for them all, for you will find nothing wherever you go, if you go, and you will bed down in the open, when you do bed down, because if we cannot keep you out of our homes we know that it is better to rebuild them than ransom them, we would prefer the former, as it costs less. There is little pleasure in conquering people who do not want to be conquered. 578. However, during the empire and at the opening of the 5th century of our era, there were unused lands. Corruption and Roman exploitation had left them empty. Might it not have been fair for them to abandon these lands that the conquerors left untilled? Then how were the Romans able to justify their ownership? But Rome could not surrender her conquests. Besides, the owner does not reason with the man who has nothing. He would be ashamed to. We know what became of this great contest between civilization and barbarism. Right was not entirely on the side of the civilized, nor wrong entirely on the barbarian's side. In this uncertainty as regards right, in this division of the gods, who had to prevail, I will not say naturally, but legally? Who but the stronger? Which is what happened, and people welcomed it. When Greco-Roman society sank into corruption, drained of its energy as well as of its virtue, when, on the other hand, the barbarians, proliferating and learning from their defeats and embracing Christianity, gained the upper hand, the conquest was carried through and humanity was regenerated. It was the righteous triumph of force, but that did not alter the fact that, confronted by an enemy with a grudge over property and precisely because of that grudge over property, war forgot all its rules. What am I saying? Felt entitled to forget them. The Greeks and Persians. When, after having subjugated the Greeks in Asia, the great king came to command those in Europe to also pay him tribute, or else to come down onto the plains and come to grips with his 30,000 troops, should the Greeks have submitted, on the pretext that the Persians were at the time more advanced than them in terms of civilization and politics, having, since Cyrus, the founder of their monarchy, supplanted the Assyrians and the Medes, inheriting their power, their wisdom, and their glory, and had an empire already that stretched from the banks of the Indus to the Mediterranean, from the Black Sea, Caucasus, and Caspian Sea, as far as the ocean and the Red Sea? Did the disciplining of nations, the policing of seas, the oneness and peace of the world, require that Greece, as well as her islands and then Italy, Africa, Spain, and Gaul, should in turn join that great incorporation? The tribute being asked did not even cover a tenth of the losses that nations were ultimately having to pay for their internal divisions and wars on one another, which, at best could be deemed a token of reassurance. In any case, a portion of it would go back to Greece, which was in need of policing. So, as a result, should they lay down their arms, receive the great king's satraps and defer to his suzerainty? Should the Greeks have submitted, or should they have agreed to the duel they were being offered? There would certainly have been some truth in the conqueror's demand. This was demonstrated later, since, no sooner had they been rescued from fear of the Asians than the Greeks set about slaughtering one another. They ended up, 150 years later, under the dominium of the Macedonian who introduced the great monarchy foreseen by the Persians, with the support of the Greeks themselves. And yet, despite such fine considerations, the correctness of which history had to confirm one day, who would dare to say that the Greeks were bound by the right of war and of peoples to take seriously the alternative that was put to them? The Greeks would, I imagine, have replied, that they are not familiar with the king of the Persians, that they had nothing to do with him, that they were in the habit of governing themselves, and that they simply could not see that the world needed, for the sake of the happiness of all and the glory of just one man, to be constituted as a universal monarchy, that, instead, they were bound to cling to their independence, that they asked nothing better than to live alongside him in true friendship and understanding, and to contribute to the peace of the world, but that there was no way that they could agree to becoming his subjects, that if he persisted with his pretensions, they could only attribute his schemes to the promptings of ambition and greed, to a spirit of plunder and pride, that rumors of his splendors had reached even them, and that they had reason to think that his need for fresh tribute counted for a lot more in his schemes than any enthusiasm for civilization. That being the case, they beseeched him, if he had no other proposition to put to them, to stay home and leave them in peace, given that, if he were to venture with his 3,000,000 men into their passes and creeks, they had their minds made up to give him a bandit's welcome and greet his Persians like dogs. And they were as good as their word, whilst we might have our reservations here regarding the countless breaches that were the accompaniment to that war, we cannot but applaud the determination of the Greeks. What would have become of them, what might have become of Western civilization if, deferring without a fight to the law of force, they had readily submitted, or let themselves be crushed in open country as the Persians were inviting them to do? Greece's salvation was simultaneously the patriotism of her children and the style of warfare in which they engaged in defending themselves, as if in a fortress, in country impassable to such a strong army. Their victory was legitimate from the point of view of the rights of peoples as well as that of the right of force. The time had not yet come when nations had to form themselves into one great empire. The king of Persia therefore had no grounds to threaten the Greeks' independence. As for the ensuing fight, we have pointed out, when dealing with the laws of war, that the plaintiff has to be in a position to compel the defendant, not merely on the field of battle but in his homeland. The outcome of the war was therefore, here, as in the barbarian invasions of which we recently spoke, what it had to be, not that that is any obstacle to our disapproving of the infringements that must have been committed in it, with the Persians being, in Greek eyes, fearsome brigands, and the Greeks, in the minds of the Persians, abominable seditionists, with each of them treating the other accordingly. Let us close, therefore, with this novel and memorable example, that where warfare is concerned, blatant or assumed iniquitousness of intent entails out-and-out disloyalty, which, however, does not necessarily nullify the victory. This is an affliction for which there is no cure and which no reform could render any more palatable. Chapter 2, more on the same subject. The question it raises. The war in Spain. Napoleon's 1808 invasion of Spain is, in respect of the matter under consideration, so analogous with that of Greece by the Persians in 490 BC, that I cannot resist making the comparison. I do not know a single historian, even one friendly with the emperor, who has not found fault with this poisonous campaign, even in its principle and its motives. Monsieur Thiers himself, endlessly pleading extenuating circumstances on behalf of his hero, has nothing of any import to say on the subject. After regaling us with the Bayonne intrigues 579, he ends up leaving us as contemptuous of Napoleon the Conqueror as of the statesman. For all the historian's oratorical precautions, we begin to query whether the emperor was anything but an adventurer and a charlatan. Napoleon made it all too obvious that his ambition, his personal glory, concerned him much more than the success of the revolution. The same thing happened to him here as happened to Louis XIV with regard to the Flanders campaign. His policy, its manifestations, and all his arguments scandalized people, and he incurred the shame of failure more than Louis XIV had. But the philosopher-historian cannot stop at such ad hominem judgments. He has to delve deeper into things and, if need be, compensate for the feebleness of the arguments advanced by the authors of the events he recounts with his analysis. If vowing loftily by the French Revolution and calling upon Europe to witness his oath, Napoleon had said to the Spaniards, "The requirements of the war I am waging against Great Britain in the interest of freedom of the seas, of trade, and of the security of nations, the welfare of my empire, observance of the treaties I have concluded with most of the powers and which are fair recompense for my victories, finally, the triumph of the revolution, whose sword I hold in one hand and in the other her shield, necessitate that Spain in turn should join my system. To those ends, Spaniards, I need to replace your dynasty and revolutionize your society. Furthermore, I have no quarrel with your nationality. I am not demanding any contribution from you in terms of manpower or money and have no intention of staking my claim to one single square kilometer of your territory. You yourselves will choose your new sovereign. All that I ask is that you gravitate into my orbit, that you abide by my policy and adopt our principles, otherwise, prepare yourselves to do battle in the open countryside and in your strongholds, against our invincible troops. To that declaration, as blunt as it is emphatic, Napoleon might have been able to add these prophetic words. You cling to your independence, your dynasty, your religion, the revolution scares you and you look upon us right now as heretics and atheists. Well, had you been unlucky enough to get the better of my military, Spaniards, before another 10 years were up, you would see a redoubling of the tyranny by which you are burdened and would have to blush at scandals even greater than the Godoy and Marie-Louise scandals. 580 The Frenchmen who portray themselves to you right now as liberators, you would be inviting back as the auxiliaries of despotism. The clergy that flatters and agitates you, would then swiftly become the focus of your hatred. You would sell off their assets and you would have your turn at playing the heretic, the atheist, the revolutionary, the republican. If, as I say, Napoleon had addressed the Spaniards in that vein, would his cause have appeared, would it appear today, to be so bad? Did he step outside of the right of war and the right of people? Is it not obvious that all he had done was steal a march on Providence and that in more than one respect his conquest would have been more conservative than the patriotism of the Spaniards? What leads statesmen astray and sets the historians waffling, is that they never have a sufficiently lofty grasp of events as a whole, that they are over-inclined to look for the reason behind events to the intrigues of politics, rather than looking to the circumstances of peoples, and that they do not have a firm grasp of the right of force and its implementation. The higher causes that triggered the 1808 war in Spain were every bit as legitimate as the ones that had been behind the Marengo campaign. Despite the incident and the unseemliness in Bayonne, they are equally justifiable in the court of history. In fact, every continental state trading with the English turned on the emperor, and this was even more remarkable in that the institutions of that state were less consonant with the principles of revolution. European interconnectedness is a principle that overrides even the balance of power in Europe. After all, this was the principle invoked by Napoleon, albeit from the viewpoint of the new right. Victory then marked the ascendancy of the thought and politics of 1789, of which he was supposedly the representative, so, one had to be with him or against him, there was no middle ground. He was all the more alive to this in that his experience of national struggles had brought him nearer to spotting the dangers of resistance, however minimal, and the need for it to be crushed. The idea of a regenerated Spain was not undetected either. It was after the meeting of the Cortes, caused by the entry of the French army, that Spain embarked upon a modern existence. As for the Spanish dynasty, changing it was crucial. The life she has been leading between 1793 and the present day proves that Napoleon had not been maligning her. Does it follow from all that the Spaniards had only to submit? Definitely not. My intention was to highlight yet again the nature of the right of war and rights of peoples, both of them rooted in the right of force. I wanted to show that where there is a case for war according to the rules of politics, war is just on both sides, and that, no matter what may have been said, this was the case with the war in Spain, among others. I indicated the motives by which Napoleon was prompted, even though he himself may not have had a clear and comprehensive sense of them. Those motives still stand, but they do not undo the ones by which the Spaniards were prompted. Indeed, in terms of nationality, what could have been more exorbitant than the emperor's intentions? Such arrogance! Timidly, the Spaniards explained to Napoleon, that they considered him the greatest man of the age, that his armies were second to none and that they had no intention to oppose them, that they would be pleased and proud to be welcomed into his alliance and into his family, but that the circulation of products had to remain as free as the sea herself, that there was a contradiction between fighting for freedom of transportation and the interception of goods, that if France was in a position to substitute her own produce for the imports they sourced in England, then they would gladly give their preference to the French, but, if not, concern for their subsistence precluded them from turning away British goods, that if the continental system, the brainchild of the emperor, could not be reconciled with this plain common sense, then some thought had to be given to reforming that system, that it was up to Napoleon to see how he might humble the English without affecting neutral nations' lives, that, Spain not being at all involved in this war, it would be unfair to oblige her to bear the costs, that, furthermore, they thought it a mischievous way of regenerating a nation to deprive her of her independence and, changing her dynasty and stripping her, so to speak, of the insignia of her sovereignty, that they were therefore vehement in their desire to remain masters in their own household, that their well-being would suffer less that way, and finally that if he, Napoleon, Emperor of the French, was committing trespass against their nationality by occupying their country by force, they, for their part, would look to defend themselves and were holding him answerable for events from that point onwards. As to his predictions, it was a maxim of theirs that people of heart must above all else do their duty and trust to God for whatever might ensue. What ensued, we know. Napoleon, openly or potentially at war with Europe, soon had good reason to believe that matters could not be handled so quickly nor all at once, and that skill and speed are no substitutes for force in warfare. He was not able to conquer Spain. At first, the French generally emerged as the winners from pitched battles. All of the cities, bar one, Cadiz, were occupied, all the strongholds fell. But there was a mass uprising by the Spaniards, a series of setbacks drained and decimated the imperial legions and, more than anything else, so did the guerrilla warfare in which 400,000 or 500,000 French were murdered one after another, at every crossroads, pass and tavern in Spain. Not that they perished unavenged, 1,000,000 Spaniards of every age and sex were slaughtered in retaliation. 581. That's war for you. Politics would like it one way, alas. The all too well-founded suspicion of greed and bad faith makes something else of it. What is the point of one side serving notice of its demands, backing them up with the strongest arguments, suggesting a duel, formal warfare, if the other side rejects the case for war, declines to fight, asserting its independence and accusing the enemy of being out for nothing more than plunder? Politics, revolution, or civilization, those are the only viable options. A nation forced into war, attacked in its homes, its independence in jeopardy, will always make war in the Spanish manner and in accordance with the arrangement so picturesquely described by Paul Louis Courier. There would be no point in the powers deciding at 20 future congresses that they will refrain from warfare and all illicit practices. At the earliest opportunity, that splendid commitment would be forgotten about. There would be talk of evil intent, secret ambition, bad faith and, after much mutual accusations and recriminations, there would be a lapse back into the old ways. Anyone who might argue purity of motives, and that he was merely responding to necessity, would meet with this sarcastic query: do you wage war for the glory? The Peloponnesian War. Let us take a leap backwards. In chapter 4 of the preceding book we saw how the Greeks who were so welcoming of the stranger wage war on one another. A few thoughts on the subject are, naturally, called for at this point. Once the great war against the Medes had ended, the question of unity was raised as far as Greece was concerned. It was impossible that such a tiny country, surrounded by mighty enemies, should stay divided into a multiplicity of microscopic states. The largest of which, such as Sparta or Athens, by arming all of their able-bodied citizens, just about managed to field 25,000 men. A choice had to be made between a federal republic or a unitary republic, monarchy being repugnant to them all. For each city with any aspiration to the status of capital city, inflating its ambitions and repudiating the rights of the others. It was now or never if the situation were to be resolved by force. The war of extermination waged against the Persians might have seemed excusable. Among the Greeks, fighting for their federal constitution, the war must have been holy. What would the conditions be? Let us review them in a few words. As in the Middle Ages, in trial by combat, the champions had to swear to the purity of their cause, prepare themselves for combat by praying and receiving the sacrament. Likewise, nations in conflict, after having exchanged their papers, and acknowledged the reality of their dispute, the urgency of a resolution and the impossibility of arriving at one other than by force of arms, having settled the conditions of battle and the aftermath, having stipulated the rights of the victor and the obligations upon the vanquished, were required, before coming to blows, to hand one another a certificate of honorability and sign a peace treaty. Such was the ideal of warfare, as revealed in the Nordic religions and the chivalric novels. Finally, this was how the self-esteem of the warriors and the conscience of nations wanted it to be. The Greeks were very well able to understand this. They had merely to develop their own heroic tradition to that end. But the opposite occurred. The war that broke out between the Greeks over national unity, otherwise known as the Peloponnesian War, was 100 times gorier and uglier than any they had fought against the Persians. Never had plunder, ambition, and hatred engendered such infamy. The issue of federation was never even moot. As far as Athens and Sparta were concerned, the avowed purpose of the war was to reduce every Greek city to the status of a tributary, to make sovereign disposition of the nation's resources and use them, as the Romans did later with the forces of Italy, in order to conquer, plunder and devour the world. Oddly enough, the kinship which looked like it should have been blunting the edge of the war was the very thing that rendered it doubly horrific. Hatred between brothers is a cordial hatred. Wars over political expansion between people who share the same blood and the same language are the worst wars of all. And it is always the same cause that poisons the contest, ignominy in the motivation, and between rivals there is no mistaking it. The wars of religion. If there is one instance in which war ought to have been free of all thoughts of avarice and refrained from all outrage, this is most certainly the one. Anyone fighting in God's name ought not to indulge in anything of which God and justice disapprove. Well now, let us take a look. A man translates the Holy Scriptures into the vulgar tongue and argues that every one of the faithful is entitled not just to read them, but also to interpret them according to his own ideas. This is the principle of freedom of scrutiny which, in a theological formulation, slips into religion. There is no shortage of arguments and authorities in support of this novelty. But the unitary, sovereign Church contends that such democratism, introduced into the realm of religion, spells its ruination. Faith is personal and, as such, an act of conscience. As dogma, it relies on authority. Who is to decide between Luther and the Pope? Over the course of the debate, freedom of scrutiny makes inroads so rapid that after a few years it can no longer be curtailed by the usual methods of the Inquisition. War alone can decide, quite apart from the fact that matters of dogma do not fall within its remit, whether the heretics are to be permitted to pursue their form of worship within a society that has, up until recently, been wholly orthodox. More than ever, religion, in accordance with justice and warfare, ordains that the two camps avoid anything that might invest their struggle with the appearances of sin in their encounters with each other. Common sense even suggests that whichever army proves the more magnanimous, or less in the grip of a susceptibility to wrath and greed, is going to be able to consider itself the representative of truth. Now, look at the historical record. Is that the way the wars of religion were fought? No, and the reason is easily guessed. The spiritual is indissolubly bound up with the temporal, which it translates in its own way. The religious institution has a corresponding political and social institution. The greater the rule authority plays in the former, the more it will impinge upon the latter. That said, we can readily see why a population is drawn into changing its religion. Rightly or wrongly, it concludes that the old faith is too favorably disposed or insufficiently ill-disposed towards equality, because it accuses the Church of complicity in the exploitation of peoples. The vested interest that heresy conjures up will in turn be repellent to the orthodox conservatives, threatened in their privileges and material interests. There is no point in our invoking the Albigensian War or the War in Vaud or the Hussite War, the Anabaptist War and so on, the sale of the assets of the clergy, the plundering of churches and monasteries, the confiscations visited upon the new religionists, etc., by way of reprisals. To the scandal of ungodliness is added the infamy of avarice. War turns diabolical. How dare the victors, whoever they may be, sing the Te Deum? A word about the Crusades. Islam, properly considered, had a claim on the sympathy of Christians. It was the religion of Moses that Mohammed had finally substituted for the backward desert hordes' worship of idols. At the time of writing, Mohammedanism, which Europe's philosophy and superior morality shun, is gaining ground among the peoples of the Sudan, thereby paving the way for the civilization trotting along behind it. The papacy and the caliphate could have come to an agreement. Nowhere does the Quran teach intolerance. It acknowledges the mission of Moses and of Jesus Christ. It says that God has given each people the laws that suits it, but that he sent Mohammed to the Arabs. What could be more conciliatory? Let Mohammed and his successors complete the rout of the worship of idols, honor the prophet in the eyes of the peoples who heeded him and even aid him in his endeavors. That is what a philosopher-statesman might have suggested when this new faith emerged. 1200 years before Dupuy 582 Volney and the German exegetes, Mohammed was arguing that, in the eyes of God and reason, all religions are one. He asked, how can they excommunicate and wage war on one another? But it is on this very score that Mohammed has shown, assuming that he was sincere, the shallowness of the human heart. Soon, it was not enough for the Muslims to secure themselves a place in the sun through their religion. Not content with using the irresistible argument of the scimitar in order to convert the desert tribes, they in turn conceived the ambition of laying the foundations for a Catholicity of faiths. They too engaged in messianic endeavor. They too realized that the temporal is ruled by the spiritual, at which point, clashing with Christianity, they became intolerant and set about waging war simultaneously upon ideas, individuals, and assets. Faced with an all-conquering Islam that had already made itself master of Sicily, Italy, Spain, and France, the Crusades became a necessity. How can politicians like Ancien misconstrue that? Conquest has to be countered by conquest. Stopping the enemy was not enough, he needed to be driven back into his lair. After that the religious motivation was submerged beneath the self-serving motive. Any decency in warfare was no longer possible. The crusade thus conformed with Mohammedan propaganda. On setting off for the Holy Land it was off in search of absolution and wealth, as heavily burdened with debts as it was with crime. Let us not lose sight of this principle. In religious nations, religion is the very essence of interests. The greater the faith, the more ferocious the interests become, which is why wars of religion are by far the bloodiest, the ones worst stained with devastation, arson, and rape. Hatred between peoples is directly related to how zealously they feel God's cause. You would keep war in check, foist laws upon it and dampen its fury. Please, make no appeal to piety, for that would be throwing oil on the flames. Revolutionary wars. These I am quoting from memory only. Earlier, I acknowledged the economic driver that had caused the French Revolution. I recalled how the plebs were under pressure, the bourgeoisie jealous, the clergy, nobility and court more and more grasping, the entire nation racked by a pauperism that was becoming less and less bearable with each passing day. 583 To be sure, our forefathers had understandable reason for the indignation that overwhelmed them from 1789 to 1800. The principles they steered to success were fair principles, the purest and loftiest expressions of righteousness. Is it any less the case that, by the very nature of things and under pressure from circumstances, starveling revolutionary France was as much the agent of plunder as she was of justice? The revolution, and here I use the term in the sense of the war against the ancien regime, though sublime in its motivation, was tainted in its actions and then compromised in its ends, truth requires that this be said. Object, if you will, that the interests of the ancien regime were the first to set an example of selfishness, that the new maxims, stripping the nobility of what was left of their privileges, the clergy of their enormous assets, their exemptions, and their tithes, and the crown of its veto, and all of these refused to acknowledge this new justice and declared a war of avarice and pride upon the nation. The indignity of some is no excuse for that of others. The blues' greed being seized upon as an excuse for the disloyalty of the whites' 584 revolution and counter-revolution were soon nothing more than exchanged insults. The ensuing war could therefore not help being a war of revenge and mutual extermination. Koblenz, the Vendée, Quiberon are etched in our memories. Could it have been otherwise? I will admit that I do not see it. It is not my intention there to query the judgment of the revolution, grievances being the same on both sides. Then, cancelling one another out, victory should have paid them no heed, and it has brought in a fair judgment by awarding the final verdict to those who had the force. On the basis of these examples and so many more, which I shall refrain from citing, let us now attempt to arrive at some useful comment. Whether the subject be the Church or the State, the principles of philosophy or those of religion, the independence of a country or the freedom of its citizens, the rights of the seigneur or those of the worker, there is always, deep within war, a yours and mine issue raised by that bad adviser, famine. Anyone delving into the secret heart of things always stumbles upon that intimate cause of war, pauperism, alongside perfectly admissible religious or political promptings. Hence the deprivation in military mores and all the licentiousness that follows from it. Formal warfare would be understandable between Greek and Roman, Jew and Gentile, heretic and orthodox, republican and aristocrat, if there were a way of reducing it to pure issues of nationality, religion, and government. But what righteous tie, what regard for humanity could there still be between the plunderer and the plundered, the farmer and the pirate, the master and the slave, the property owner and the redistributionists? Here the motive behind the war is shameful and its purpose, criminal. In the light of which, what is the point of formalities? Everyone dubs his adversary the enemy, which is tantamount to saying brigand. Just as a man afflicted with a disease from birth could not be entirely regenerated in this life, war, being corrupt at the root, is beyond reform. Now, in order to fix our ideas, let us try to reduce this array of facts down to one simple proposition. What engenders the anomalies of which warfare offers us a painful display is the presence and connections between two sorts of causes and thus two types of purposes, a political cause and purpose and an economic cause and purpose. Out of this dualism comes all the disruptions of war and the inextricable promiscuity of justice and iniquity, the good and the evil, which shape its character. Now, philosophy teaches us that in all things, in the governance of society as well as in the sciences, the way to get to the truth and to right is to draw a careful distinction between ideas and viewpoints, separating the causes, identifying the components, examining everything in isolation, and never making any pronouncement about a broad issue before being confident about the particular issues that make it up. In short, the issue of war and peace is complex. If it is to be resolved, it needs breaking down. For a start, is that breakdown acceptable? And if so, what is the outcome for war going to be? This is what we shall examine in the next chapter. Chapter 3, a prior consideration, politics subordinated to economics, the incompetence of trial by strength, the suspension of hostilities. Let us look back on the road we have traveled, and, in what amounts to the same thing as far as we are concerned, at the situation in which modern Europe has been placed by the trends in warfare that we have exposed. Having restored the right of force to its ancient dignity and defined its just limits, having, secondly, acknowledged the legitimacy of the judgment of war, registered the abuses mixed in with such lofty jurisdiction, and set the opinions of the jurists to rights on a host of points, we queried whether a reform of warfare, in terms of its forms and practices, ought not to be our number one priority. Because, following the way we rehabilitated it, there was no sign of its being purely and simply abrogated, the political makeup of states, the laws that govern their preservation and their evolutions would not allow us, and the confusion prevailing in international relations was scarcely calculated to offer us any encouragement to do so. A reform of warfare, we said, would have its counterparts in all the reforms that, down through the ages, have refreshed and sustained humanity's institutions. Advances in mores and enlightenment carry us in that direction, the conscience of the warrior disposes him to it, and the honor of civilization cries out for it. Is such a reform possible? In order to shed some light on this subject, we delved into what was the supreme, universal cause of war, a cause of which all political, religious, and other pleas successively advanced by the belligerent sides, cannot have been anything more than variations in expression, depending on times, places and mores. And we found that in fact all of war's motives or pretexts reduce themselves to a question of interests, raised by this blight, heretofore deemed ineradicable, pauperism. The whole of our book 4 was devoted to demonstrating this contention. At first glance, this discovery, as dismal as it is serious, nevertheless had nothing in it to make us despair of a reform. After all, the interests of which states are merely the protectors and representatives are one thing, and war, the purpose of which is to decide which of all the competing groupings gets to centralize, protect, and govern those same interests, is quite another. Consequently, war's austere and immaculate rite is one thing, and the spirit of plunder mingling with it quite another. Political economy is no more the realm of fraud and bad faith than politics, so why would war, dealing from on high and from below with the political formulas of economic issues be, of necessity, depraved? Stripped down to its true principles, the right of war even came to our rescue. As the purpose of the right of war is to settle international disputes by forceful means, one of the basic consequences flowing from it is the distinction that must be drawn between the public domain, the one and only object of conquest, and the private property placed beyond its reach. Hence all these prescriptions of the laws of war: plunder is prohibited, marauding condemned, tribute declared an abusive, misapplication of the law of conquest, no indemnity is owed by the vanquished to the victor, other than for infringements of the laws of war. Conquest is acceptable only in the sense of purely political annexation. As for the system of exploitation at gunpoint, which would tend to become the chief purpose of states and war's ultimate purpose, that would be a caricature of conquest and war reduced to a nonsense. The jurisdiction of force resulting in every country being treated like a tributary by its own government would be the most monstrous of contradictions. In short, given the care it has always taken in disguising its original cause, and the discretion with which it surrounds itself in economic matters, etc., and the distaste it is beginning to show for extortion and plunder, war has amply demonstrated how plunder runs counter to it and how favorably it would look upon a reform. Unfortunately, war cannot be dissevered from its cause, since it has no raison d'être without that cause. And, since war cannot be untangled from its cause, that is, pauperism, it also cannot be purged of the suspicion of despoilment, because, without despoilment, however disguised, war turns into a nonsense and victory into an enormous deception. War is therefore fatally contaminated and its deprivation irresistible. This we have proven logically and with facts, in the first 2 chapters of our book 5. How are we to get out of this predicament now? International disputes only grow and proliferate, and we know how unsuccessful diplomacy has been in defusing them. Besides, war is not amenable to reform. Here we make a proposition as parliamentary as it is philosophical and juridical, a proposition, moreover, that does not at all conflict with the right of force. Self-evidently, we said, rather than a single problem needing resolution, we have 2 of them: a political issue relating to the formation, demarcation, and dissolution of states, an issue that warfare is supposed to solve, and an economic issue bearing upon the organization of productive assets and the distribution of services and goods, an issue that neither war, nor the state, nor, indeed, religion, have hitherto concerned themselves. So that, according to our exposition of the cause of warfare, the economic issue predates and outweighs the other and dominates it, it is absolutely necessary that, before entering into a debate on matters of international politics, in which the final decision is the prerogative of warfare, we begin by enlightening ourselves on economic relations. Without that, all we would be doing by fighting is going in circles, we will never know our rights in all their fullness, we will remain suspect to one another, we will never even know why we take up arms, why some of us describe ourselves as Catholics, others as Protestants or freethinkers, why we make up one nationality on this side of the Rhine and a different one on the other side, why, included among our number, there are royalists and why republicans, or whether democracy is freedom or despotism. This investigation is all the more indispensable in advance of any declaration of war, given that, because of the onward march of revolutions, interests have taken precedence over matters of state. Indeed, what governs the modern world is neither a dogma, nor a faith nor a tradition, not the Gospel nor the Koran, nor Aristotle, nor Voltaire, nor is the 1852 Constitution, or the 1793 one, it is the Book of Reckoning 585, every page of which is inscribed in large letters with just these two words, on the back, debit, and on the front, credit. But who is to act as the judge in this preliminary matter? Who will speak with authority in this new science? Where are we to look for solutions, definitions, and verdicts? Can the verdict of force, sovereign in matters of state, legislate for economic matters? Here it seems clear that we must shift to a different jurisdiction. Political economy no more falls under the remit of warfare than religion does. As a science, it is beholden directly to observation and reason, as the purpose or stuff of right, it falls within political or civil right, or, to put that better, it gives rise to a brand new, special right, which we have to acknowledge and establish, just as we have recognized and established the right of force. I refer to economic right. 586. Once economic right has secured recognition, had its purpose defined, its parameters outlined, its formulas devised and its relationship with civil rights, political rights, and the rights of peoples established, only then will we be able to rejoin the political debate cognizant of cause and utility. Consequently, we will again then be in a position to defer, if need be, to trial by combat and look to the logic of force. Until then we would be willfully blind madmen, reprobates in the eyes of nature and providence, if, once such an incident has been raised, we were to try to disregard it and refer our disputes to the court of arms like we used to. Given the problem facing every nation, given the universal ignorance looming like the darkness of chaos over ideas of that sort, the conclusion is that all such hostilities must be suspended and an armistice of indefinite duration signed between the powers. It is for public reason, for jeopardized interests, to see to it that this resolution prevails. If they have but the will for it, they have the power to do so. Just as the thirsty doe bellows after springs of living water, so humanity yearns for peace. Is it going to secure that oft-promised, and after so many centuries, as yet intangible peace? On more than one occasion the world thought it had it within reach, and every time it has slipped through its fingers. Are we to know a happier outcome now? I shall refrain from offering any categorical response to such a specific question. The notion of perpetual peace has become a utopia. Besides, years cost civilization nothing, and the more we study history, the more we find that, in everything, in rights as well as in science, humanity likes to proceed with caution. Peace has it under its spell, it chases after happiness. But tell humanity that making peace, living happily means that we must first make no more war, and you will see hesitation. It has such a horror of negation and is so loath to surrender a single one of its prejudices and be separated from the smallest part of itself. God forfend that I should preach the sweet virtues and felicities of peace to my fellow men. I too am human, and what I like best about man is the bellicose humor that hoists him above all authority, and all love as well as all fatalism, and whereby he stands revealed on earth as its legitimate sovereign, the one who can fathom the logic of things and who is free. I would merely observe that, in these times in which we live, War, in terms of its inner workings, can no longer be embarked upon without some odious suspicion being projected onto the aggressor. In terms of form, it is no longer feasible. Let me say, first off, that the authentic cause underlying warfare can no longer be disguised, and that all the political considerations in which it might try to wrap itself look more and more like logomachy. 587 This is also true of the multitudes and governments. Would England, say, wage war on behalf of a principle, on behalf of an idea? Well, no. All England cares about is exploitation, as Monsieur de Fouquelmont says, unless a raid upon her shores is involved. Now, every nation has pretty much embraced the English sentiment. They all do their best to ape England's exploitative policy. 1814 to 1815, a time that ushered in the era of constitutional governments in Europe, was also, for the very same reason, the time when the preponderance of interests came into existence. And the masses fall in line with the thinking of their governments. Like the bourgeois, the proletarian only has any regard for freedom, suffrage, and all that flows from it, to the extent that he hopes to benefit from them, this being a point that the 1848 demonstrations and the mores of 1852 should have placed beyond doubt. The spirit of greed and plunder is the true characteristic of the present day. The poor man exploits the rich one, the worker his employer, the tenant and the farmer their landlord, the entrepreneur his shareholders, exactly the same as the investor exploits and brings pressures to bear on the industrialist, the landlord the farmer and the manufacturer the wage earner. There is something else that, in the event of another war, offers a good reflection of this antagonism. I refer to taxation, which the poor man would gladly see fall exclusively upon the rich, by means of taxes on luxury goods, progressive taxation, taxes on inheritance, capital, rental income, etc., and which the rich man strives to visit upon the poor by means of consumer levies, proportional, personal and industrial taxation, etc., etc. Such a regime cannot last. It amounts to selfishness, dishonesty, contempt for man and for principles turned into maxims and deified. Criticism has long done justice to these idols, and we know the costs of worshipping them. At least we have the certainty that politics has now been exposed to daylight, and that war, should it spread, reveals its true cause and would only be a lapse back into the ghastliest cannibalism. We glimpsed a sample of this in the manner in which the June 1848 uprising was put down. In 2 words, or in 100, war is a social war, even between the most honorable nations, and whatever the officially professed motives. It is henceforth nothing but a war for exploitation and property. Suffice to say that until such time as economic right is secured, both between nations and between individuals, war has no other earthly role. Once politics is under the dominion of economics, the jurisdiction of force is temporarily abrogated. Not that we should misconstrue that jurisdiction, any more than the righteousness of which it is an emanation, quite the contrary. The modern mind, alien to theology, weary of metaphysics, eager for positive ideas and in love with things that can be priced and counted, is all for the glorification of force. Isn't force everything that the materialist world worships, wealth, power, credit, life, and beauty? Isn't it labor? War used to be aimed only at the melding or balancing of political forces, now it is a matter of the organization of economic forces. Now, when it comes to solving this new problem, what use would warfare and its bloody court be? To any intellect heedful of the meanings of history, warfare held its most recent session between 1792 and 1815, in the campaigns of the Republic and Empire. Its precedents date from Valmy, Gemmapes, Neerwinden, Fleurus, Toulon, Montinate, Rivoli, Abuker, the Pyramids, Saint-Jean-d'Acre, Novi, Zurich, Marengo, Hohenlinden, Austerlitz, Trafalgar, Jena, Friedland, Balen, Wagram, Torres Vedras, Saragossa, Los Arapiles, Vitoria, Borodino, the Bersina, Leipzig, Paris and Waterloo. Its findings were taken on board by Louis XVIII in St. Ouen. 588 The constitutional arrangement, an expression of the politics of interests and corollary of the celebrated Treaty of 1815, granted it a recess. To be truthful, what it has done since then has not been an act of war but police work. If an effort were made to revive it, war would, as far as the people is concerned, be bereft of ideals and represent a hideous reality. No matter how its soldiery might strive, there are no more halos for them. Woe, therefore, woe betide him who, mistaking the spirit of the times, would push civilization into further strife. Woe betide the nation that forgets itself and would look to force of arms for what only science, labor, and liberty can give it. Like any magistracy, war has known its abuses of power and its iniquities. Its judgments are teeming with irregularities and appalling violence. But the base remains, though we may forget it in favor of established rights, flawed proceedings, cruelty in its handiwork and the ignominy of plunder. Who today would contend that the verdicts brought in 400 years ago, in civil or in criminal matters, were unfair and nullified just because the judge was in receipt of sweeteners, because the hearings were secret, the guilty parties subjected to torture and their assets impounded? The same goes for war. Whatever it has done for the advancement of civilization stands forever, all the rest is worthless. Which brings us to the present, and we shall applaud its high deeds, we shall reread its poems and lionize its heroes. Our task is no longer to set forces in contention against one another but to strike a balance between them. But, at bottom, is that not what war was seeking? No matter how we may look at it, war reached its conclusion in peace. It would be to misconstrue it and insult it if we were to believe it eternal. War and peace are sisters in the dispensation of justice. What battle draws forth from the one, the opposite creates in the other, the basis and the proceedings are the same. War, tasked with measuring powers against one another and with regulating their rights, is an indispensable preliminary joust. All the civilized nations have shown what they are made of, we know what the rest are worth, their weakness spares them from judgment. The test has now been conducted and the experiment is at an end. Political balance is affirmed, it is up to economic science and the arts of peace to come to a conclusion. Chapter 4, The Final Objections of Militarism. Now at last we know what to think of war, we can flatter ourselves that our knowledge of it is extensive. The theory and the practice, the noumenon and the phenomenon, the principle and the purpose, the cause and the pretexts, the rule and the abuse, the good and the evil, the grandeur and the misery, creation and destruction, progress and decline, contradiction and logic, we have said it all. We know that war has proved necessary, needed for the sake of justice and the education of the human race. Principles and deeds have come together to teach us that. We know too, with as much theoretical certainty, backed by the inklings of a realization, that we are dealing with a time in history when war, having run out of steam, should leave the stage, lest humanity suffer a disastrous degradation. The final outcome therefore being in favor of right, we can, after so much conflict and so many ills, pride ourselves upon our past and assert ourselves as the embodiment of divine justice, which manifests itself equally through the verdicts of warfare and the creations of peace. However, since the hypothesis of a perpetual peace always relies, as has been said, solely upon a theoretical given, as we can never state, in fact, that the state of peace has been finally attained, doubt continues to loom over our minds, all the more speciously, in that it avails itself of a tradition of some 7 or 8 millennia and in that the considerations upon which it is based are not lacking a certain truth. 1. The sceptics tell us that the notion of everlasting peace springs from the inconveniences of every sort that are entailed in war, and which have resulted in its having been regarded down through the ages as the most horrific scourge. Stretching back to the beginning of the world, poets, theologians, philosophers, and economists and, above all, women, have been of one mind in cursing war and seeing it as one of the testimonials to human malice and a sign of heavenly vengefulness. But that argument, built upon feminine dread 589 and fulsomely expanded by a false morality, has no influence today. Warfare, as articulated in its authentic idea, could not be held to be an evil. It is a form of justice, the sovereign act of the conscience of peoples and, as far as the warrior is concerned, the instant of supreme happiness. Without doubt, warfare is teeming with abuses. Just like the ordinary courts, there are flaws in its proceedings, what we might describe as the invalidations of victory. It gives rise to a host of prevarications. But, as you yourself have conceded, it has that in common with all of mankind's institutions, and with every one of nature's creations. Like the natural world, the social world is flawed in its achievements, a blend of good and bad, beauty and ugliness, of virtue and vice, order and disorder. Does it follow from that we should have condemned society, family, state, marriage, property, justice, and man himself as evil? Is life evil because it is often afflicted with diseases and ends in death? 2. War is taken to task for its inglorious origins, the pauperism endemic in humanity, or, in less scathing terms, the absence of economic equilibrium. We grant those origins, there being no way of denying them without blatantly lying. What anti-war implications might this have? That in the initial stages all things are labored, clumsy, often ignoble and sometimes blameworthy. The same could be said of any legislation, any institution, all justice, be it civil or criminal. Marriage started out originally as thuggish fornication, not to say rape. Is marriage regarded as any the less unblemished for all that? As to the hypothesis, tacitly embraced by the adversaries of the regime of war, that an economic constitution of humanity, which would balance forces, would extinguish pauperism and, by suppressing the cause of war, abolish the thing itself, that is a utopia that every civilization, and every period in history has passed down to the next, the same way as they pass down dreams of brotherhood and equality, and there is no need for us even to refute this. 3. A more serious reason, if there were any basis to it, would be the one that grows out of the subordination of the political idea to the economic idea. There is no doubt about it that the importance of economic interests has become, over these last 3 centuries, colossal, and there is no denying that the participation in government of the masses, bourgeois and plebs alike, has been the consequence of this everywhere. The steering of states has become more complicated and harder, more than ever before. Politics has drifted away from the old raison d'etat maxims, it has had to devise other rules for itself and to rely more on the laws of the useful and the prescriptions of right. Does it follow from that politics is in actual fact subordinated to the economy? Not at all. As the preferences of the people have been consulted more, initiative coming from the top has strengthened to the same extent. Among other evidence, we might cite the trend towards centralization, a feature common to all the states in Europe. The principle of division, which is the principle of economics, is countered by the principle of concentration, which is the principle of politics. The one summons up the other, which amounts to saying that, if labor is the condition of a nation's existence, warfare is the form and condition of states, and as a result it retains its predominance and is never ending. 4. The argument based on progress no longer holds true. Never-ending war. The cry goes up. The slave has gained his freedom, the man and the citizen have asserted their rights, the nations have exercised their sovereignty. The taxpayer votes on taxation, the mercenary can become master, woman is almost man's equal, so why would nations not move on from the state of war to a state of definitive peace? As if progress consisted of developing beings along lines that run counter to their nature, rather than abiding by their nature. In the preceding examples, the transition derives from the very nature of being and its laws. It is what philosophy, jurisprudence, and war itself, through the verdicts that it has been called upon to deliver, have established. But where is the proof that humanity, having warred for 7,000 or 8,000 years, and being increasingly warlike, has to undergo a sudden alteration of its nature and, in under 1 generation, just because it has equipped itself with railways, lending institutions, electrical telegraphy, must move on, without further ado, from that chronic state of war to a hitherto unknown and wholly indefinable state of peace. 5. Such progress is allegedly a necessity, on the basis that conquest is useless from the point of view of profits. We are told that pillage, bearing the mark of infamy and, with tribute no longer justifiably extracted from conquered populations, war's material aim, the only one that has a bearing on its cause, vanishes, and war becomes purposeless. A moment's consideration and governments will unanimously proclaim everlasting peace. But why should we not look upon this fiscal nonsense of conquest as a step forward in the morality of war instead? War is misrepresented when credited with knowingly and necessarily acquisitive tendencies. Plunder, enslavement, tribute, exploitation itself can disappear without war, thereby ceasing to be a condition of human existence. Is its role as a deliverer of justice over? Has it run out of issues to be referred to its court? Nationalities, the amalgamation of peoples, miscegenation, natural or agreed borders, federations, centralizations, the creation of new states, religious transformations, the economic agitation that pits all the classes in society against one another, the balancing of the continents, their exploitation and their policing, is there not enough there to sustain war for 40 centuries? Parliamentary rule is still only in the trial stages. On its own, it has enough to keep armies busy for 50 years. And when we consider that, where such ideas are concerned, questions generate further questions and so on into infinity, but none of them soluble by ordinary arbitration procedures, since nations, mindful of their sovereignty and their independence, reject that, oh, to be sure, there are no grounds for thinking that war will find itself redundant. No matter how delicate one's nerves and feeble one's mind, the risk is going to be, rather, that we will faint at the sight of the rivers of blood and mountains of corpses the future promises. 6. Time and again it is said, one question overrides all the others, and that is the economic question. We must finally get to grips with it. It is all the more inescapable in that, once this issue has been broached, all the rest are reduced to mere pretexts, and bad faith pretexts at that. Now, this is a matter that plainly does not fall within war's remit. Therefore, war must first be postponed until the issue raised has been resolved. Then, in the event that a solution can be arrived at, and the cause generating war effectively done away with, war needs to offer its resignation. This is the sophistry of the prosecuting counsel. Accepting that objection would reverse the order of justice, we shall prove as much by using an analogy borrowed from political economy itself. Agriculture certainly falls under the remit of political economy. As an industry, it is not covered by civil law. However, if the soil is to be cultivated, it must first belong to someone. No ownership, no cultivation, the starting point for subsistence. All the economists are agreed on this. Now, who decides where ownership lies in this dispute? The civil courts. Is the judge about to look into whether economic right outweighs civil right here? No, he will ascribe the land to the rightful owner and tell him to cultivate his fields howsoever he pleases, in accordance with science or as his pleasure dictates. The same goes for matters of sovereignty. They require resolution independently of the wider economic issues connected to it, or, indeed, which brings them into being. As a result, economic relations between nations are governed by amiably concluded trade treaties. But, just as the cultivation of the soil presupposes ownership, treaties presuppose sovereignty, which, if brought into play, promptly becomes subject to war's judgment. 7. Do those who, after the manner of the Abbé de Saint-Pierre, peddle the idea of perpetual peace and hold innocent congresses in its honor, take it on board that the notion of peace is a negative one, inorganic in its nature and synonymous with inertia and nothingness? As societies currently stand, in a state that you yourselves acknowledge has already lasted for 6,000 to 8,000 years and which the average human being takes for granted, what is peace? An arbitrary or fortuitous interlude in warlike activity, nothing more. It cannot be thought of otherwise, on the basis of the facts bestowed or won, or indeed imposed upon the belligerents by necessity and the exhaustion of their forces. Peace is, to tell the truth, merely war's silent affirmation. In terms of ontology and phenomenally speaking, it has no other value. In short, peace is war at rest. Is that not something to be shouted from the rooftops? You speak of the balance of forces as peace's special handiwork. This is a conception of your mind upon which we can offer you our compliments. By balancing forces, peace would become something halfway between being and non-being. It might not be death, but it would not yet be life either. For if the forces are balanced, if they are no longer being expended, absorbed, assimilated, joined, transformed, then in actual fact, they no longer act. War having ground to a halt, humanity dies and the world ends. You have described war as a ghastly prejudice, the daughter of pauperism, mother of theft and murder. True, your peace may claim to be immaculate, it is a mummified corpse. 8. Finally, as the pacifists have it, war may well be the law of the animal world. That it should become the law of the moral world is repugnant. We can conceive of its marking the transition, the painful transition, from the first of those worlds into the second, and accept that argument, as an organic, definitive state. War implies contradiction. That difficulty is resolved in advance by what you yourselves have stated, that war is a form of justice and thus deals in morality. Weaklings femlets ask how beings blessed with reason can even think that they are doing themselves honor by engaging in such terrifying combat. Instead, they should be asking how, if the world is made up of forces, how those forces, interacting with one another, are consequently in contention with one another. Because the interplay of forces bears no resemblance to the dancing of the muses who, in their harmonious chorus, pass one another, link up with one another, retreat, join up again, without their deft, rapid movements generating any strains or collisions. Forces do nothing for show, of necessity. Their actions bring about an outcome. For this is happen, they must collide with each other, break each other, devour each other. Only in those circumstances are they productive. War is the natural state of the human race, war is life. Peace, a true peace, universal and perpetual, would spell death. All peoples were organized for warfare early on, we know of none organized for peace. On this point, the practical reason of the nations is in tune with their instinct, as the famous Roman adage goes, if you want peace, prepare for war, si vis pacem, para bellum. Indeed, there is no peace but for the strong, and only as long as he stays strong, he finds rest in victorious force. But force is used in rest and in action alike, it needs gymnastics if it is to recuperate. The history of nations is little more than the narrative of their battles. Peace is featured there only in the form of brief truces. What peace was ever more widely hailed, even by the vanquished, than the peace of 1814? And for the past few years, not just the French, but the Germans, Italians, Swiss, Hungarians, the Russians, and all the nations signatory to the treaties have been competing with one another in damning the proceedings of the Vienna Congress, monuments to the greatest, most glorious peace ever made between men. Is it not a fact that, ultimately, peace is never anything more than a dream? Dice band, pax et non erat pax, 590. As soon as peace becomes drawn out, populations grow restless as if about to perish, as if civilization was defaulting upon its destiny, that is, moving on from discovery to discovery, from battle to battle. Hence these queer notions whereby mysticism and empiricism join hands, but which testify to a reason superior to that of the philosophers, to wit, that war is part of God's plans and part of the order of providence. That through peace, societies are corrupted and that they are regenerated by blood. That perpetual peace, like the supreme good, is an absolute, an otherworldly thing. That man's earthly destiny is to make war on his neighbor, given that he can never, by science, be delivered from all doubt and all dispute or, by wealth, all discomfort. That the contrary would suppose a metamorphosis of ideas, passions, characters, and mores, which there is no reason to anticipate happening. That it is therefore not wrong to see the profession of arms as the noblest one, since it best expresses the godliness of our nature. As a result, that the hypothesis of an everlasting, unwavering peace is a dangerous error that runs counter to religion, morality, all traditions, and is subversive of all hierarchy as well as of all discipline, and has already, under the designation of quietism, been condemned by the Church of Jesus Christ. Let us therefore boldly play our part, and, without philosophizing so much, which is unwholesome in a being whose destiny is to act, let us show that we are men, come what may. When the secret power steering all creatures, God or demon, towards an unknown end, has decided that we must fight, no reason, morality or charity can stand against it. War is inevitable. The immorality then would reside in the desire to escape it. Let us, then, wage that war generously, swiftly, and well, and let us seek only to discover honor in defeat and victory alike. The evil does not reside in the infliction or suffering of death, it lies in living in craven abjection. On the other hand, should that very same power determine that there has been enough bloodshed, be it satisfied or sated, peace in turn becomes a forced conclusion. No more conquerors, no more heroes, everything conspires to have arms laid aside. Prides turn flabby, hatreds soften, courage can be stilled, and hitherto inexorable interests slacken, the previously incompatible ideas for which we fought turn conciliatory. As if by magic, contradiction has disappeared. Therefore, let us make peace and let us savor it without woolliness or illusion. Chapter V, Objections answered. By its very evolution, it is war that resolves itself in peace. The transformation of the antagonism. I believe I have now, conscientiously, and with a sincerity of expression which they would doubtless not receive elsewhere, set out all the objections that might be raised today against the hypothesis of an unlimited truce. I refuse to say definitive pacification, for we have no way of knowing the setbacks to which civilization is susceptible, which is enough to satisfy theory and interests alike. Straight off, the reader will note that these objections derive their strength exclusively from the thoroughgoing study we have made of war. Indeed, up until such a critique came about, war was as likely to trigger lamentation as to inspire panegyrics, but it could not find room for an authentic debate. No one was in a position to attack it, any more than they could defend it, in philosophical terms. It was, as I have said, a mystical, godly thing. It was endured and it disappointed, or, in the intoxication of triumph and making a virtue of necessity, we gloried in it. But, as a result, it never occurred to anyone to look upon it as permanent, or as transitory. War was beyond the appreciations of men. Now that the mystery has been penetrated, or nearly so, and now that events appear to be tilting in the direction of peace, then, understandably, reasoned objections in favor of the perpetuity of war are coming forward. Those objections rely upon the very same facts as made us believers in peace, on the previously denied right of force, which we have re-established, on the justice-delivering quality that we have acknowledged in warfare, on the non-accidental but positive role that it has played in our civilization. They are primarily driven by this consideration, that as peace cannot be established permanently, other than by means of the abolition of the very cause of war, that is, pauperism, such a revolution is beyond human wisdom and ought to be regarded as a utopia. In order to answer that line of argument, which is certainly not easily done, since society is always in a state of war and since war has a 6,000-year foothold, whereas peace is still at the project stage, a prospect, then, as I see it, rather than wearing ourselves out with the objections, we should attack the enemy in his stronghold and march directly upon his capital, which, once it falls, will deliver up all the rest to us. Now, that capital, the fundament of all of militarism's arguments, is nothing but the law of antagonism, which we ourselves have acknowledged, see Book 1, Chapter 6, as a universal law of nature and humanity, a corollary of the law of justice or of balance. With the law of antagonism explained, everything is explained, the warfare thesis becomes the peace thesis. Like the world of nature, the world of society is built upon forces. These forces are of themselves expansive, invasive, and thus opposing and antagonistic. They live and develop at one another's expense and are productive only insofar as they use one another up. Such is the great law of creation, which is at the same time the law of the preservation and reproduction of beings. Believers in the everlasting character of war therefore reach for this overall theory of forces, the antagonisms between them and their mutual absorption. They say, humanity, like nature, is always in the making, always being renewed. It is through war that it renews itself. Talk of peace is the affirmation of decadence and death. But, before making such affirmative pronouncements about humanity's warrior future, we would be well advised to be sure of two things: 1. The sort of creativity sought by warfare; 2. Whether the antagonism of forces, which we have gauged to be beyond reform in its present condition, may not be liable to some sort of alteration, which would merely be the actual end towards which war strives. Because, and our adversaries are of this opinion, antagonism only has value in relation to the creativity of which it is the agent. Every time war breaks out between two powers, it is with a view to a new state of affairs, which, in the providential order, is to replace the previous one, whether it involves the formation of a new state to replace the others, or whether the war is simply designed to determine their boundaries and their relationships. But what, broadly speaking, is war's purpose? Over the past 3,000 years we have seen it shift from formation to formation, from reorganization to reorganization, from revolution to revolution. States and countless nationalities have been swallowed up by this struggle. Does war therefore not have some loftier purpose, or are we to believe that it is caught up in a never-ending cycle, destroying and replacing for the sheer pleasure of replacing and destroying? Besides, if war is truly creative and fruitful, none of what it destroys, or rather, transforms needs go to waste. The same applies to war's creations as to chemical compositions or decompositions. Everything should revert to a balance, not a single atom can go astray. In that regard, and independently of the objections we have raised regarding breaches of the laws of war, we have to ask ourselves whether war does what it does well, whether there is no wastefulness in its handiwork, and, thus, whether its modus operandi is, in that respect, beyond reproach, and whether we might not need to amend it. We are entitled to pose these questions to our adversaries since they arise out of their own principles and could not be omitted without confusion or bad faith. Now, due to the fact that we are posing such questions, it is plain that we have reverted to the hypothesis of pacification, being, if not absolute, then at least unlimited, which we need to demonstrate with a depiction of war's evolution. Therefore, I say that war's goal, or to put it another way, the purpose of the antagonism within humanity, is to bring about and ensure the absolute triumph of justice, in short, of civilization. But I would add that, in order to bring this higher creation to fruition, antagonism in its current form, war, is powerless. It mishandles what it sets out to do, and it has now become vital, not just to subject it to reform, but to bring about a thoroughgoing transformation of it. And I put this proposition to the test by noting that war, from the point of view of every aspect of its development, ends in a self-transformation which I describe as peace. From the vantage point of right, of which it is the most solemn and incorruptible representative, war takes us through this range of rights: right of force, right of war, rights of people, political rights, civil rights, economic right, etc. See Book 2, Chapter 11. Now, as these days economic rights raise an issue that needs settling ahead of any fresh clash between the powers, and with war having declared itself not competent to resolve such an issue, it is clear that an agreed armistice, of indefinite duration, should first be signed by all states, lest they lie their way into war, trespass against its law and drag it backwards. The vantage point of revolutions. Humanity, guided and judged through war, has passed through a series of several stages, and it is important to grasp their overarching tendency: the rule of castes or of slavery, the system of a universal empire, of which the Jews dreamt and of which the Romans made a reality, the theocratic or feudal system, the system of divine right monarchies, for which that of the constitutional monarchies was substituted. Currently, we have the working pleb supplanting the capitalist, landowning, and patentee bourgeoisie, and who makes its appearance by these two mottos: right to work and universal suffrage. As to the latter movement, we are still only in the early stages. But who cannot see even now the profound incompatibility between the state of affairs currently in the making and the system of warfare that characterizes divine right monarchy and feudalism? Is it not patently obvious that, as we saw just now, with war drifting further and further away from the rights of force, and through the acknowledgement of new rights, curtailing its own imperium, that, likewise, we are seeing it narrowing even further by steering civilization away from caste rule towards the rule of freedom and economic equality? As far as 19th century Europe is concerned, what is the overarching issue? No longer is it religion and tolerance, the unity of the Church and its alliance with empire, nor is it the monarchy, aristocracy or democracy, nor is it centralization, nor political decentralization, nor European equilibrium, nor the principle of nationality or natural borders. All these issues have their place in the debate, but only as secondary or ancillary issues. Among the contested institutions, there are some, such as the temporal power of the popes, that are on the brink of disappearing for good, others that seem to be on the rise again, even though there may have been reason, a few years ago, to think that they were coming to an end. Examples might be constitutional monarchy and unitary government. Universal suffrage itself, this suffrage that everybody respects, but in which no one has faith, is even now beginning to lose its sheen. 591 The key question, the major concern that takes precedence over all the rest but about which there is a reluctance to say a word, is the economic question. It is on this basis that Napoleon III reigns, whether he is holding back the impatient plebs or shying away from the retrograde logic of bourgeois or clerical self-preservation. From the vantage point of international law, how can anyone still deny that war has, more or less, finished its handiwork? It is war that has brought us to this international system, that all attacks merely consolidate further and further, and that is customarily referred to by the eminently economic expression, European balance. Universal monarchy is unwanted, a hierarchy of states is unwanted, the idea of a confederation or of a European Diet is repugnant, everybody asserts his independence, his nationality, his autonomy. Should Russia be humiliated in Crimea, a new state, detached from Turkey, immediately takes shape on the lower Danube and helps to flank the system from there. Should Austria suffer a loss on the Italian side, an Italian state takes shape, which, if it can survive, will provide fresh assurance of stability. All the old causes of squabbling melt away in the face of mutuality of interests. The July Revolution thought it was working wonders by separating Holland and Belgium, which had been united by the 1815 treaties. Lo and behold, without the slightest thought of their absorbing each other, they are drawing together and embracing each other. The same is happening with the two Scandinavian states, Sweden and Denmark. Whilst France and England engage in an arms race, mistrusting each other, they go together to visit China and sign a free trade treaty. Trade treaties and customs unions are tending to replace annexations and alliances. Between France and Belgium, there is a trade treaty, between the German states, politically separate, a trade alliance. Politics, nowadays means political economy. What would you have war do in that context? The vantage point of conquest. Here too war has had its last say. At first it was waged for plunder, then it was waged for tribute and then for annexation. Now what does it have left? Exploitation, that is suicide. It is necessary to disarm, on pain of contradiction, of retrogression. To work, war tells us, you have done enough fighting. Produce, exchange, Learn how to see one another as people and act fairly in your dealings, banish your ignorance, become philosophers, artists even, if you can. I do not get involved in such things. Your business, like your arts and your science, falls outside of my remit. From the vantage point of military means, the arms trade is demonstrably an upside-down or subversive industry. Strictly speaking, regardless of the genius deployed in it, there is no art, no craft in warfare. It is for the public to be curious and to study this matter. I wanted to educate myself about this heroic profession for the sake of which every nation maintains nurseries of apprentices and high schools at huge expense. All I could see on every side was industry and still more industry. Our sapper and artillery captains train in the same schools as our bridge and road building engineers. There are surveyors, architects, physicians, and chemists. Where is the difference between our naval officers and merchant captains? Napoleon I used to brag that he had learned every trade, from cartwright to bookkeeping to transport. He was in need of such polytechnic learning in order to carry out his great works as well as to overcome opposition. In warfare, in fact, there are two things that need to be overcome: man and his industry. Originally, the weapons of war were merely work tools and hunting gear, the hunter's bow and his pike, the butcher's knife, the harvester's scythe, the blacksmith's hammer, the shepherd's crook. Modern science has added its explosive mixtures, its iron hulls and the full range of its metal working tools, transformed into bullets and shells against which nothing can stand. The June 1848 insurrection ensured that even the blind could see that a man of industry can, in an instant, turn into a gunner, engineer, tactician, or strategist. Over the 4 days that the fighting lasted, the rebels had learned how to dig trenches, throw up ramparts, manufacture powder, cast balls, cannons, and bullets. In this respect, it can be said that the army only makes progress thanks to industry, and that the working classes, should their thoughts turn to revolt, would always have the edge on the gunners and sappers and would trounce every army. In short, war is becoming increasingly industrialized. How could it fail to rely on industry, when it is barely distinguishable from it? To anyone paying any attention to the overall development of war, it should be plain that the tendency within humanity is not in the direction of the suppression but rather to a transformation of antagonism into, what has, ever since the beginnings of society, been conventionally referred to as peace. That prediction is going to become a certainty, if, after having briefly retraced these trends in warfare, we ask war itself to interpret them for us. Here, the historian's reason no longer applies, and it is up to the right of war itself to have its say. The purpose of war is to determine which of two contending powers enjoys the prerogative of force. It is forces in contention, not their destruction, the struggle between men and not their extermination. Outside of combat and the ensuing political annexation, it should refrain from any damage against persons or properties. We need not go on demonstrating these things. The critique we have made of war's forms and its original cause has turned the brightest of lights upon all these points. Even our adversaries are coming around to these principles. From which it follows that antagonism, which we recognize as a law of humanity and nature, does not amount, where man is concerned, to a fist fight or wrestling. It could as easily be a struggle of industry and progress, when all is said and done, in the spirit of war and for the purposes of high civilization that it pursues. It amounts to the very same message: to the victor the spoils, says war. Or, responds labor, industry, economics. What constitutes the valor of a man, of a nation? Is it not his genius, his virtue, his character, his acquired knowledge, his industry, his work, his wealth, his frugality, his liberty, and his patriotic devotion? Didn't the great commander say that in warfare moral force is to physical force what 3 is to 1? Do the laws of war, chivalric honor, not teach us in turn that in fighting we should look to our honor and refrain from all insult, treachery, plunder, and pillage? So, let us struggle. We do not need to charge with bayonets and fire rifles at each other for that. Just as, through the effect of war, right, exclusively private to begin with, has turned into a social right droit real, so war in its turn must cease to be a private matter and become entirely social real. In these new battles, we will also be required to demonstrate determination, commitment, and a contempt for death and the pleasures of the flesh. We will have just as many wounded and bruised, and anybody who is cowardly, weak, uncouth, bereft of courage of the heart or mind, should not expect any less subjection, disapproval and misery. Wage labor, pauperism, and vagrancy, the ultimate shame, await the vanquished. Therefore, the transformation of antagonism derives from its definition, its operation, its law, and is a product of its purpose. Indeed, antagonism does not aim at destruction pure and simple, unproductive expenditure, extermination for the sake of extermination. Its purpose is ever better production, endless improvement. In which respect, we must acknowledge that labor offers antagonism the prospect of a theater of operations more vast and fruitful than war. For one thing, let us point out that in the industrial arena the contending forces are every bit as fervent as on the fields of slaughter. There too we see mutual destruction and absorption. I will even go so far as to say that, in labor as in warfare, the raw material of the battle, its chief outlay, is still human blood. In a non-metaphorical sense, we live off our own substance and, through the exchange of our products, the substance of our brethren. But with this huge difference, that in the struggles of industry the only real vanquished are those who have put up no fight or fought cravenly, which has the consequence that labor provides its armies, and often more than them, with everything that they use up, something that war does not and never could. In labor, production follows upon destruction, forces used up are resurrected again out of their dissolution, with renewed vigor. The purpose of antagonism, which we want to take advantage of, demands that, if things were otherwise, the world would revert to chaos. A day would come when, as at the dawn of creation, there would be nothing left but emptiness and atoms. Terra autem erat in nes et vacua. 592. Napoleon I had glimpsed this truth when he claimed, citing the Romans, that war has to be self-supporting. He stated, with soldiers, I earn millions, with millions, I raise more soldiers. The great condottiere sensed that warfare, if it is to have a meaning, a value, a morality, has to replace its forces as it uses them up. But the way in which he flattered himself that he was resolving the problem was as fantastic as his victories. On the one hand, it was dismissive of the vanquished. As for the supposedly victorious nation, setting aside the reversal in its fortunes that brought it back to the statu quo ante bellum, statistics have taught us what 25 years squandered on war did to the health and vigor of the French people. After these general reflections on the law of antagonism, a few words should be enough to refute the objections raised. A. War, we are told, is justified by its very morality. Yes, in terms of its idea, which is the right of force. Yes, in terms of the purpose implicit in the exercise of that right and which represents the forward movement of civilization. But not in terms of war's cause and its practice, the former pointing an accusing finger at a disorder, which it is beyond the competency of war to set straight, the latter being entirely at odds with the law of antagonism per se, which requires that, on being destroyed, forces be replaced. Go ahead and support the idea of never-ending warfare. You are free to think what you like, but stop short of lying about it. B. And also, war consigned to extinction is a utopia, given that the eradication of pauperism, meaning humanity constituted on economic lines, is itself a utopia. It is like someone arguing that an individual should never die, since he has no known heir. I will concede that we can only come up with an as yet indefinite notion of the economic arrangement that, I contend, should take over from the reign of politics or war, both of these being expressions, as I see it, of the same thing. In that respect and to that extent, doubt is warranted. But in order to deny movement and the future, we should not make too much of the disfavor into which some socialist theories have fallen. One thing at any rate has come to light, that the religion of war is on its way out, like those of royalty and nobility, and the logic of economic interests is increasingly outweighing raison d'etat, labor, once regarded as a curse, is now glorified to the same extent as virtue. Labor, once slavish toil, now prevails under the designation universal suffrage, and, someday, it will govern. It has already begun to assume power in the guise of representative government, and is halfway there. I say again that we do not know what is going to happen once universal disarmament has come to pass, but we can rest assured that war has found itself a successor. See, the importance of political issues, it is observed, grows with that of economic issues, so, it is impossible for economic interests to overshadow government. Mistake, we have to concede that the growing influence labor wields operates at the expense of raison d'etat, that influence is moving quicker than the governmental idea, upon which labor inflicts decisive defeats by means of the hindrances it puts in war's way. The 1814 to 1860 period of history demonstrates that. Now, without war, what is politics reduced to? To insist, such a profound and sudden alteration in human mores is unprecedented and defies understanding. A tradition so many centuries long does not come to a sudden halt. But who is claiming that it has to happen that way? The peace revolution has been 25 centuries in the making. It started with Daniel's famous monarchies, and has not relented in working its way through Alexander's conquests, the Roman Empire and Catholic Christianity. The treaties of Westphalia and Vienna are its two most recent landmarks. War and peace are interlocking, but the travails of the former blind us to the advances of the latter. To put that a better way, war and peace are two different forms of one and the same trend, of one and the same law, antagonism. There is the argument that there are a host of issues that war, the verdict of force, may yet have to settle. Those issues, once labor has established its preponderance and the laws of economic solidarity have been made known, conquest pronounced pointless, plunder outlawed, become secondary. They are the responsibility of Congresses, public reason is sufficient to resolve of them. As for the forces themselves, as we have said, they were fighting on a different battlefield. We have treated war's plea of ignorance of economic issues as an act of bad faith or chicanery. We have been told that it's not war's place to be settling matters of credit, earnings, association, exchange, etc., but that still leaves one political issue, one might even describe it as an international yearning, to be sorted out, and on it rests the entire edifice of the economy. And that issue falls under war's exclusive remit. Borrowing the very same style, my answer to that is that the petitoire, the one who claims a right to something, is being incessantly reframed and transformed by the possessor, the one in possession. Just as ownership has evolved from Roman quiritary rights, war is bound to undergo an even profounder alteration and to fall directly under the jurisdiction of commerce, and the state, transformed by the abolition of the feudal principle and divine right, will tend to assume a purely administrative character and to confine itself to the management of the budget, just the same as international relations are tending to boil down to purely economic relations, finally ruling out any presumption of a jurisdiction of force. 593. Finally, the law of antagonism is invoked once more. The notion of peace, we are told, is negative. Society has been shaped by war, so how could it fall under the law of nothingness? But it follows from everything that we have said that peace does not spell the end of antagonism, which would effectively mean the end of the world. Rather, peace is an end to slaughter, an end to unproductive expenditure of manpower and wealth. As much as and more than war, peace, the essence of which had not been well understood thus far, must become positive, real and formalist. Endowing the law of antagonism with its true formula and its lofty reach, peace offers us a foretaste of what its organic power is going to be. Finally, peace, which clumsy language has thus far made the contrary of war, is to war as philosophy is to myth. The latter is retained for the amusement of children and for the embellishment of literature. It is reason's province alone to direct man's conscience and action. In short, the hypothesis of a universal and definitive peace is legitimate. It derives from the law of antagonism, the whole phenomenality of warfare, the contradiction between the juridical notion of war and its economic cause, the increasingly established preponderance of labor in the direction of societies, and lastly by advances in right, the right of force, international law, political rights, civil rights, economic rights. War has been the symbol and peace the realization. The establishment of right in humanity is the very abolition of war, it is the organization of peace. All peoples have welcomed that promise, they have all dreamt of turning their swords into plowshares and their spears into sickles. So far, the world has known many a temporary peace. In the past 2 centuries alone, there have been the Peace of Westphalia, the Peace of Nijmegen, the Peace of Utrecht, the Peace of Aix-la-Chapelle, the Peace of Amiens, the Peace of Tilsit, the Peace of Vienna. We need peace today, the world no longer understands nor wants anything else. On which conditions are we going to secure that organized peace, the articles of which are not for any power to dictate and the guarantee of which, being reliant on the regulated clash of forces, is superior to all the armies in the world? Peace cannot gain traction and stand above all infringements by resorting to subscriptions and meetings, with federations, amphictyons 594 and congresses, as the Abbé de Saint-Pierre used to believe. Statesmen are as impotent as philosophers, the Holy Alliance has failed, no philanthropic propaganda is going to get anywhere. Peace signed at the point of sword is never anything better than a truce. Peace devised at a symposium of economists and Quakers would be laughable, like the notorious L'amour et kiss. 595 Only working humanity is capable of putting an end to war, by creating economic balance, which presupposes a radical revolution in ideas and mores. For the reign of peace to be ushered in, pacique imponere morum, we must, to borrow from our evangelical forefather, start with a change of mind. Mu tau alpha nu omicron iota tau epsilon. 596 Step 1 in this conversion is the cleansing of war of all thought of plunder, by applying to it the ordinance of the 10 Commandments, non furibus 597, secondly by understanding our earthly destiny, so well signaled by the Stoic maxim, Sistine et abstin, 598 and, finally, by abiding by the overarching condition of democratic and social equality, the laws of production and distribution. Is that revolution possible? Is it imminent? My response to that categorical challenge is this. Neither the metaphysics of the philosophers, nor the compilations of the jurists, nor the expertise of the industrialists, or indeed the protocols of the diplomats and the constitutions granted by the potentates are going to supply us with the means to make a reality of this high hope. The wisdom of individuals, schools, churches, councils of state is of no avail here. Political and socialist speculation has had its day. War, like religion, and the same as justice and labor, poetry and art, has been a manifestation of the universal conscience. Peace will be a manifestation of universal conscience too. General conclusions, a new right, a new mission. The phenomenality of war. War is the most profound and most sublime phenomenon of our moral life. Nothing else can be compared to it, neither the imposing celebrations of worship, nor the acts of sovereign power, nor industry's mammoth creations. In the harmonies of nature and humanity, it is war that sounds the mightiest note, it hits the soul like a thunderclap, like the hurricane's roar. A blend of genius and audacity, poetry and passion, supreme justice and tragic heroism. Even after the analysis that we have made and the censure we have hurled at it, its majesty leaves us stunned, and the more we muse upon and ponder it, the more the heart swells with enthusiasm for it. War, which a false philosophy and an even more false philanthropy had nothing to show us except a frightening scourge, the explosion of our innate mischief and the manifestation of heavenly wrath. War is the most incorruptible expression of our conscience, the act which, ultimately and in spite of the tainted influences mingling with it, brings us the greatest honor in the eyes of creation and of the Eternal One. The idea of war is the same as its phenomenality. It is one of those ideas that, from the moment it appears, swamps the understanding and, so to speak, infiltrates every intuition, every sentiment, and logic designates these ideas as categories on account of their universality. War is, indeed, one and trinity, like God, the mingling in a single nature of these three roots, force, being the principle of movement and of life, and which we can find in the ideas of cause, soul, will, liberty and mind, antagonism, action-reaction, the universal law of the world, and, like force, one of Kant's dozen categories, and justice, the soul's sovereign faculty, the principle of our practical reason, manifested in nature as a balance. The purpose of war, if we move on from the phenomenality and the idea of war to its purpose, it will lose none of our admiration. The aim of war, its role in humanity, is to set all human faculties in motion, in order to conjure up right above and beyond those faculties, to universalize it and, with the aid of that universalization of right, to define and initiate society. But what is right? It is here that war, sublime in its manifestations, universal in terms of its idea, juridical and thus providential in its mission, sets us marveling even more on account of the certitude and, forgive me for saying so, the positivism of its teaching. The definition and reality of justice, according to War 599, if we look to the theologians and the philosophers, justice, supposedly, has no positive, actual, or organic form within us. It is not a fact. It is the mind's conception of a conventional relationship between persons and interests, but a relationship that only becomes binding upon the will in the light of a higher motive determining it. That motive or prompt, where the believer is concerned, is fear of God; for the unbeliever, economic interest, of course. I shall leave to one side the intermediary, halfway house systems of utilitarianism and religion. Plainly, in the eyes of the theologian and likewise those of the rationalist, justice per se means nothing to man. We are masters when it comes to paying it some or no heed, without the essential outcome being either merit or demerit for ourselves. What is more, if interest, the higher motive invoked by Hobbes, sees fit to contravene justice, if serving God, the supreme motive of the Christian, requires the sacrifice of every other human obligation, justice is going to have to be abandoned without hesitation. It would be an act of impiety for someone to prefer his duty over his God, and deceitful for him to prefer that over his interest. War offers us a quite different notion of justice. According to our analysis of the right of force, justice is respect for human dignity, in the most widely accepted sense, considered in the round and successively in each of its manifestations. That respect is innate within us. Of all our feelings, it is the one farthest removed from animality; of all our affections, it is the most consistent, and its operation, which in the long run outweighs any other motive, determines the character and operation of society. As for myself, respect for human dignity makes up what I call my right; where my fellows are concerned, it constitutes my duty. Therefore, justice is not simply a notion of relationship, a metaphysical notion, an abstraction; it is, in addition, a fact of the conscience, and therefore an organic, positive faculty, a reality, like love, ambition, friendship, a taste for the beautiful and luxury, etc. The consequences of such a realization of justice within humanity are immense. According to the definition of it provided by war, justice is society's principle and purpose. If, as needs saying, justice is more than an abstraction, if it is a power, and if war's mission has been to ensure that this power prevails and relentlessly grows between peoples, it follows first of all that justice is simultaneously the principle underlying the law governing our actions, the reason of our lives, and the expression of our happiness. Hobbes's theory is wrong. Our overriding motive is not selfishness, it is not the preservation of our body and limbs, it is not our interest, be it well or wrongly construed. If we take it as an established fact, that is because justice is, for us, completely different from interest, we are indebted to war for having demonstrated as much. The theory of the idealists and mystics is as false as that of the utilitarians. Our supreme prompt is not an ideal, unless that ideal be the very ideal of righteousness. We have seen idealism seduce souls, sometimes through the illusion of wealth, sometimes using the lure of carnal pleasures. We have seen it drive society into pauperism, and, through pauperism, tip it into war, only to corrupt that too. That prompt is not love, which is subordinated to justice once and for all through the establishment of the family, the basis of which is paternal authority, the right of force, no less, nor is it religion, since religion, which may vary in its forms, always invokes justice, whereas justice itself stands on its own, imposing itself on every sect and remaining immutable. Finally, it is not freedom, which is always ardently invoked in times of decadence and despotism, but which cannot exist in the absence of justice, which derives its rule from justice, whereas justice per se is a law unto itself and may even dispense with freedom. Justice is a driving force and final cause of humanity. This is because it is, as we have explained, not merely an idea, but a power. Every power seeks to expand at the expense of its surroundings. Justice, being the first of our powers, sweeps the rest before it and subordinates them. And if we seek material proof of that truth, war will supply it. We have seen the evolution of war result, through the consecration of the right of force, in Roman domination, meaning the proclamation of universal right. We then saw the Middle Ages attempting to bring about an initial, half-realist, half-mystical establishment of that right, by means of an alliance between the papacy and the empire. We know today that right is not going to be established, once and for all, universalized and accomplished, except by means of the elimination of the religious factor and the acknowledgement of economic right, by which I mean, through the revolution. Justice, in the context of humanity, is immanent and real. This is the great lesson that war has to offer. Again, according to the same evidence, justice is the base and fulcrum of all belief. If justice is civilization's motivation and end, if it outweighs all force, all dogma, all ideals, it follows that justice is the basis of all belief, just as the right of force is the trunk on which every other right buds and grows, one after another. It is no longer speculative reasoning, natural or revealed theology, a philosophy of nature or of mind that sets the criteria and law for speculative reason, as used to be the case. The 19th century discovered its principle and, I would make so bold as to say, its religion, thanks to that enormous, radical shift. Here war tells us, morality, the expression of freedom and human dignity, is freestanding. It is not reliant on any principle, it overshadows all doctrine and all theory. In man, conscience is the higher power, the others serving as its instruments and acolytes. Just as it is not religion that makes man, nor the political system that makes the citizen, but much more man who makes his religion and the citizen who makes his government. Moreover, the rules by which you live and your sociability should not be deduced from some idealist metaphysics or theodicy. Instead, your understanding should be ruled by your conscience, and it is to that conscience that you must look in search of the surety of your ideas and even the proof of your certitude. Justice sits in judgment of dogma the same way as it judges interests. Mortals, follow the example I set for you. Just as I render unto force what is force's due, heedless of religions or races, you in turn should render unto genius whatever is genius's due, to labor that which is labor's due, to beauty that which is beauty's due, to virtue, virtue's due. Your rights are not vain concepts reliant on fanciful abstractions, they are real prerogatives linked to real faculties. Justice within you is reality and sovereign thought at once. Which is why, in the future, you will have no religion other than justice. War, your first teacher and the greatest of your gods, tell you this. The rights of peoples, according to war, unbending in its logic, in its performance, war is not found wanting by its own maxims. In Book 2 of this study, we saw how, from the right of force to the right of war, and from the higher principle that justice is immanent within humanity, the expression of its freedom and courage, we can deduce the rights of peoples. War deals with nations, not according to the arbitrary categories of some fictitious legislation, but in accordance with their positive or empirical merits. it acknowledges right only where there is a jurisdictional power and quality. Neither nationality, nor legitimacy, nor antiquity, nor orthodoxy itself can override it. Nationality, legitimacy, and orthodoxy are mere words in war's court of justice. It is to no avail that France has galvanized Italy, to no avail that, under that powerful sponsorship, the remnants of the old people-king relationship were gathered together again into a single state, if the new Italy cannot boast the energy of temperament, the liveliness of conscience that every nation needs in order to establish its sovereignty, if her politics are still the politics of Machiavelli, if, in order to keep her governors in check, she has no recourse other than the dagger, if her superstitious and undisciplined populations shy away from armed service, then Italy has no right to exist, politically. As has been said, Italian nationhood is only a geographical expression. Sooner or later, unless a more radical revolution comes to her rescue, she will fall back under the domination of the foreigner. France herself, obliged to step in a second time, would be prompted to partition her in the same manner and in accordance with the same entitlement as Poland was partitioned last century. God forfend that I should hold Italy's cause hopeless by this point. But, in terms of the present hypothesis, who, having wept over this second demise of Italy, could accuse the co-partitioning powers of iniquity? It needs saying and repeating that a nation has no entitlement to be recognized as a power and to enjoy autonomy. The only reason for its existence, it has to command both force and virtue. The iniquity would be to leave a race too innocent, lacking independence, or overly corrupted to sustain political life, to fend for itself, leaving it to await some comprehensive overturning of things. The iniquity would be to affirm that which the right of force would have condemned. Political right, according to war, just as there is no right of nationhood, by virtue of which a nation, merely on the basis that it exists, can stake its claim to sovereignty unless it also possesses force and all the features that go to make up a sovereign nation, so there are no rights of man and the citizen either, by virtue of which the individual members of a country's population can, on the simple grounds of their being men and citizens, demand of their government that it respect all their freedoms. Unless they also possess the qualities that afford the citizen and man force, courage, an understanding of rights, domestic virtues, frugal mores, love of labor and, above all, a staunch resolve to sacrifice life and limb rather than suffer any violation of their dignity, there are no rights. In which respect, political rights merely replicate the maxim of the rights of peoples, albeit on a smaller scale. Thus, it is no good proclaiming the unity of the human race and expecting to proclaim the abolition of slavery and equality for all before the law on the basis of that semi-physiological, semi-mystical premise. If your serf or slave is by nature incapable of raising himself up to the level of his master, if he cannot struggle with the latter in terms of warlike valor, industry, philosophy, and the arts, if, decidedly and despite all instruction, the caste in need of emancipation constitutes, as they say of the black, an inferior variety of men, you will have done nothing for it in awarding it its freedom. Left to its own devices, it will fall into a worse state than before. Civic equality and human brotherhood no more rely upon a metaphysics of right than they do on the sharing of the same sacraments, they rely upon an equivalence of faculties, services, and products. What your slaves are clamoring for is not liberation pure and simple, it is tutelage. Let us follow this reasoning through. There is no point in a newly freed nation, fallen into despotism due to a series of missteps and unfortunate circumstances, bemoaning the harm done it by its sovereign, alleging this sovereign is its agent, elected by its votes, or that he has pledged to respect acquired rights and is only there to watch over public freedoms. If that nation, otherwise brave when faced by the enemy, shows no pride in the face of the master with which it has endowed itself, if selfishness and cowardice have banished public spiritedness from their hearts, if licentiousness and softness have made headway into its families, if wealth, the only ambition, is prized more highly in the eyes of the masses than respect for the Constitution and the laws, a nation thus degraded has forfeited its right to be free, the authority that holds it in bondage is being neither ungrateful, nor traitor, but is enacting justice. In handing down a broad ruling, the civil law could have ensured that all the offspring of the same father receive equal shares to his legacy on the presupposition of an equality that is not found in nature, but which we have a duty to bring about. What it could not do is make the prodigal, the idler, the insane, as deserving in the eyes of public opinion as the thrifty, the hard-working and the clever child, that, as a result of their nature they have the same entitlement to right. It is under this light that the Code acknowledges the paterfamilias's ability to alter, by means of a will, any abnormality the generality of the law might introduce in practical terms. So true is this that the law is built, not upon abstractions but upon realities, the most senior of which is force. As political law has a more direct connection than civil law with the right of force, it is also more rigorous. No constitution, no omnipotence could guarantee unworthy citizens a freedom that they have demeaned by their dissolute ways. As power cannot be anything other than the expression of society, and if society is deficient in right, the authorities have to govern by whim. Despotism thereby becomes both the representative and the executioner of public immorality, and it will persist until society is converted or sinks into corruption. War's legislative authority and jurisdiction, following this general review of the essence, reality, and advancement of justice within us, on the initially undetected but now manifest role that it plays as a principle, prompt and purpose of civilization, on the exclusively justice-delivering character of the new moral order which, overpowering all thought and knowledge, and indeed posing as a broad philosophy, tends to supplant the old belief. Look how many previously obscure things the study of war has made intelligible. The torch whose sole purpose seemed to be to set things ablaze has become the lighthouse piercing our darkness from afar. War is part of the human constitution, but it may no longer be doomed to be eternal. It is the primary form assumed by antagonism in us, antagonism being a law of humanity as well as of nature and indispensable to social movement. Thus, we can see war in two different lights, one political and legislative, the other economic. Under the first of these lights, war operates as the organ and mandatory of the most primordial of all rights, the right of force. The universal conscience testifies to that right. Without it, the whole edifice of justice crumbles and the constitution of society, the onward march of civilization and the meaning of religious myths defy explanation. On the other hand, with this right, everything becomes rational and lucid. We see civilization develop, step by step, by means of war. The law poses its formulas and all the varieties of right disentangle themselves from one another and define themselves in accordance with the principle and on the model of the right of the strongest, the right of war, the right of peoples, political rights, civil rights, economic rights, philosophical rights, rights of intelligence, right to freedom, the right of love and family, and the right of work. Moreover, as the special organ of the right of force, war does not extend its competence beyond issues of force. Which is why, having created the state as its substitute in the regulation of disputes between private persons, war reserves only the resolution of disputes between states for itself. A terrifying jurisdiction, with no counsels, no witnesses, no jury, no magistrate, and no hearing, where the parties are at once their own judges, their own guarantors, their own advocates. But the judgments of war are no less certain, effective, and incorruptible for that. Woe betide any who try to evade it. Woe betide those who decline to fight, or who, having agreed, try to bend its laws. Victory will do him no good and, sooner or later, force, aggrieved and scorned, will turn on him. I shall not rehearse here the causes of the downfall of the First Napoleonic Empire, overthrown by force, because force had had less to do in its establishment than guile, nor that decisive argument against the papacy which, holding spiritual power, and able to command the world of belief and morality, soon declined and found itself doomed to lead a wretched existence, because it did not know how to, could not or would not wage war, and which, in the name of belief, scorned the jurisdiction of force. Let us make do with remembering that war is the best form of judgment there is, and that it is not for any other authority, whatever it may be, to confirm or query its verdicts. The annexation of Savoy and Nice to France, of Tuscany and the marches to Piedmont, were, in the wake of the victories at Magenta and Solferino, able to dispense with the formality of universal suffrage. 600 What does citizens dropping their ballot papers into a box matter when set alongside that of soldiery shedding their blood? By creating right in humanity and making the study of such right a positive, objective science, war has spoken louder than all revelation, and its authority surpasses even that of the gospel itself. The law of love has produced nothing comparable to the creations that have grown out of the right of force. It is thanks to war that at last we know, contrary to the messianic idea and contrary to the suggestions coming from the evangelical fraternity and papal feudalism, that the human race's political constitution cannot be a monarchy, nor a catholicity of nations, nor a federation or community of states gathered together under the authority of a diet, nor a hierarchy of principalities and kingdoms such as was devised in the Middle Ages following the compact between the papacy and the empire. A universal monarchy would be the fusion of all forces and thus the negation of antagonism, utter stagnation. A universal federation would result in those same forces being reduced to inertia by their submission to a common authority. The federative system is only feasible between small states combining for the sake of mutual defense against attacks from larger ones. Finally, a universal hierarchy would result in a universal compression, which would always imply the cessation of antagonism and, consequently, death. The political system for humanity is a general balance struck between mutually solicited and constrained states, wherein freedom and life are constantly produced by their interaction with one another. I might even say the threat they pose to one another. That balance is peace, initially negative, which we shall see consolidating and flourishing once we have acknowledged the other side to war. Political economy according to war, for the upkeep of his body and the expansion of his mind, man is compelled to feed both. Consumption, material and moral, can be considered his primary purpose. Now, man can only consume whatever he can obtain by means of daily endeavor, so labor is his second purpose. But on average such labor only secures him his bare necessities. Poverty, there is our third purpose. Labor, sobriety and prudence, liberation from the senses and the ideal, that is our law. More than a warrior, man is, in accordance with the predictions of nature, an ascetic. It is so that we can properly sustain ourselves that we have been gifted with the conditions of labor and of poverty. That conscience in its turn, the very same conscience that affirms the right of force, imposes a fresh law upon us, that we share services and products on as equal a basis as possible, without trespass against the dignity and rights of any. So that justice appears as our fourth and final purpose. As to the manner in which economic justice comes to pass, in other words the fair distribution of services and products, war has pointed the way for us. There will still be a struggle or competition between forces, not a bloody, armed struggle, but rather a struggle involving labor and industry, in accordance with the principle that, just as the hero proves himself in the fray, so the worker can be judged by his handiwork. Thus, human life, set by war on the path of justice, subjected to the laws of labor, sacrifice, frugality, equity, can be described as an ascent from nature to the spirit, an ascent that is nothing but the evolution of freedom itself. But, swept along by his senses, seduced by earthly pleasures, deceived by the illusion of wealth, slave to his idealism, intoxicated by his opinion of himself, man misunderstands his law and fails in his purpose. He holds labor in contempt, he cannot moderate his appetites, nor curb his imagination, nor respect his own dignity in that of his fellow men. He enters life's arena with outlandish inclinations, as Spinoza might say, with inadequate ideas. From that point forwards, war is depraved, it becomes suspect to everybody and irredeemably disloyal. Under the spur of pauperism, war switches from being the bearer of justice to being theft and murder, depending on how civilized it is. Its purpose now is plunder, tribute, dispossession, and eventually the exploitation of man, victor and vanquished alike. Reduced to absurdity by this unseemly misrepresentation of conquest, war loses all its prestige and becomes impossible. A brand new problem arises outside of the parameters of war's jurisdiction, the economic problem, the resolution of which, by transforming antagonism, gives birth to and makes a reality of peace. Thus, despite the pauperism that perverts it and, indeed, driven by that pauperism, war, at all times leading to a just conclusion, leads us to disarmament. It led us there recently by means of the balance between nations, now it is leading us there again by this inescapable position of the economic problem, regarding which war itself is at pains to declare that it has no competence. The party of democracy and its approach to war, for any man of good faith that has followed war's progress through the various parts of this study, it must be apparent that the trend of events leads in the direction of peace. I will even go so far as to say that the advent of this decisive pacification cannot be far off. In all likelihood, peace will be the handiwork of the 19th century. But it is no less true that, at the time of writing, peoples and governments seem to be bent on war more than ever. You would think that, before heading back to hell, the relentless Bellona has demanded one last sacrifice. Blood must be spilled. To whom is this thirst for carnage, in contradiction with war's most authentic tendencies and conclusions, to be credited? I shall leave it up to my readers to assess the policy of the powers, and I shall refrain from saying anything here that might shock governments. But allow me to deplore the fact that one faction of the French democracy, pushing the government into war out of some misconstrued enthusiasm for revolution, is letting down its idea, France's true mission. All outstanding issues can be boiled down to just one, the Peace of Vienna. Certain more or less official mouthpieces of the democratic movement have felt it their duty to thank the imperial government for having torn up the 1815 treaties, as if this were an act of heroism, necessary for the French people's security and glory. Through that declaration alone the aforesaid mouthpieces of the democracy have proved that words meant everything to them and ideas nothing. They have given the government the adulated reason for laughter if not embarrassment. It is fashionable in France, a sort of commonplace for which the most distinguished minds and the best pens reach, to claim that the 1815 treaties no longer apply. As for myself, I will admit that I see the very opposite. The 1815 treaties strike me as sturdier than ever, and denying their existence and authority seems to me to be almost as laughable as denying the existence and authority of the revolution. A distinction needs to be made between two things in the 1815 treaties as in any treaty coming at the end of a long war. 1. The basic, generic, and nevertheless indestructible idea produced by events, and which make up the substance, explicit or implicit, of those treaties. 2. The more or less arbitrary enforcement of that notion, which is therefore always open to revision. The idea behind the 1815 treaties is, first of all, the balance between powers, ensuring that all political supremacy, all protectorates, and consequently all wars of ambition or conquest are rendered impossible. Secondly, by way of a guarantee of that balance, the establishment of constitutional rule in every state. In spite of all the accusations and all the reticence, this is what underlies the 1815 treaties, what the coalition of peoples who rose up against Napoleon in 1813, on the one hand, and the tradition of '89 on the other, insisted had to happen. Considered in terms of their underlying intent, the 1815 treaties merely carried on and expanded upon the thinking of '89, they did civilization greater service than the imperial suzerainty at which Napoleon aimed. Thanks to those treaties, the France of '89 can boast of having achieved victory once and for all. As to the enforcement, the fact is that it left something to be desired, not just where France was concerned, insulting preemptive measures having been taken against her, but also the continental nations, several of which offended by the partition and most of which were slow to come into possession of the rights and freedoms promised to them. 601. It is up to us to examine, from the dual angle of principle and enforcement, whether the 1815 treaties can or should be torn up as the Jacobins are clamoring for, or whether the right course, instead, would be to ask that certain details of them be amended, meaning that they should be reinforced. 602. Does the party of democracy reject the principle of balance, or of countervailing forces demonstrated by Ancien 15 years ahead of the Vienna Congress, and which became the basis for public law in Europe? Joke, if you like, about that stability that must not be mistaken for stagnation. The fact is that no power would dare challenge it. That would be tantamount to suggesting that it was out to overrun the continent, which it would not dare do. Does the party of democracy repudiate the principle of representative government, the chief creation of '89? That would be to deny the revolution. For all its worship of authority and strong power, it does not go that far. Therefore, the party of democracy affirms the thinking behind the treaties. It does not want to see them torn up. Instead, it asks that they be respected. The treaties of 1815 are there, as are the 1648 treaties. The thinking behind them has made inroads into the conscience of the peoples. They have been embraced by history and civilization. To talk about tearing them up is to step back 2 centuries in time. Let us move on to enforcement and see what has been done over the past 45 years. As far as France is concerned, after 1814, France continued with the social renewal that was interrupted by the great emperor's victories and conquests, and thanks to a special provision in the 1815 treaties, was the first to enjoy a representative system. That arrangement continued up until 1852 when, for reasons that we need not go into, it was suddenly restricted to the institutions and freedoms of 1804. In this respect, we might state that the 1815 treaties had been torn up. Is that what the Democracy Party thought it was giving thanks to Napoleon III for? As to the surveillance visited upon us by the Congress of Vienna, that was ended back in 1830 and 1831, first of all because of the conquest of Algeria and then on account of the creation of the Kingdom of Belgium and the demolition of the fortresses erected along that border, Courtrai, Menin, Philippeville, etc. The credit for having made these amendments to the treaties belongs to the Restoration and the July government. The imperial government made another one by annexing Nice and Savoy. We are entitled to state that that was not such a happy move if the compensation for that annexation, as far as foreigners were concerned, was Italian unity. As far as other countries are concerned, we can see that the treaties are being strengthened on a daily basis, first of all, through the spread of parliamentary rule and then by state formation, by means of amalgamations and alliances which increasingly assure the balance. Thus, just a few years ago, we had the Danubian provinces established. Then, the better to contain both Austria and France, there was a move in the direction of establishing a united Italy. The various states belonging to the German Confederation tend to group together into a German Empire, and Belgium and Holland, harking back to the thinking of 1815 but each retaining its individuality, are drawing as close to each other as they can. Belgium had torn down her border posts, now here she is fortifying Antwerp. Whose fault was that? In my view, it would be a serious mistake to imagine that Austria is on the verge of breakup, because her component peoples are, on the one hand, asserting their national rights and reminding the emperor of the empire's federative principle and, moreover, calling for reforms. In each instance all the population is doing is referring back to the spirit of the treaties. They should be pitted if they thought otherwise. Peace is being organized right across Europe under the aegis of the right of war, and the handiwork of 1815 is being completed and consolidated, pending the definition of economic rights. It may be that in this drive towards a balanced peace more than a reorganization in the constitution and demarcation of powers takes place, that such and such a dynasty pays the price for its pig-headed opposition to progress with its decline. What does that do to the treaties? Imagining that all this is being done for the greater glory of the Bourbons or to humiliate Bonaparte would be a petty interpretation and do small honor to the nations represented in Vienna. As a result, the 1815 treaties have created a new, indestructible European order of things that time and experience may learn to improve, and infringing it can only be to the detriment of peoples and of civilization. Amid this swirl of regeneration, is France now to agree that war's bugle call should be heard? Right now, what does she have to offer the world? Is it freedom? But that can be found everywhere and, here, only to a lesser extent. Is it representative government? But we have, of our own free will, given up on that, partly at any rate. Is it philosophy? Germany knows more about that than we do. Free trade. We take our English rivals as our models. Is that what the rights of man mean? Tsar Alexander did not wait for us before emancipating his 20 million serfs. Since the Emancipation Decree, there has been a formidable order in place in Russia. Finally, is it nationality? Much ado is made about this alleged principle, which is recognized neither under the right of war nor under the rights of people. It would have brought civilization to a standstill, had it been recognized, and even today has no reason to seek recognition, as nationality is, more than ever, indefinable, and in any event, could only ever achieve any semblance of enforcement if larger states were first dismantled, military rule done away with and political rights subordinated to economic rights. For one thing, what is nationhood, faced with such popular abdications, such amalgamations, such federation, such fusions, balanced by such constitutions, such distribution of power, such laws of balance, such decentralizations, and such emancipations? What is nationhood set beside these tariff reforms, such commingling of peoples, such reunion, this miscegenation, this similarity, not to say increasing commonality, of laws, rights, mores, guarantees, industry, weights and measures, and currencies? Is it not obvious that if politics places this old question of nationhood back on the agenda, which has always been denied by the law of progress as much as by the right of force, and momentarily abolished by the Roman Empire and Christianity, it is only because politics really has nothing more to say, because nationalities, ground into the dirt by war for 4,000 years, are now just one big compound, in short, that war has finished its work and it is now time for political economy, for peace to have their say. If certain politicians were to be believed, the imperial government should declare war on Europe in order to secure recognition of nationalities. Why can they not see, instead, that war, if it were to become widespread, could not have any outcome other than to further reduce the number of independent nationalities by generating a sort of a Europe-wide duum or quadrumvirate, made up, say, of Russia and France or, indeed, of Russia, France, Germany and England, with all the second or third-rate powers orbiting around them like satellites, assuming that they have not actually been wholly absorbed. That was the unspoken reasoning behind Tilsit 604, which neither France nor Russia has forgotten, of course. Whereupon freedom would vanish into these vast amalgamations along with nationality, and that would be the end of the revolution. Three names, three shadows, share the privilege of stirring up opinion with the aid of that word nationality, dragged back from beyond the grave, namely, Italy, Hungary and Poland. Nothing could be fairer than the population of Italy clamoring for constitutional freedoms and guarantees. That was the thinking in 1815 and 1789 and the wish of Europe as a whole. In this respect, Napoleon III and Victor Emmanuel, in taking up arms against Austria, were merely reflecting the opinion of the times and the spirit of the treaties that Austria was effectively trampling over with its backward-looking policy and intrusive tendencies. But there is a huge gulf between claiming that the various states on the peninsula, seizing upon nationality as the pretext, should meld into a single state, that, in order to expedite that outcome, France should rearm at Piedmont's behest and recall her troops from Rome, or, to put it a better way, it would be a frightful nonsense. To my mind, Italian unity is a war machine momentarily trained on Austrian rule, the French protectorate and the papacy. I cannot help seeing it as an odious mystification if nationality and above all freedom are at stake. There are enough of the five great powers in Europe to maintain the balance, the creation of a sixth is a redundant effort with which people can very well do without. So, right now, which of us cannot see that, behind this pointless pretext of unity, Italy has already lapsed back into a servitude worse than the previous version, that, pushed into monarchist centralization, she is compromising her very nationality, partly by the French aspiring to make Italy a vassal, partly by English Machiavellianism out to use the peninsula as a weapon against France, rather than marshalling her forces. Is this not the start of a European quadrumvirate? As to the French army evacuating Rome, I shall return to that shortly. The conduct of the Hungarian magnates is very different. They do not talk about breaking off from the imperial coalition, which Hungary joined of her own volition back in the 16th century. They realize that their safeguard, with the Germans to the north, Russians to the northeast and Latin races to the south and west, resides within that mighty alliance. What they are asking for, in addition to respect for their national prerogatives, is federative constitutional guarantees, in accordance with the spirit of 1815. True, thanks to this middle-of-the-road nationalist policy, Hungary's magnates have made themselves suspect in the eyes of the party that preaches unity in Italy and separation in Austria, all in the name of nationality. But where would that lead us? What is this two-faced policy? Who are they fooling here? The same ramblings with regards to Poland, the same unjustifiable maneuvers. What they demand on behalf of the populations of the former Poland, as well as for those of Hungary, Italy, and Bohemia, is the enjoyment of the same rights and freedoms promised by the coalition powers in 1813, and which have become part of Europe's patrimony. High time too. This thesis is its own defense. It is unnecessary to invoke nationality. But, as to the resurrection of a state condemned by its own kings, enforced under the right of force and in accordance with the forms of war, I would be as keen on that as I would talk of re-establishing Wittgen's Saxony, the kingdom of Austrasia, or that of the Visigoths. Poland, unless she is a plaything handed over to fantasist politicking by the kindliness of the powers, must include, along with the Duchy of Warsaw, Poznan, Lithuania, Podolia, Galicia, Krakow, Danzig itself and Königsberg. By what right would one or other of these provinces be left out of the resurrection? And how are the Poles to get access to the Baltic? Staking such a claim means dismembering Prussia, Austria, and Russia, by warfare, treaties and long-established possession. Can they be serious? Does anyone think that the great powers, the quadrumvirate to come, rather than dying for the emancipation of their respective Polish subjects, will not opt to reach some accommodation in gaining new possessions? Then again, what would be the purpose of thereby annulling the verdict of warfare, this denial of an 800-year history? What is it meant to make good? What idea is it intended to resurrect? What was lost to the world by allowing Poland to perish? Is there such a thing as a Polish idea? Poland still has nothing to offer the world but her Catholicism and her nobility. Later, no doubt, Poland would enter her revolutionary phase. She, like 1789 France, would proclaim the rights of man and the citizen. Like the France of 1848, she would recognize the right to work. Well then, let Poland, by vigorously picking up the pace, and starting right now, keep up with progress. Nations work on behalf of one another. There would be absolutely no point, as far as the advancement of humanity and the happiness of the Poles are concerned, in Poland replicating the handiwork of 1793, the campaigns of the Republic and the Empire, the parliamentary endeavors of 1814 to 1851. May the Polish nobles support the idea of February, the end of militarism and the constitution of economic right, and, by serving general civilization, they will serve their country better than by a feudal display of nationality. In short, are political rights and freedoms the issue? Let us follow the unrest of 1814 to 1815, as interpreted by 1830, it was that which made liberal Spain, liberal Italy, liberal Belgium, liberal Germany, and liberal Austria. We have no need to depart from that course. Is a more radical revolution called for? Is there a need for a more radical revolution? This is the thought of 1848, but nationality serves no more purpose than war. Nationalities have to be increasingly pushed into the background by the economic constitution, the decentralization of states, the mixing of races and the permeability of continents. Rather than chasing after obsolete utopias and reigniting spent passions, let the French democracy, instead of clinging to old formulas, old ideas, and old paradoxes, march in step with the times, study the spirit and matters of the age, take note of its direction of travel, and it will be persuaded that there is no longer the slightest reason to wage war, provoked by prejudices, by retrospective quibbles. There would be nothing organic, civilizing or liberal about it. It could only be a war of fantasy until such time as it turns into a war of chaos, the war of the have-nots against the haves. Spiritual power and war, outside of matters of political freedom and international balance, which have descended into banality and even become secondary, the French democracy has one initiative to take, which no power will contest, the creation of a new spiritual order through the constitution of economic rights. It is worth observing that the ending of the age of war coincides with the ending of the Christian mission. Indeed, theological symbolism is an emanation from warlike thinking, and that the very same revolution that did away with divine right should repeal force's jurisdiction. It fell to the organs of that revolution to sum up the issue of papal government and say to France that, just as within the individual, the soul commands the body, in society and in the state the spiritual commands the temporal, that it has been the same in every ancient society where the two powers were still united, right up until the arrival of Christianity, that, by making a distinction between the two powers, Christianity did not sever, nor alter, nor reverse the order of their relationship. That ever since the days of the apostles, the bishops, guardians of the faith, leaders of the spiritual community, were also the judges and ministers of its interests, that following the abolition of primitive communism, they proved to be equally the regulators of mores and thereby indirect judges of all social transactions, that they settled differences, received donations, distributed alms, administering church assets and hospices, and taught the young, that, after Constantine's victory over Maxentius, the power of the episcopate simply grew and grew, that after the fall of the empire, the Bishop of Rome became the real sovereign in Italy and the director of policy against the Greeks and the barbarians, that Charlemagne's pact put the finishing touches to this arrangement by appointing the emperor a bishop from without, just as the pope was a bishop from within, and bringing the former under the oversight of the latter through the duty of orthodoxy, and that Pepin's gift, by awarding the pontifical sovereign a domain of his own, was merely a forfeit paid to the Holy See, the seat of Christian conscience, a counter to potential breaches of faith by princes and kings. As I say, it fell to men with some grasp of the new righteousness to show that the restrictions introduced thereafter by princes to papal supremacy were the effect, not of the organic separation of the two powers, but of a revolution carried out in the spiritual realm itself, all unbeknownst to the peoples, that the spiritual, incapable of delivering peace to humanity, as its founder had undertaken to do, and a stranger to the right of war and the rights of peoples, and thus not qualified for the governance of states, had been recognized as false by the heads of the nations who confined it as theology and reduced it to the administration of the sacraments. It was subsequently abrogated once and for all by the French Revolution, and thus the gospel had been supplanted by the rights of man and grace by the reign of liberty, that, as a result, a new spiritual order had been ushered in, according to which justice was the principle and the foundation of all wisdom, just the same as, in previous times, revealed dogma had tried to act as the principle and standard for all justice and all philosophy, but, unlike Christianity, wherein the spiritual is represented by the priestly hierarchy, the revolution has made the public conscience the sole interpreter of right, the sole judge of matters temporal, and the sole sovereign, which constitutes true democracy and marks the end of priesthood and militarism. And the revolution's spokesman would have concluded, the papacy having, through the force of events, and not at all as the result of any defection on the part of peoples or treachery on the part of princes, been dispossessed and placed in the care of those who were once, in accordance with the spirit of Christianity, merely vicars, and having no place to freely lay its head, the world was about to find itself, due to the decomposition of Christian society, spiritually bereft and without any moral and juridical basis, that all haste needed to be made in ending that danger-laden interregnum by means of a determined reversion to the institutions and principles of '89 and affirming the rights of man, justice's embodiment in the ranks of humanity, that was the only way of ending the rifts, restoring modesty in mores and serenity to souls, organizing an actual, fruitful peace, that, to this end, the duty of the government was, not to tear up the 1815 treaties. The policy having been followed over the previous 10 years having merely nurtured and affirmed this higher thinking, but to rescind the Concordat, wrest the education of the people out of the hands of the clergy and provide for a reform in mores through the discipline of interests. On those conditions, France can back off from her guardianship of the Holy See and leave the protectorate of Catholicism to whomsoever may want it. The official and unofficial party of democracy has preferred to dwell in equivocation, by protesting its respect for the Christian religion and its veneration for the person of the sovereign pontiff. It has argued that the papacy would be mightier once it had cut its ties to the earth and that the glory days of the Church would return once the Church looked as if it were preoccupied by heavenly matters alone. It dared to state that the revolution itself was merely Christianity in terms of its imperishable morality and hopes. By that affectation of religiosity, it betrayed the revolution and held the Christian faith up to ridicule. Whose fault is it, then, if minds are now focused on war? Our leaders' politics are like their conscience, unprincipled. Their words sow the wind and we reap the whirlwind. Humanity is like one huge brain with all these ideas churning around, but where truth eventually triumphs over error. France holds peace and war in her hands. No power thinks to attack her, on the contrary, they fear her and are wary of her, not that that is anything she should pride herself upon. Whatever France decides will happen. Evolution through warfare is at an end, that much research has shown. Do we want that evolution to start over? According to the principles that we have established, one after the other, the analysis we have made of its motives and causes, the situation at which Europe has arrived, there is not, at present, one single rational case for war. The policy of warfare has spent itself and we know where we stand on the economic question. But anything can be seized upon as a pretext. What shall we choose? The unrest of 1814 to 1815, continuing the unrest of 1789 and leading to that of 1830 to 1848, has brought about all that we see. The wars waged over the past 10 years have not added anything fundamental, nor indeed useful. Everything of value to civilization, to the balance in Europe, to the advancement of right, the Crimean and Lombardy campaigns could have been obtained without cost. Are we to resume 1848 or continue 1859, 608? That question I pose both to the February Republicans and to those conservatives who had initially rallied around the Republic. Whenever France, all-powerful due to her thought and example, can no longer extract any profit from her victories, are we to give up on thinking and have recourse to arms? Besides, whatever men decide, we need not fret about events. Men are petty. Up to a certain point they are able to disturb the course of things, but by doing so, they can only hurt themselves. Humanity alone is great, is infallible. Now, I believe I may say in its name, humanity renounces war.